But they did have marketing boards, which were a kind of semi-nationalized industry. And they borrowed money from the marketing boards. But there was a suspicion that Dr. Azikiwe, who has formed his own bank, the African Continental Bank, was actually bankrupt. But he was borrowing very large sums of money from the marketing boards and not necessarily repaying the loans. We knew this. We had a great secret service. All the politicians' phones were tapped. All the politicians' mail was opened. Everything that any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Azikiwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Azikiwe went north and did as he was told. And what he was promised was this. The real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Azikiwe, and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries, perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible, but it was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. But he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army has got to do with this. They said, hey, you're just a ceremonial figure. You have no power.
This is now repeating with all the southern politicians. You can see criminals, former drug pushers, those that actually relinquish their own properties to the state, like Bola Ahmed Tinubu gave up properties to U.S. Justice Department as a plea bargain to be let free over drug-related issues, or people who have looted their states like Rochas Okorocha and Ojus Okalo. Thieves, people who should be in jail for the rest of their life for stealing from the public. These are the people lining up to give 4-year life to the crooked, criminally motivated, Fulani-inspired 1999 Constitution. Tinubu actually said that he was born to rule Nigeria. he must be the next president before any other person. And that he's going to get dirty. And already he's getting dirty. Now, these are the type of people that the caliphate would work with. These are the kind of people that are promoting the Southern and caliphate relationship. Like a caliphate agent was so bold enough to tell us that the alliance that Tinubu built to make it possible for Muhammadu Buhari to emerge as president must be sustained, so that the Yoruba people will continue to be slaves to the Ariwa, so that the entire South and Middle Belt will continue to be taken for granted by the Ariwa. They are either rushing to Buckingham Palace to receive signature or approval of the Caliphate, or Caliphate to receive turban, scarf to cover their head, like we have seen Ojiz Okalo, Rotimi Amechi, Rochas Okorocha, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. These are all Southern Judas goats going to receive the approval of the British colonial masters, who are still ruling Nigeria in proxy, and the Caliphate. They want to be identified with the Ariwa in order to be relevant. They have all been compromised and are therefore being blackmailed. Yes, just like what Harold Smith said here about Zeke. How Zeke got cornered, and the great Zeke was only looking at physical appearances. Zeke was compromised to the point that he never even remembered our people anymore. The great Zeke of Africa became so cheaply evaluated by the British. And that's how the slavery has continued to this moment. Our only hope is ourselves, the indigenous peoples, the Nigerian indigenous nationalities and alliance for self-determination. That's the only lifeline left for our people right now. Each standing on her ancestral land while holding hands together in alliance with others who have also agreed to dress back to their own original ancestral land, bearing our fathers' names as documented in our original documents. Not Nigerian new names or states' names of divide and conquer system that is rogue Nigeria. We must never give up on this great opportunity that is presenting itself before us right now. Going for another 4-year election will extend the life of that criminal document that is holding us, tying us with our killers, with our enemies, with our land grabbers, those that are being brought in by the Arewa through the open borders in the north, while the southern borders are closed. They are coming in to encircle the country and overpower the indigenous nationalities. We can only make it possible for them by going for another election again. It doesn't matter who they present from the south. If it is from the Igbo, it doesn't make any difference. That Igbo is already their agent. He is not for any Igbo family. If it is Tinubu or any other person, it's still same thing. They are all agents of the sense left takers. Let's call it straight and stop monkeying around. Here is a very interesting one that you would think will attract the attention of the United States to deal with Nigeria effectively. U.S. sanctions 6 Nigerian banks rolling Boko Haram. United States sanctions 6 Nigerians bankrolling Boko Haram. This is from March 25th, 2022, Friday. The United States has designated a network of 6 individuals connected to the Nigeria-based terrorist group Boko Haram, now under the control of ISIS. The U.S. Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, made this known in a statement on Friday. While stating that they have added the citizens to the terror support list, stated that all 6 were found guilty by establishing a Boko Haram cell in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, to raise funds for and provide material assistance to Boko Haram insurgents in Nigeria. They are Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad. Abu Dhabi convicted Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad for transferring $782,000 from Dubai to Boko Haram in Nigeria. Salihu Yusuf Adamu and Suraj Abubakar Mohammed were sentenced to life imprisonment for violations of United Arab Emirates anti-terrorism laws. Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, and Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan were sentenced to 10 years in prison, followed by deportation. I must interject here that Nigeria has been a very cozy home for terrorists. When they release them, they let them go the other way. Not a single one of them have been convicted. In fact, they even take Boko Haram fighters and tell us that they are repenting them. I don't know what colors they are painting them when they repent them, but they just let them go. They melt into the society, and even they recruit them into the military. I mean, Nigeria is getting surrounded daily by this, by the actions of government enabling terrorists. These 6 people that were convicted have now been specially designated nationals and blocked persons pursuant to Executive Order 13224 as amended. The U.S. government stated that OFAC's action follows arrests, prosecutions, and designations in the UAE in September 2021, demonstrating the commitment of the Emirati government to using judicial measures and targeted financial sanctions to disrupt the flow of funds to these networks, terrorist networks. The U.S. government stated with this action, the United States joins the UAE in targeting terrorist financing networks of mutual concern, said Under Secretary of the Treasury Brian Nelson. Treasury continues to target financial facilitators of terrorist activities worldwide. We welcome multilateral action in this Boko Haram network to ensure that it is not able to move any further funds through the international financial system. As a result of today's action, all property and the interests in property of the individuals named above and any of the entities that are owned directly or indirectly 50% or more by them individually or with other blocked persons that are in the United States or in the position of control of U.S. persons must be blocked and reported to OFAC. That's an agency of the U.S. Treasury Department. Unless authorized by a general or specific license issued by OFAC or otherwise exempt, OFAC's regulations generally prohibit all transactions by U.S. persons or within the United States, including transactions transisting the United States that involve any property or interest in property of designated or otherwise blocked persons. This man wouldn't have actually been convicted if it was to be handled by Nigeria. Furthermore, engaging in certain transactions with the individuals designated today entails risk of secondary sanctions pursuant to EO 13224 as amended. Pursuant to this authority, OFAC can prohibit or impose strict conditions on the ongoing or maintaining in the opening or maintaining in the United States of a correspondent account or a payable through account of a foreign financial institution that knowingly conducted or facilitated any significant transaction on behalf of a specially designated global terrorist. The power and integrity of OFAC sanctions derive not only from its ability to designate and add persons to the specially designated nationals and block persons list, SDN list, but also from its willingness to remove persons from the SDN list consistent with the law. The ultimate goal of sanctions is not to punish but to bring about a positive change in behavior. For information concerning the process for seeking removal from an OFAC list, including the SDN list, please refer to OFAC's frequently asked questions. For detailed information on the process to submit a request for removal from the OFAC sanctions. Again, this is that the United States has sanctioned 6 Nigerians convicted in the United Arab Emirates, 6 of them, all from the Sharia belt, all Ariwa elements, working, facilitating terrorist group Boko Haram, providing Boko Haram with a large amount of money. I mean, there are many going on. Like I said before, the government is the one repenting them, injecting them back into the society, and then they continue to sabotage any effort, any war effort against terrorist groups, because the government is behind it. Again, Abacha said it while he was alive that any insurgency that lasts more than 24 hours, the government has a finger in it. Muhammadu Buhari has proven that to be nothing but reality. Have a nice day.
Now the presidential race is on, and there's so much talk about zoning, rotational presidency, and some people say we should forget zoning. So when you look at the field, and some of the persons who have stepped forward to say they are interested in the various political parties, what do you think Nigeria is faced with?
Delafaro to me is about to speak on the people lining up to take over from the very wicked, iniquitous government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari, who has helped push Nigeria over the cliff. Now, Bola Tinubu, Orji Uzor, Rocha Sokorocha, and a few others have thrown their hat into the ring to continue to give life to the same evil constitution that has been roundly repudiated by representatives of the people. They don't think it's important to address that. Rather, they are looking at extending the slave chain for the next 4 years, denying our people independence. Because that is what the referendum call is actually seeking after, to actually bestow real citizenship, the right of citizenship, the responsibilities of citizenship to our people. That is what these people are fighting. That is what people like Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Orji Uzor, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Tambuwal from Sokoto, and who are the other people? I mean, whoever they are, whatever number they are, wherever they come from, they are enemies. They are not good for purpose. Because they are working with the enemies to extend the bondage, to extend the killings going on across Middle Belt and the entire southern Nigeria by the Fulani terrorists. That's what people like Bola Ahmed Tinubu is trying to extend. And our people are demanding for referendum. They hear the clamor for a referendum in the Middle Belt and the Lower Niger Territory and in Oduduwa land, and yet they think it's a joke, and they are pressing ahead, going for election, like nothing will stop them.
Now the presidential race is on, and there's so much talk about zoning, rotational presidency, and some people say we should forget zoning. So when you look at the field, and some of the persons who have stepped forward to say they are interested in the various political parties, what do you think Nigeria is faced with? Do you think that there is anyone or 2 or 3 persons that we can look at, that we can hope would become the next Messiah for Nigeria, if there is any such thing as a Messiah for Nigeria?
We have this predilection as a people. We ignore the problem in seeking to prefer solutions. So we just pluck solutions out of the air, and this has accounted for all manner of people coming forward, bringing themselves as the solutions to the Nigerian problem. Our problems will never be saved by personnel changes. I have said this ad nauseum. No matter who becomes the president of Nigeria, if we do not deal with our systemic and structural problems, we will never come out of this mess. And I'm not too sure we have too long with which to continue with these experimentations. So let's first of all be clear. I am not enthused by the prospect of personnel change as a route to our redemption, if I may use that word. Now, you've now asked a question that obviously cannot be run away from those who have volunteered themselves. I was asked this question about a month ago, and I remember saying clearly that one, I didn't consider Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu a candidate. I was very convinced, even back then, that there were sufficient impairments to render his candidacy a non-starter. But what do I know? I'm not a politician, and the politicians always happen to know what we do not know. So for some reason, the man is being dragged up and down the place, having himself. I don't want to get into the area. I don't want to get into the personal arena, but it's obvious that the man is incapable of the rigors. But that was all well and good. But I do say this clearly: he is not in any way, shape, or form capable of transforming the Nigerian situation. He's had 22 years in Lagos already. I live in Lagos. You live in Lagos. We're all in Lagos. If this is the best that a man can do in 22 years of unchallenged hegemony in the state that has the most capacity, I challenge any one of you to suggest that you've entered a government hospital in the last 10 years, both Tundun and Doc. Even your whole building there, take a poll, you'll find out that nobody's children is going to a public school, nobody's children goes to a government hospital. There is a complete failure of social services. I believe if you look at the school enrollment figures in Lagos State, you find very quickly that Lagos State has less than, for every 10 classroom space in Lagos State, less than 3 belong to the Lagos State government itself. So the public school system is non-existent. And this man has been there for 22 years. Jack Conde spent 4 years. We're still talking about him. Then you talk about road. So when the time comes, if he truly becomes a candidate, then we'll deal with the specifics of his record.
Dele, sorry to interrupt you. You kept saying Asiwaju Tinubu has been in Lagos for 22 years. The Constitution allowed him a tenure of 2 terms. That would be 8 years. Why do you say 22?
Doc, Yorubas have this proverb. They say, Alamoran bini Oyo. You are an Alamoran bini Oyo. Alamoran bini Oyo in the sense that the fact of Tinubu's hegemony in Lagos is not up for debate. It is not up for debate. I live in Lagos. We all live in Lagos. We should at least tell ourselves the basic truth. The reality is that his word is law in Lagos. Whether you are talking about the judiciary or you are talking about the legislative houses or you are talking about the streets, he rules the street. We all know this. You might deny it, okay, maybe for balance and etiquette, but I am saying it and I have no apologies for saying it. His word is law in Lagos State, and even when he's not the one speaking, laws are made in his name. So let's be specific. As far as Lagos State is concerned, responsibility for its success or failure stays on Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's table. They will be pointing at the rail line as achievement. They will be asking at what cost. These are issues that will come up when we come to the campaign. So There is the issue of the record, there is the issue of the health, there is the issue of the mental capacity. We will deal with all of that at the appropriate time. Other people will want to point at Professor Chibajo. I've said this, it's clear. He's a brilliant man, no doubt about his capacities intellectually, but that is not what this is about. Anybody who is not putting a plan on the table, explaining clearly where we are going, because we're actually in a mess, and anyone should see it, and I don't think any one of them is blind to the fact that we are in a mess. So if we are in a mess and you are asking to lead, I imagine that you will provide a roadmap to show us where you intend to take us to. Almost without equivocation, Nigerians are united in saying that there is something fundamentally wrong with our governance structures. We all know where we missed the way, but we continue to run away from the inevitable, which is to restructure the country to allow citizenship to emerge and then to allow the regions which will emerge from such a restructure to become engine rooms for the development of the Nigerian space. None of them is talking about this. All they are talking about is vote me into power. Vote me into power so that you run the next feeding trough. Now, that is when you deal with those coming out of the Southwest, which in my own honest opinion, I've been known to use pretty strong language in relation to that opinion, and I don't want to travel that route today so that I don't offend people. But there has been a cleavage in southern Nigeria that has lasted my entire generation. My entire lifetime. I was born in '68, in the middle of the Civil War. That issue has blighted the entirety of Nigerian history, and that is the dichotomy in the South. Why is it so difficult for my Yoruba brothers to understand that it is in our own enlightened selfish interest to support Ndigbo's claim to the presidency? But deal with that to one side. This is me conceding that even as a sense of equity, even for our own enlightened selfish interest, we should do that. But let's now deal with, if we are doing that, zero chance. It's not about persons, but persons must have pedigree, they must have records of achievement, sterling integrity. These are not the kind of persons. Ndigbo has to bring forth his best, but bringing forth his best is not enough. That best must also understand we are not interested in exchanging the tribal occupant for another tribal occupant who focuses on one section without looking to restructure the whole. So as far as I'm concerned, this election cycle has not really started because nobody has engaged with ideas. They are engaging with persons, and those persons are not going to cut it. This has to be about ideas. Where are we going from here? You have to lead with vision. We've had enough visionless people ruling Nigeria. If we need leaders, they must put visions on the table, ideas.
There you have it. Dele Farotimi just let it out that going for election, it doesn't matter. If you like, bring Angel from the Azores to rule Nigeria. As long as the foundation is on a shifting sand, no structure placed on it will stand. To deal with it, the best way is what Ninas has given us the template. The 5 demands as contained in the constitutional force majeure declared on December 16th, 2020, holds the key. Let Nigeria's rulers continue skirting around it. There is no escaping it. It's not possible. Nigeria can't escape going through. Here is a very interesting one that you would think will attract the attention of the United States to deal with Nigeria effectively. U.S. sanctions 6 Nigerian bankrolling Boko Haram. United States sanctions 6 Nigerians bankrolling Boko Haram. This is from March 25th, 2022. Friday. The United States has designated a network of 6 individuals connected to the Nigeria-based terrorist group Boko Haram, now under the control of ISIS. The U.S. Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, made this known in a statement on Friday. While stating that they have added the citizens to the terror support list, stated that all 6 were found guilty by establishing a Boko Haram cell in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, to raise funds for and provide material assistance to Boko Haram insurgents in Nigeria. They are Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashir Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad. Abu Dhabi convicted Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad for transferring $782,000 from Dubai to Boko Haram in Nigeria. Salihu Yusuf Adamu and Suraj Abubakar Mohammed were sentenced to life imprisonment for violations of United Arab Emirates anti-terrorism laws. Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, and Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan were sentenced to 10 years in prison, followed by deportation. I must interject here that Nigeria has been a very cozy home for terrorists. When they release them, they let them go the other way. Not a single one of them have been convicted. In fact, they even take Boko Haram fighters and tell us that they are repenting them. I don't know what colors they are painting them when they repent them. But they just let them go. They melt into the society and even they recruit them into the military. I mean, Nigeria is getting surrounded daily by this. By the actions of government enabling terrorists. These 6 people that were convicted have now been specially designated nationals and blocked persons pursuant to Executive Order 13224 as amended. The U.S. government stated that OFAC's action follows arrests, prosecutions, and designations in the UAE in September 2021, demonstrating the commitment of the Emirati government to using judicial measures and targeted financial sanctions to disrupt the flow of funds to these networks, terrorist networks. The U.S. government stated with this action, the United States joins the UAE in targeting terrorist financing networks of mutual concern, said Under-Secretary of the Treasury, Brian Nelson. Treasury continues to target financial facilitators of terrorist activities worldwide. We welcome multilateral action in this Boko Haram network to ensure that it is not able to move any further funds through the international financial system. As a result of today's action, all property and the interests in property of the individuals named above and any of the entities that are owned directly or indirectly 50% or more by them individually or with other blocked persons that are in the United States or in the position of control of U.S. persons must be blocked and reported to OFAC. That's an agency of the U.S. Treasury Department. Unless authorized by a general or specific license issued by OFAC or otherwise exempt, OFAC's regulations generally prohibit all transactions by U.S. persons or within the United States, including transactions transiting the United States that involve any property or interest in property of designated or otherwise blocked persons. This man wouldn't have actually been convicted if it was to be handled by Nigeria. Furthermore, engaging in certain transactions with the individuals designated today entails risk of secondary sanctions pursuant to EO 13224 as amended, Pursuant to this authority, OFAC can prohibit or impose strict conditions on the ongoing or maintaining in the opening or maintaining in the United States of a correspondent account or a payable through account of a foreign financial institution that knowingly conducted or facilitated any significant transaction on behalf of a specially designated global terrorist. The power and integrity of OFAC sanctions derive not only from its ability to designate and add persons to the specially designated nationals and block persons list, SDN list, but also from its willingness to remove persons from the SDN list, consistent with the law. The ultimate goal of sanctions is not to punish but to bring about a positive change in behavior. For information concerning the process for seeking removal from an OFAC list, including the SDN list, please refer to OFAC's frequently asked questions for detailed information on the process to submit a request for removal from the OFAC sanctions. Again, this is that the United States has sanctioned 6 Nigerians convicted in the United Arab Emirates, 6 of them, all from the Sharia belt, all Ariwa elements, working, facilitating terrorist group Boko Haram, providing Boko Haram with a large amount of money. I mean, there are many going on. Like I said before, the government is the one repenting them, injecting them back into the society, and then they continue to sabotage any war effort against terrorist groups because the government is behind it. Again, Abacha said it while he was alive that any insurgency that lasts more than 24 hours, the government has a finger in it. Muhammadu Buhari has proven that to be nothing but reality. Have a nice day.
What can you say about the recent increase in the electricity tariff?
Electricity tariff? It is appalling. That is the reason why I have been in a companions lacuna.
Wow.
Not a recapitulation. But let me tell you this, that it is Leka and Pongwatidos, that in a Lekotla, in an Imbisu, Flakidos, and innovative matters were excogitatedly ruminated. We also see how the revidistical politicals move from budget disappearance to budget doctoration. Now, we are faced with a duplicating, exasperating, a rebarbating, and a homogeneous electricity tariff. And this tariff is imitating with a financial lobotomization. But I pray that this is not ignite a clamorous demonstration. Now, come to think of it, how dare they deplete the citizens of the ossiferous and vociferous modus vivendi? Enough of this vilification and solecism. This is execrably pugnacious, pestilential, and attenuating. Imagine the imbibition of the political rodomotives, which has kept us in an urgent humiliation. Why? Now, Nigeria is in a political somnambulism and molocution. Nigeria is in a financial and economic bantigism. Look at the way the game politics has become epocable. What a political holy-poly. What a political hoity-toity. What a political foodie-toody. What a political hocus-pocus they have come. What a political jabberwocky. What a political bobbycon. What a political couple de call.
Sir!
With this concentration, I ask that you accept my pentination circumlocution. Accept my pentination circumabagos, guadalucans, and madilucans. But I will tell you this, I will not koto in their puru. Thank you. I will refuse to koto in their puru. Thank you.
Ongoing constitutional amendments, a cover for ethnic cleansing. Who wears the shoes knows where they pinch. This agonizing outcry from an Hausa victim who hails from Kaduna State captures the desperation of indigenous farming communities of central Nigeria that are being systematically attacked and plundered by the so-called Fulani criminals, Fulani bandits, Fulani terrorists, rampaging through the territory with their guns blazing. All that one needs to do is to listen to what this voice message has to say by this Hausa guy. You will be hearing it momentarily. The object of the rampaging bandits is ethnic cleansing, followed by the seizure of indigenous people's lands to convert into grazing pastures for the Fulani cattle herds. The victim communities may be majority Christians, but the Fulani bandits don't discriminate. They kill and chase away all indigenous inhabitants, including Muslims, wherever they target. It is noteworthy that this escalation in ethnic cleansing and associated atrocities conveniently coincide with the so-called constitutional amendment boogie being pursued by the rulers in Abuja and the 36 state assemblies. As we speak, it is no rocket science to see the nexus between these two endeavors being implemented simultaneously through lawless banditry and legislative orthodoxy to accomplish the same goal. Because what the Nigerian government is doing is exactly what the Fulani criminals, Fulani genociders, the Fulani genocidal army, they are doing the same thing. Both of them are doing the same thing. Those who still fail to understand and appreciate the direct connection between the banditry being spearheaded by the Fulani and the surreptitious peddling of spurious constitutional amendments aimed at perfecting a unitary Nigeria may need to be sent to brain surgeons for some help. As the audio message correctly asserts, the ongoing lawless banditry being unleashed today in Kaduna State shall eventually reach every city, town, and community nationwide. Those who today prefer to remain mum or mind what they can grab from the minders of the status quo shall ultimately have their own day with the murderous bandits wherever they consider to be their safe haven at the moment. Ninas and conscientious Nigerian stakeholders have remained steadfast in their diagnosis and cure for the matter at stake by calling for a total halt to the ensuing stampede to the INEC scheduled 2023 general elections under the subsisting imposed fraudulent 1999 constitution that allows foreign invaders to undertake ethnic cleansing in order to seize the indigenous people's ancestral lands. For those indigenous Nigerians who are now being butchered in their own ancestral homelands, ignorance is no longer a bliss. It is instant death at the hands of invading heartless, marauding bandits from the West African Sahel. This was written by Dr. Okenwanwosu Ezudemba of Ibuku. Now here is the Hausa guy. I will start from where we stopped the last clip from the same recording.
Houses, their cars, all their properties. As I'm talking to you right now, they have left their communities. They have run away to other places, to bushes, and even some of them have moved towards Zaria. How can you expect, a farmer to move into the city to do what? To do what, for God's sake? It is high time for Nigerians to wake up. It is high time for the Hausas to wake up. The Fulanis are blindfolding our eyes, the Hausas. I'm a Hausa person, and I'm talking with passion. The Fulanis have used religion to blindfold us, to think that it is about religion. No, it is not about religion. It is about ethnic cleansing. It's high time for the Hausas. Thank God, this broadcast, I believe, is going to be pushed into the group that comprises of all the houses, the indigenous houses, and with the effort making to unite the houses, to rise up against this onslaught. So I want you to understand this thing is not about religion. It's not about religion. It's about ethnic cleansing. The same thing that is happening in southern Kaduna, where the indigenous southern Kaduna are being eliminated by the Fulanis. The same thing is also happening in northern Kaduna, where they are purely Hausas. So it's not about religion. If you heard that people are being butchered in southern Kaduna, houses communities burnt, and you are happy and you think it's about Christians. Now you better open your eyes. It's not about Christians. I'm a Hausa person. Our Giwa local government, which is in northern Kaduna, and many parts of, Katsina, Zamfara many people have been eliminated. Now I want you to know right now, as I'm talking to you, someone in my own community and Kaya. There are villages, over 100 villages in that axis. It belongs to the western part of Gyo local government. Of course, just to mention, about a few months ago, the house of the person representing us at the state level now, the State House of Assembly, was killed by the bandits. So, and this man too is a Hausa person, is a Muslim. So it's not about religion. I want you to understand that this thing is not about religion. It's about ethnic cleansing. Right now, as I'm talking right now, this evening, they have started operation from about 5 p.m. up to this time that I'm talking to you right now. The Fulani militias are still there operating, killing people, burning houses, raping our women, kidnapping those that they can kidnap. This is not just kidnapping, it's even more than kidnapping. This is an invasion. Now, I want you to know that Giwa local government is one of the major, agricultural community in Nigeria. Giwa alone can feed the entire Nigeria. Now, Giwa market, for instance, Giwa grain market is one of the largest, grain market in Nigeria. So if the inhabitants of Giwa local government are chased away by the bandits, now that will have multiply effect. That will have negative consequences, not just on the livelihood of the people, the inhabitants of Giwa local government, but the entire economy of Kaduna State and the entire community, economy of Nigeria. Farmers are running. Farmers are coming to the city. What will they come to the city and do? What will they eat? So it's high time for those in authority. Now, if you are hearing me and you are in authority, you have a say, and you keep quiet because you don't want to die, you will eventually die. You will eventually die, whether you like it, whether you like it or not. The governorship aspirant, from Katsina that was killed by the bandits some couple of months ago on his way from, Katsina to Abuja, to Abuja on the Kaduna-Abuja road. Did he knew that he was going to be killed? So if you think you are in position and you don't want to talk so that you will not be killed, you will still be killed. We that have chosen to come out and talk, we will still be alive. I know there is no devil in heaven and on earth that can eliminate my life. So if you will come out and talk, and get what is supposed to be done, to be done, it's better for you to rise up and talk. I have spoken to many military, those in the military sector. They have complained to me of, a lot of logistic issues, which is affecting their operations. All this is not worth it. And I want to assure you that, this is a conspiracy. This is a serious conspiracy. Why? Because on the 24th of March, which is on Thursday that the kidnappers started this operation, the network of the entire axis of western part of, Giwa, that is on Mayo, ceased. So, they couldn't even call for help at the right time because the network has ceased. So what does that mean? That means it's a conspiracy. Turji, the head of kidnappers, who is resident in Zamfara, has came out on the social media, has claimed responsibility for hundreds of lives, that have been killed, and yet nothing has been done to him. Which kind of governless country are we in? Life in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria particularly, most especially in Giwa local government, is becoming poor, brutish, nasty and short. Life is becoming uncertain. Which kind of situation is this? I am calling on well-meaning individuals who can speak, whose voice can be heard, to rise up and speak against this evil. This is evil, and this evil will consume everyone eventually if we keep quiet. If you think you are in the city, if you think where you are is saved, and therefore you will keep quiet, I'm telling you, a time will come, even those in the city will not be spared. About some months ago, Zaria, which is a city, the second largest city in Kaduna State after the main, Kaduna city, has experienced a lot of, kidnappers attempts and all that. So don't say you are in the city and you will keep quiet. And even if you think you are saved, what about your relations? What about your relations that are in the villages? So let's come out and talk against this evil, and not just talk, but act against this evil. Those that have access to President Buhari should speak to him. Those that have access to, Governor El-Rufai should speak to him. Those that have access to other state governors, those that have access to head of various security apparatus in Nigeria, they should speak. These bandits are human beings. They are not spirits. They are human beings like you and I. If there is effort, they can be stopped. They can be stopped. Nigerian military is more than equipped to face.
Speak to who? Speak to El-Rufai, of whom former Deputy Governor of Central Bank directly pointed at as being one of the commanders of the terrorists. Speak to Buhari, the government that gave Fulani terrorists more than $300 million and opened a dedicated radio station to them, among other logistics. They also, even government spokespeople like Femi Adesina and is it Shehu Sani or Gaba Shehu or Shehu Gaba, they all are spokespeople of the terrorist group Mieti Allah. They are also spokespeople defending the Fulani terrorists. Like, speak to them about what they are sponsoring, what they are using the National Assembly to push as a amendment of a local government laws. How people become indigenous people. Like the people that are powering the jihad, the people that are powering the takeover of the land, the people that are powering the killing going on in Kaduna, in Benue, in Plateau, in Ondo State, in Enugu. I mean, just last week, how many were killed in Enugu? The same people are behind all the atrocities going on all over the country. The governor of Benue State is who he is today because he stood up for his people. Anybody that thinks that they are okay, they will get it. But let's continue listening to this guy.
Them and destroy and annihilate them. These people, they are not they are not evil spirits. They are people that are known. Where they are located is known. So why not Nigerian security reinforce both the land army, and the air force?
The military is compromised. The military is highly compromised.
If we refuse to act, this evil will consume every one of us. So I want to call particularly on the Hausas, the indigenous Hausas, to rise up. I know that Fulanis have deceived Hausas. They have taken over the northern Nigeria, even though they constitute the minority in terms of population, but in terms of the politics of northern Nigeria is Fulanis. In terms of the traditional relationship of northern Nigeria is Fulanis. In terms of every position, every authority, Fulanis have occupied. So it's becoming difficult for the government to address this, because those that should address it, they are the ones. They are the ones. They feel that it is their brethren, it is their kinsmen. Buhari is a Fulani, Governor Kaduna State El-Rufai is Fulani, and most of the northern governors are Fulanis. So that has made this evil to continue. Therefore, I want to call on the indigenous people of Nigeria, the indigenous Hausas in northern Nigeria and other minority tribes to rise up against this evil. If we refuse to rise up, and I also know that there are some Fulanis that are well-meaning Fulanis who are also not happy with this thing, who are also not supporting this evil. I also want you to call on your brethren, to call the attention of your kinsmen, the Fulanis, against this evil, and to expose them. Don't hide them. Don't give them a covering. Expose them. If we collectively put our effort together, if we collectively expose this evil will stop. This evil will stop. Therefore, please, I want to call on the indigenous Nigerians to gang up against this evil. And if we refuse to do that, this evil will eventually consume us. Thank you so much.
You see, this is a continuation of the declaration of Ahmadu Bello. Barely 11 days after Nigeria turned paper independence, he said that this place, this country, is their late grandfather's Ottoman Danfodio's estate. They will use the northern minorities against the south, and will treat the south as conquered territory. That's what they are doing today through the Fulani herdsmen terrorists of different brand, different groups, scattered all over the place. They are occupying forests in the southwest. I mean, the Yoruba are. Sunday Igboho went to jail, was detained because of the activities of Fulani in his own hometown. He took a stand against them. And his house got invaded by Nigeria's secret police that killed a number of people, including animals. Nigeria's cruelty does not spare pets. It doesn't spare cats and dogs. In fact, Nigeria is so cruel that Benjamin Adekunle of the Nigerian military that went to carry out genocide in Biafra said that they shot on anything, both moving and not moving things, when they go into any house in Biafra, 1967, 1970. So this country, the continued existence of Nigeria is a crime against humanity. Nigeria is a crime scene. Crime scene. Nigeria needs to be tapped around and properly investigated and sorted out. The continued existence of Nigeria is a crime against humanity. Referendum is the only way out. Anything else is only postponing the evil day, and it gets more terrible. As you delay it, it will be more terrible. The end of Nigeria will become more terrible. Have a nice day. This has been from the voice of Radio Lower Niger Territory.
Niger Delta agitation is caliphate seizure of oil and gas. Behind Biafra and Odua agitation, caliphate imposed unitary Nigeria. Behind the caliphate itself is the rogue 1999 constitution. Elections 2023 is caliphate push to retain the 1999 fraud. Nigerians, say no to any further election in the country. Let's take down the 1999 Constitution and save our people and our land.
The country is not burning for nothing. You probably have heard in the news in the last few days that a lady from the north, a Muslim lady, got crowned Miss Nigeria. And the reaction of the north is to send their Sharia police to arrest the lady. We're not in one country, and so we must part ways. Here is the parable of Europia, written by Femi Olufumilade. It touches on the very heart of the problem. Meanwhile, Nenas has given us the guideline, the processes that must be followed to get out of this mess called One Nigeria. Because we don't belong, really, we don't belong with the Ariwa 12 Sharia states. We do not belong. And we do not in any way impede them in following after their religious dictates. But the other question is, why are they standing on our way? Why are they being such an obstacle to seeing Nigeria peacefully sorted out? Why are they standing in the way of a lasting solution to the existential problem of Nigeria? Why are there such a clog in the wheel of progress of the nations being detained in One Nigeria under the 1999 Constitution? Imagine Hizbah arresting the parents of the Kanu girl who just won Miss Nigeria pageant. Those Islamists in the north of Nigeria are qualified to be a separate country governed by Sharia. That's what they all want. They are just like Afghanistan, if I may add. Don't mind the pretension to being some sort of liberal nationalists. It doesn't exist among them. They all want the Sharia, including the professors. They only differ on the type of extent because and the extent because each of the Islamic sects that are better among them claims superiority over the others. the Sunni have gained the upper hand, the president of Nigeria and most of the governors being part of the sect. But the other sects too, including Boko Haram, have members in powerful positions, including the armed forces. They are the ones who undermine the fight against insurgency. As the Yoruba would say, the insect destroying the vegetable plant lives on it. Let them have an autonomous nation with their preferred and chosen constitution based on this Islamic law. I mean, we are very, very free-minded in this matter. We wish the North what they wish themselves, which is Sharia state, like Somalia, Afghanistan, that's Yemen. This is who they want to be. If eventually they decide to be like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or UAE, we also wish them all the best. But we need to go through referendum to sort things out and get things going the right direction, at least for our people. Give me and my own people the latitude to enact our own constitution and spell out how we want to be governed and our vision of our place in the world. We can associate as a confederacy the way Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England have been for decades. That's the minimum for peace, harmony, and progress. It is crass ignorance on the part of supposedly educated people to think the solution is in being a Nigerian and forgetting you belong to diverse cultures. Exactly. That's stupidity. It's like the Roman Empire welding the French, Italians, Germans, Russians, Irish, and English into one country called Europea. Then the country isn't working. Excuse me. They perpetually quarrel over revenue sharing, power sharing, etc. They plot coup against whoever is in power based on the perception that he's favoring his tribe. Maybe he's Hitler favoring the German tribe. Then some idiots come up with an appeal. We are all whites. Let's see ourselves first and foremost as Europeans. Let's forget our tribal differences. If we can see ourselves as one, we shall be the hope of the white race. Europea is the hope of whites. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether, be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut down. I'll go over that again. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut them down. They call them anarchists. Until a day came after the centralized authority lost total control over security. Dozens of armed groups are springing up outside the control of government to provide security. Eventually, a bloody civil war breaks out because of an election in which the ignoramuses have placed the hope of a messiah being elected. While those who know better won, the ignorant and puffed up illusionists call them doomsayers because they are living across the ocean in safety. A bloody civil war breaks out, election dispute, and who should control power, and great is the fall of the hope of the white race, Europea, by Femi Olufumilade. I pray that this doesn't come upon Nigeria, but it is up to Nigerians to decide how it goes, because the future looks very bleak for the country presently known as Nigeria. The future looks extremely bleak. Very, very bleak. Mhm. Mhm. That's the parable of Europia and the call by Ninas on which way Nigeria, the call for referendum, the most peaceful way to get things sorted out and put this derailed train on the track again. Caliphate's urgent rush to pipe away the vast gas deposits of eastern Nigeria while locking down the east to rot in the ruins of the 1967-1970 war by Tony Nnadi of Ninas, March 28, 2022. As the global hype about the diminishing importance of hydrocarbons continues, and as the Niger Delta region of Nigeria continues to reel in the pain and devastation of over 6 decades of Nigeria's oil exploration and exploitation, the attention of the Caliphate proprietors of unitary Nigeria is rapidly shifting to the vast gas deposits of eastern Nigeria, particularly Igbo land. It is well known that there are huge gas deposits in eastern Nigeria, but the unitary Nigeria and its Caliphate proprietors, masquerading as the federal government of Nigeria, have, by the instrumentality of the exclusive list in the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, hijacked and confiscated the ownership and control of the vast gas deposits, just as it did oil, coal, bitumen, limestone, and a long list of other solid minerals spread across the south and middle belt of Nigeria. It is obvious these vast gas deposits of eastern Nigeria have become the most urgent priority in the elaborate asset stripping scheme of the Caliphate. Operating as the federal government of Nigeria, this Caliphate had of recent regaled us with tales of how they will expand Nigeria's economic base with gas exports to Europe, suppressing the fact that the gas pipelines will first land gas to Kanu Industrial Hub before continuing in pipes to Europe through North Africa. But the many industrial hubs of the eastern region from which the gas will flow will be bypassed for the utilization of the gas. Many are aware of the 1300 pipeline project currently being rushed by the Nigerian government to export gas to Europe. That was the project from which China pulled back from a $1 billion loan agreement following a global caveat by Ninas, even as Caliphate-run NNPC had hurriedly deployed their counterpart funding to the project, commencing construction and laying of pipes. The Dangote refineries and fertilizer plant in which the Caliphate federal government plunged over $2 billion from Nigeria's treasury is anchored upon the confiscated oil and gas assets of the Niger Delta and the Yoruba Ondo, all a part of the elaborate asset stripping scheme of the Caliphate. The 1999 Constitution, which exclusively empowers the Caliphate operating as the federal government of Nigeria, is the only reason all these are going on, and unless we find a way to take down that 1999 Constitution, not only will the Caliphate succeed in cutting away the gas, they would intensify their extermination plan against the peoples of eastern Nigeria. The Russia-Ukraine war has suddenly escalated the urgency of that project as the West scouts for alternatives to Russia's oil and gas. This exponentially increases the danger Igbo land and the rest of the East is in. Everything else our people are doing outside the joint multi-regional constitutional force majeure that Ninas rolled out to oust the 1999 Constitution, the unitary Nigeria built on it is simply tantamount to self-immolation and a waste of time. It's a tragedy that people caught in this kind of existential threat are still monkeying around with some phantom Biafra restoration, in quote, and hallucinating about some phantom Igbo presidency, wobbling rambunctiously to the 2023 elections that will renew and reinforce that constitution, since it will be mandated by the 1999 Constitution, and especially because the winner of the election will have to swear to and govern by that obnoxious Constitution. Here is the link to the story of the pipeline. It's at www.icrc.gov.ng/NNPC. Just Google the pipeline. It's all over the internet. You will find it. The top image belongs to the article linked by Tony Nnadi. The lower pictures belong to my posting of 5th March 2022, which spices it up a bit. See also the elegy. In my opinion, the Caliphate is once again in poor position. The Caliphate is the chosen partner of choice for the Western looting oligarchy because it offers a blanket Nigeria plus the Sahel hegemony so that petro-klepto resources can be sloughed off without interference. I must add that there is no doubt that those within the NATO are working with the Nigerian Caliphate to suppress our people. And somebody think that a normal person will support the United States and Western Europe in their engagement with Russia. They do not work for the freedom of anybody, any people, anywhere in the world. They are always in those places to take something away. They don't mind whether the military, in fact, they use the military in Nigeria to suppress the local people on their way to get into the oil and gas fields. Any resistance from the people meets with gunshots, killings, and mass graves. Yet, American, Canadian, European oil and gas companies continue to do business with Nigeria, where extrajudicial killings are happening. It was the Nigerian government that criminalized the IPOB. IPOB didn't start out as a violent group. It was the Nigerian government. So all these are going on, and the United States, Canada, UK, every one of these countries have interest in the oil and gas system. Even though they've been seeing Nigeria going down and they are pulling off, selling their assets to local people, to Nigerians. They see what is going on in Nigeria. They are supporting it. They are doing business with the Arabs that are powering the evil happening in Nigeria, including Saudi Arabia. The United States, Canada, European countries know this. While like this, they are still doing business in some other ways with Nigeria. They cannot call Nigeria out. There is total silence, total blackout to what is happening in Nigeria, to the genocide that is happening in Nigeria. They know it. They don't talk about it. They are hush-hush about it. President Biden, more than 40 years ago, was very, very forceful in speaking out against apartheid in South Africa. He helped to put it to an end. But in the case of Nigeria, it doesn't matter. Biden cannot even say anything near African issues, not to talk about the killing, silent killing that is going on in Nigeria. The other day, train was bombed. Train tracks were destroyed from Kaduna to Abuja. One of the top functionaries in the Nigerian government is still being declared missing by his family. A top government functionary. It will get to all of them because they want to set the hopeless on fire. The Caliphate is using Boko Haram, all the different Fulani terrorist groups presently being called bandits. ISIS, everything that needs to be in Nigeria to burn Nigeria down is already there. And there are too many of them. This country must go through the knife unless this place will never know peace. Nigeria will never know peace. Nigeria will never know progress. Nigeria will never have respect. Nigerians will continue to deny that they are from Nigeria in other countries. Nigeria will continue to be the butt of joke all over the world. The resources in Nigeria, when people find out where I come from, they say, oh, Nigeria, that country with so much resources, but on fire. They say that the resources in Nigeria is the curse upon the country. And that curse emanates by being strange people in the same relationship. Nigeria need to part ways. When Nigeria part ways, then we have hope, chance of moving forward. Nigeria elicits nothing positive to Nigerians or for Nigerians. Those taking the resources and those buying it from them are our enemies. And so, neglect the call for multi-regional referendum by Ninas and continue in your mess. You will never be free. You will never know freedom. You will never know development. You will never know anything that points to an expected tomorrow in a country. That you will turn your light on and the light will be on. You turn your tap and the water will run. Or the road, if you pass and see a pothole on the road, you know that within a few weeks that pothole will be fixed. It's not magic. Nigeria has no future. The future of Nigeria has been greatly destroyed by those that started declaring Islamic law in the northern state of Zamfara across 12 states. Those are the 12 Sharia states. All those states, go search them, that are into Islamic system. That 12 states must be separated from the rest of Nigerians. And the Nigeria must go through referendum. That is the most peaceful way to sort Nigeria out. Anything else is window dressing, including 2023. And all those opportunities seeking Igbo presidency of 2023, president of Southeast extraction. Ndị Igbo do not need the presidency of Nigeria. We need a referendum. We need to go through it. And so those who think that it is just releasing statements and messages and nothing else, you don't know what is coming upon you. You will consume yourself. You will see. You will see it. Evil cannot continue forever. There is an end to it. Here is a northerner lamenting about the ethnic cleansing going on in southern Kaduna and in Benue State, in Plateau State, in a lot of states that are in the Middle Belt. Nasarawa, Taraba, all these places, they are killing people, taking over their communities. The same thing they want to do in Oduduwa land, the same thing they want to do in Igbo land, the same thing they want to do in Ibibio, in everywhere, in the southeast, everywhere. The government is behind it because they provided them with money and communication, everything. They are even carrying some military weapon that is bearing Nigerian military seal, Nigerian military serial numbers. Nobody is in jail for all these things. This is the country people say they are proud of. I mean, it's a shame. Just listen to this guy for a few minutes and it will be over now. It's been your guy, Stephen. Have a nice day.
Good evening, my dear Nigerians and the international community. Now, I want to address Nigerians and the international community about the current happenings in northern Nigeria. Although it's not only northern Nigeria, it's the entire country, but most particularly northern Nigeria. And I want to address the indigenous Nigerians and the Hausa people, particularly in Nigeria. You know, we need to rise up. We need to open our eyes. The Fulanis are moving all villages, killing people, rampaging communities. You know, they have no respect for religion. Fulani man has no respect, whether you are a Muslim or you are a Christian. I myself that is addressing you, I'm a Hausa person. These people have no regard for religion. If you are thinking it's about religion, you better open your eyes. The indigenous people in this country and the Hausa people need to rise up and open their eyes. This is not about religion, it's about ethnic cleansing. The Fulani people want to eliminate the indigenous Nigerians. Now, in my local government, Giwa local government of Kaduna State, it's a local government that is 99% Hausa people by tribe. But as I'm talking to you, over 4 days now, the Fulani militias have killed over 200 persons. And among them include my own relations. They have burnt houses. They have destroyed both Christians and Muslims. So it is high time for particularly the indigenous northern Hausas to unite themselves against this onslaught. If those that are in position of authority, if you think this is about religion, then you are still sleeping. This is not about religion. This is about ethnic cleansing. They are trying to eliminate the indigenous, Nigerians, the indigenous northerners, and take over their lands. This is about land grabbing. I'm telling you, in Zangwantama community, in your local government, which comprises of over 60 to 70 villages, cluster of villages, there have been so far now, over 100 people have been killed, houses burnt, their cows, their cattle that they use for, farming, for construction of bridges and all that, they have been scattered away.
You see, the only hope for Nigeria's indigenous people, indigenous nations, is to go through referendum. Anything else is a waste of time, including Igbo presidency, those clamoring for it. They are just being fraudulent against themselves. You will own whatever that belongs to you, wherever. Do not use the fact that Igbo people are invested in the north or everywhere else and use it to tie us down in the slave camp. No. It will be all sorted out, but we cannot remain together with our killers. There must be a demarcation line so that sovereign countries can defend their people when they come under attack. Have a nice day.
Thank you. As you can see from part 1 of this video, Fulanis have reasons to be proud of their leadership's achievements over southern politicians, military generals, professors, diplomats, chiefs, and Christian movements. Though I do not share some of their operational and leadership philosophies, the truth is I admire the Fulanis for achievements in Nigeria with little or no personal resource commitments, other than a mission, leadership, organization, and forward planning. This should summon the Igbos to revisit their own history, evaluate their leadership, and develop strategies to avert any impending calamities. For this reason, it is worth reminding Igbos and their leaders about their recent Igbo race bore the brunt of the West African slave trade, and known to be the most industrious and also rebellious. For example, most recorded slave rebellions were led by Igbo slaves. In Savannah, Georgia, 1803, Igbo slaves drowned themselves rather than be kept as slaves. Evidence that Igbo value freedom, independence, progress, and advancement. It is worth reminding that the victimization and marginalization of today existed even as far back as 1949. The British disliked and punished the Igbos for their supposedly arrogance and argumentativeness. Are they really? Igbo are vastly misunderstood and misrepresented. Genetically, Igbo are created diligent, resilient, strong-willed, proud, progressive, competitive, and highly independent. The late famous writer Langston Hughes wrote, and I quote, "The Igbo looks proud because he is bred in a free atmosphere where everyone is equal. He has to depend on anyone for his life's need. He is strong and able to work or fight. He is generally happy in his society where no one overrides his conscience. He likes to advance and he is quick to learn. He likes to give rather than to take," unquote. These are the attributes Igbo leaders have failed to communicate and promote aggressively across Nigeria. They remain the major source of Igbo hatred and envy. Not surprising, the British Prime Minister Harold Wilson feared our future such that he vowed never to allow Igbo nation to exist, no matter the millions of dead Igbos from starvation and bullets. Now, if we had true and selfless leaders, this pronouncement is enough to invest heavily in our future and trigger the best in Igbos, the greatest African race on earth. Unlike the Jews, Armenians, Rwanda, and Darfur genocides, the Igbo genocide has been neglected by the government of Nigeria, scholars, activists, and community leaders due to weak, compromised, or non-existent Igbo leadership. Now, are you aware that in March 1945, Igbo residents were massacred in Jos, followed in 1953 by another gruesome massacre in the city of Kano? Leading functionaries of the Northern Nigerian Native Administration were deeply involved in the planning. Now, similarly, in 1966, another genocide against the Igbo was conceived, planned, and executed with the support of public officials, including Northern emirs, district heads, former politicians, top civil servants, university students, British nationals, and law enforcement officers. Lest we forget, the Nigeria-Biafra War was imposed on the Igbos. Early 1967, Eastern Nigeria harboring about 1.8 million refugees sought restitution after successive genocides of the May 29, July 29, September 29, and October 29, 1966. A British organized conference in Aburi, Ghana yielded a signed treaty. Pressurized, General Gowon reneged on the agreement, leading to the Biafra secession. On 7 July 1967, the federal government declared war. The instruction to soldiers was clear and on record: kill every Igbo to avoid a repeat of the German World War II experience, in which they survived and later dominated the world technologically. Starvation was used as a weapon against Igbo civilians. Hunger killed more Igbos than bullets and bombs. Mothers could not provide breast milk for their babies, as they too were famished, malnourished, and dying of starvation. They carried children reduced to living skeletons, bloated bellies, and dying like flies. More than 1 million innocent civilians died of starvation. In Asaba, over 1,000 innocent Igbos were senselessly and brutally massacred. Wole Soyinka was imprisoned over Biafra. Steve Jobs of Apple Corporation abandoned Christianity in protest against Igbo genocide. John Lennon returned his MBE to the Queen. Jimi Hendrix played concerts to feed starving Igbos. Dr. Kano Ibiam returned his Queen's honors for Biafra's sake. Bruce Mayrock, a young American student, burned himself to death, protesting the Igbo genocide. The million-dollar question is this: what are Igbo and their leaders prepared to sacrifice to avert future calamities and restore security and progress for the Igbo race? There remains ominous signs that should keep Igbo and genuine leaders on their toes and with all eyes wide open. For example, northern states occupy over 752,000 square kilometers of land space. Anambra, Enugu, Abia, Imo, and Ebonyi total 29,000 square kilometers. Kogi State alone is 30,000 square kilometers. Niger State alone is 76,000 square kilometers. The entire southeast is a little less than Kogi State. Yet, Igbo states are under pressure to share this little space with imported aliens, with conflicting religious and cultural values. Not as visitors, but indigents. No one queries why the huge interest in 29,000 square kilometers rather than 752,000 square kilometers of space in the north. The satanic verses called the 1999 Constitution, with all the limitations it imposes on Igbo security, progress, and development, is another minefield. Listen to the frustrations of our elder statesman near Gordo.
49 people selected to write a constitution, wrote a constitution. 40 people in the Supreme Military Council promulgated a constitution for us. Under General Abubakar, government in which I served, I was in executive council. I never saw the draft constitution. And I was Minister of Information. It was my responsibility.
Nigeria of Nnamdi Azikiwe, of Bafemi Awolowo, and Tafawa Balewa has taken serious battle. Presently, Igbo lack a leadership fit for the new Nigerian realities. That gap gave birth to resistance movements like IPOB. In critical mass, Igbo need leaders as capable and determined as the Fulani. Igbo need a new generation of selfless, patriotic, dedicated, and visionary leaders to execute the following agenda in the interest of this and future generations. Fight ignorance and misinformation out there on Igbos with dedicated radio and TV stations, programs on the culture and values of the Igbo race, targeting Yoruba, Hausa, and Fulani youths. Igbo billionaires like Obi Kabana can support this. Assemble Igbo great minds from across the world and in all fields every 5 years to brainstorm and set milestones for the Igbo race 20 to 50 years ahead. Tony Elumelu's charity and others can support this. Emphasize education, science, technology, and research in our primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, and raise funds locally and internationally to support competitive advantage in these areas. Igbo expatriates worldwide will support this, providing accountability is guaranteed. Daily, God exposes his gifts in technology and science to Igbo kids with little or no formal education. These talents, inventions, technologies, and science should be harvested and nurtured through a well-funded body of eminent scholars and business executives. State governments, companies, and universities can support the initiative. Periodically, it is important that we engage the Fulani, Hausa, and Yoruba leaders and strategic thinkers in debates on the future of Nigeria and how Igbo can make a difference in a new Nigeria. It's an opportunity to sell the values that make us who we are. Publicize and openly celebrate special historic dates, traditions, and beliefs, promoting Igbo history, culture, and values across Nigeria, and follow it up with a press conference. Swiftly recognize, publicize, and develop strategic response to security situations in our homeland, and with the support of the state governments, traditional leaders, and Igbo youths. Rescue, publicize, the cases of Igbo youths and adults languishing in jails, military detentions, and slaughtered for expressing desire to be free and progress in their homeland. Identify, expose, and deal with saboteurs, no matter their rank in society. Hold Igbo representatives at federal and state levels accountable. Sponsor and promote new generation of politicians to take over from poor performing and compromised representatives. That's not too much to ask, is it? On issues that require national consultations and consensus, negotiate from position of strength with all the skills, wisdom, confidence, and generosity of the Igbo race. Develop strategies to unite pockets of Igbos, politically carved out through state creation, including rivers and delta, and nurture strategic partnerships with people of Middle Belt, Ibibio, Anang, Efik, and more. Now, next to God's power is political power, given only by the people. Hold regular meetings with church leaders to seek support in reinforcing unity, political activism, family discipline, traditional Igbo values, and respect for rule of law. We need it. Now, formulate a constitution or codes of conduct for the Igbo race to be taught at schools and workshops held in communities. Evil has descended on Igbo land and must be destroyed. Ritual killings, kidnapping, assassinations, cannibalism, and others. Make time to study your enemies and neighbors. Make time to know yourselves and strike out the saboteurs. Finally, who emerges Igbo president or governor of Igbo states must no longer be left to political parties and their sponsors alone. It is suicidal installing a foreign agent to occupy and regulate the heartbeat of Igbo land. Igbo, please note, your enemy is not Hausa, Fulani, or Yoruba. At worst, they are misinformed competitors. Your enemy is yourself, within and in leadership. Compromised Igbo leadership poses a calamitous threat to Igbo existence, survival, and progress. Unite and purge this leadership. We are of the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and with the capacity to transform deserts into oases. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We are the light of Africa. Let's dream big for Africa's sake and build a new Jerusalem. Yes, we can. Of course, we can. Thank you so much. God bless and secure our homeland. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ndewono.
In Africa, you got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at when we doing our rallies and our marches? Where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb? Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India.
Professor
that
James
you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people, with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race, and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or some, that's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
True. It's
to come
true.
to in the idea.
Selected to write a constitution, wrote a constitution. 40 people in the Supreme Military Council promulgated a constitution for us. Under General Abubakar, the government in which I served, I was in executive council. I never saw the draft constitution. And I was Minister of Information. It was my responsibility to publicize it to the country. On the day of swearing in of Obasanjo, we didn't have a copy of the constitution. I didn't know who was printing it. And my ministry was supposed to pay for the printing. And Obasanjo was sworn on a constitution that had not been read by anybody.
Wow.
And the National Assembly could not be constituted until 4 days after he swearing in, because there was no clean copy of the constitution. You cannot build a website, and the country cannot live on falsehood.
Such a fraud. Such a fraud. That's what Nigeria is. Amidst the union dispute declared by the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, on December 16, 2020, when the regional political merchants are done with their horse-trading charade labeled political solution to separatists and secessionists, they will dismount from their high horses and soberly engage the self-determination questions arising from the grave constitutional grievances inflicted by Nigeria's imposed unitary constitutional order on the peoples of the distressed Federation of Nigeria. Until then, let folly reign in the refugee camp of regional renegades called Abuja, said by Tony Nadi, December 2nd, 2021. There's something else that is like this. That one had questions to ask. Here it goes. Wale Arishekola asked the following questions. He says, if anyone has any answers, they should please wake him up and in the morning and let him know what the answers are to these questions. What suddenly happened to the Bring Back Our Girls movement? Have all the girls returned, or it was a mere selfish project by aggrieved individuals? Number 2, why has Duzuki not gone back to court to face charges for his monumental fraud since he was granted bail last year? Does bail mean all charges have been dropped forever, or has he been going to court secretly? Number 3, those who promise that they will expose the sponsors of Boko Haram as soon as possible, what are they still waiting for? Are the sponsors still elusive 5 years down the line? We haven't had the name or prosecution of any sponsor. 4, where is Sadiq Oguche, the mastermind of the Nyanya bombing, and Kabiru Sokoto, who was apprehended for the Suleja Catholic Church bombing? Where are they? 5, when Boko Haram members repent, unquote, and get rehabilitated, how do they not mention their sponsors? Also, how do we monitor them to ensure they don't go back to rejoin the terrorists? Number 6, where are we on the sensational NDDC/off-mic exposure? Are the people just going to get away with such monumental fraud as exposed by Babio and Co.? 7, what is the outcome of EFCC's investigation into the alleged multi-billion naira financial misappropriation and embezzlement by the chairman and commissioners of Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission and the illegal use of the commission's money against President's directive to buy expensive luxury cars for themselves and their spouses? Number 8, where are we on the Magu issue? Is he still on suspension or has he been removed? Was he found guilty or was it just a setup? Number 9, how did the police arrive at discharging Abba Kyari without releasing the circumstances surrounding his involvement and vindication by the Special Panel of Investigation? Does it mean that FBI lied? Is it the duty of a police officer, crime investigator, to mediate between a teller and an international criminal? Number 10, when will we see the report of the NNPC audit that was promised to be released within the first 6 months? Anyone with sensible answers to any of or all of the above is invited to help out. This is courtesy of Advocacy for Good Governance Social Network. Again, the whole thing that contains all that Wale, what is his full name again? Wale Arishekola, the whole thing that, the 10 questions he just put out now, they are all embedded in the Constitution of Nigeria. The 1999 Constitution is the reason all the problem, all the headache, all the stomach upset, all the challenges, all the lack of water, electricity, road, infrastructures, all the discrimination, all the bloodletting, all the Fulani terrorists. Muhammadu Buhari. It is because of that constitution. That's why we are where we are. And so the earlier we get it sorted out, the better for everyone. And it is the best thing that can happen to Africa, that we get it sorted out. Others will come to learn it from us. So check out ninasvoice.org, lowernigercongress.org. Please, I want to apologize to our listeners up front. The reason I have been mentioning the rogue franchise that has destroyed essentially our place, that has caused Nigerian military to be wearing rags along the road from Port Harcourt to Anambra State. You will see them even beyond. You will see Nigerian police essentially not showing up in uniform. Instead, they are scared of the unknown gunmen. Places like Olo are completely destroyed. You will see broken glasses as you come to an intersection in Olu where Nigerian police and other security agencies are extorting our people, taking money from them right at the middle of the road. In fact, they are using POS to transfer money to Nigerian police and the Nigerian Civil Defense, Custom, Army, immigration and prisons. You can name it, anything that is bearing arm in Nigeria. They are on the road collecting money from Port Harcourt to anywhere you're going in the southeast or south-south. But in Olo in particular, the place is destroyed. Olo is the epicenter of the war that is going on between Nigerian military and members of the ESN and unknown gunmen and known gunmen. All those things, all those people like holding people on the middle of the street and snatching their vehicle and continuing wearing red gowns or black gowns or blue gowns, all kinds of things going on by our own people, on our own people. I mean, that's against what other people are very envious of the Igbo people. The Igbo people are known to be very productive people. That's who we are. People may wonder why I'm mentioning Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB and the joke they're playing on our people. It's because I just went through the whole experience firsthand. You know, here's a simple definition of economic activity. An economic activity is a process that, based on inputs, leads to the manufacture of a goods or the provision of services. The very things others are envious of Igbo people is what the IPOB using ESN ex-cons who escaped prison at Owerri or somewhere there in Imo State. They are using unknown gunmen, including the Nigerian military and police. They are joining in the game. And what you're seeing is that there's a lot of insecurity in our place. To go from one place to the other, you will see a dozen or more police checkpoints along the way. Within 30 minutes drive, you can see another police checkpoint from the one you are standing on right now, like 300 meters away. The very things others are envious of Igbo people, which is economic activity, is being shut in by a group that claims to be fighting for Biafra. Our people on Echezikwe like Ndibai or this in Zuzu. That the people that are destroying you wouldn't be the people trying to save you from current danger in Onia, which is Nigeria, because Nigeria is a dangerous place to be. As a country, as a land, the way it is now. In fact, the land is so hot, like if you go to River State in Port Harcourt, you will be feeling like not stepping out on the street for the rest of your life. Because it is very hot. The flames are setting the place on fire. Now, how could you destroy the things that others are very envious of you? The thing that made the Hausa man to be jealous of Igbo people. The thing that made people to sell land many times over to Igbo people in Lagos. I saw it. If you buy land, the moment you go to dig in to do anything, they come again and tell you they are money, and they start demanding money. The Igbo were making trade and making money to buy these things. I saw Alaba market when it was only the electronic side before the madness that went through there. Now, if you turn out to be a movement that is looking for the salvation of Ndi Igbo, and you start destroying and shutting Igbo people in every Monday, in fact, they shut them in 4 days last month because of what Nnamdi Kanu had a court appearance. I mean, is this about Igbo people or a war from Nnamdi Kanu against Ndi Igbo over the killing of his parents? Because he blamed Ndi Igbo for the death of his parents. Is this a war between the haves and the have-nots? Is this a war between the people that broke out of prison and those that have not committed any crime yet, that haven't gone into prison? What is going on? We are made poorer and weaker by their attacks. Ndi Igbo must fight back and secure our towns and villages from invading criminals waving Biafra flag like they really are working to realize an independent state or an independent state of Biafra. Which one are they looking for? To put Ndi Igbo in a state or a federation, a nation that is called State of Ndi Igbo? Are they trying to put us in a particular state, or we are becoming people, a nation, by their actions? This has been your guy, Stephen. Have a nice day. Here's an article penned by the Secretary General of Lower Niger Congress and the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, on May 21st, 2021. It goes this way. the wisdom of setting your own roof on fire. The conquest, designs, and murderous invasions of the Fulani is countrywide in Nigeria and was long in coming, facilitated immeasurably by the Caliphate-imposed 1999 constitution that tied everyone's hands to the back. Receiving a great boost when Buhari, the great Fulani champion, marauded his way to power via the Boko Haram campaign machinery back in 2015. The situation certainly required strategic action from the non-caliphate rest of Nigeria to address. At a time, the non-caliphate rest of Nigeria rallied behind the strategic actions prescribed by the LNC Movement for New Nigeria, or NINA's grand script that would oust both the Fulani and the 1999 constitution that brings them to our various spaces. Those Igbo folks, especially in the diaspora and particularly in the World Igbo Congress, WIC, who mocked what was being done by the LNC and its MNN allies, now NINAS, as mere academic exercise. Those Igbo who wanted physical action and who clapped and cheered rancorously and donated generously when Nnamdi Kanu announced the Igbo self-immolating outfit tagged ESN that was commanded to murder soldiers and policemen in Igbo land. Are the same ones shouting blue murder now that the Fulani embraced the invitation and license of Nnamdi Kanu to kill Igbo youth with impunity? Maybe when the blood festival that Nnamdi Kanu has been preparing for the Fulani and Nigeria in Igbo land gets fully underway, and when sufficient blood is shed in Igbo land to satisfy the bloodthirsty demons being invoked by the chief merchant of the Rogue Biafra franchise, the unthinking and dishonest Igbo cheerleaders of Nnamdi Kanu's lunacy will become sober and honest enough to proclaim very loudly to the hearing of both the global community and non-caliphate alliance partners in Nigeria that Nnamdi Kanu is the cause of the great calamity that has befallen Igbo land. Until then, let us continue in our dishonesty and folly of clapping and cheering for the bloodthirsty lunatics setting the Igbo roof on fire in the name of a totally meaningless Biafra restoration. No one is rejoicing about Nigeria's current genocidal onslaught in Igbo land, and consequences will attach for the crimes against humanity now being committed in the East by the illicit federal government of Nigeria. But while all steps are being taken to get that, to get halt the official and unofficial bloodletting and military operations in Igbo land, we must also find the courage and honesty to proclaim very loudly that Nnamdi Kanu brought this upon Igbo land, and he truly did. Next is the Guardian newspaper advertorial taken up by the World Igbo Congress, whose leader is based in Houston, Texas, U.S., where World Igbo Congress was in total support for the ESN madness that has bettered the clearly foreseeable killings and military operations in Igbo land. Hailing and expressing support for the so-called Eastern Security Network set up by Nnamdi Kanu and his IPOB, which rapidly degenerated to unknown gunmen, which prompted the massive military operation, was unleashed in Igbo land by the federal government of Nigeria as a reaction to what Kanu was doing. This WIC World Igbo Congress advertorial in Guardian newspaper is cited by the federal government of Nigeria as irrefutable evidence that the Igbo elite are in full endorsement of the mass murder Nnamdi Kanu was orchestrating in Igbo land, both against the Igbo who opposed his methods and against law enforcement, police and military. This unfortunately was what informed the indiscriminate killing by federal troops, by Nigerian military and police in Igbo land, because in the sight of the federal government and its military, IPOB was Igbo. We heard when the Inspector General of Police openly asked the Middle mobile police forces deployed as part of the military operation in the southeast to kill instead of arresting anyone suspected to be involved with IPOB. More like kill them all order, reminiscent of the 1966 pogroms, when they were killing whoever that is considered to be non-Northerner and Easterner. Just because the WIC at the Victoria turned all Igbo to IPOB ESN in the eyes of the Nigerian federal government. It was against the backdrop of the WIC at Victoria tragedy that the widely circulated AVID's letter, the U.S. Department of Defense citing Nnamdi Kanu as the only hope of the Igbo, simply reinforced the aforementioned Igbo conspiracy view of the federal government of Nigeria for the killing of troops and policemen in Igbo land, compounding therefore an existing tragedy. Below is another video and a commentary. With the work Ninas is doing, the odyssey of trust and suspension among the ethnic nationalities has been reduced to the barest minimum, as every indigenous ethnic nationality has been empowered to obtain her sovereignty and run as fast as possible to establish their people's self-determination. Things have changed and are changing. It's new dispensation. It's a new era. As we organize our people according to the UN standard of operation, once an information comes out, please let's think of how we can benefit from it as a people. Once your people are okay in their ancestral land, collectively we will be okay and empowered to drive out all aggressors. The indigenous peoples have the common core value of all men being born equal and have right to life. The aggressors do not. So please let this be the focus and let's fight this bloodless war together and fast too. Thanks. Check out Ninas on Facebook, on YouTube, on the internet, www.ninasvoice.org.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance.
That's the governor of Bayelsa State.
And dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism.
Not surprisingly,
states and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination.
God bless you.
Or even in outright cases, secession.
Thank you.
An ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states.
There you
While
go.
it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
the country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state.
That's Professor Benjamin Ogaba,
For the protection of their environment.
President Ijaw National Congress.
To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and proceed to actualize our right to self-determination as distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue the target of self-determination until it is achieved.
Amen.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people. Ovietime George, Arise News.
The leakage is continuing and nothing is being done about it. The leakage in Nembe is ongoing. You can see the pipe leaking. Nobody is doing anything about it. Meanwhile, a northerner, Aminu Seira, wrote the following about the South. The Igbo people need to follow exactly what the Ijaw people are doing. We need to follow through with it. Ndi Igbo through Ohaneze needs to come out and make our position known. We're not interested in the next 2023 election. We're not interested in who becomes the president of a dysfunctional country, Nigeria. But we're interested in having a referendum to help us find out from our people whether they want to remain in Nigeria or they want to remain outside of Nigeria. This is what our people are clamoring for, not who becomes the next president of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria would do no Igbo any good. It may make a few people billionaires in Naira or dollars, but that's how far it can go. You will still be in jail under the 1999 Constitution if your neighbor, if your town's guy becomes the president. It doesn't change anything about your future anchored on the 1999 Constitution. Now, this is what this Northerner had to say against the South. Notice how he addressed it, the Southerners. No Southerner will smell the seat of the president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments, says Aminu Seira. We are just watching the actions of the Southerners against the Northerners without taking any decision, without taking any decisive action against them because we know where we are waiting for them. The North is telling the South that they have the population. Maybe they are counting the sands in the desert to outnumber the South, but we're not interested in the election. We're interested in a referendum that will happen before we even get far. That they are focusing on something else. So he says no Southerner will smell the seat of president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments. We have the number and we are at liberty to decide who becomes the next president of this country. We've watched Southerners humiliate, insult, abuse, kill, and torture our people, and as well destroy the means of livelihood of our people, doing their legitimate business in the South. In all of this, we never revenge because we know, wow, the Northerners are master of liars. These are the people that has been beheading people, destroying businesses and houses and lives across the North. When something happens in Europe, Christians in Nigeria get killed by Islamic extremists and terrorists in Nigeria, in Arewa, Nigeria. These people killed an old lady in Kano just a few years ago. They killed a teacher in Bauchi for removing Quran in the hands of a student that was using it to cheat in an exam. They killed that teacher, a Yoruba lady. Now they are telling us that they don't do nothing to the South. Wow. Anyway. Any Southerner planning to contest the presidential position of this country will receive the highest humiliation and embarrassment he has never seen all through his life. These people hate us with passion, including our religion, and you don't expect us to allow them rule us. This is in line with Ahmadu Bello's position. that the South must be treated as a conquered territory, with the minority in the North as their slaves to do whatever they wish, and never allow the South to have the rule over them. That's what this guy, Aminu Seira, is repeating here. We are meant to be at the top, not beneath, right from the origin of this country. We've not been defeated in an election, and it won't happen in 2023. They should continue destroying their region with sit at home while we are planning ahead of them come 2023. If the South does not follow through with what the judges did, I mean particularly Southeast, Ndị Igbo must follow through and make their position known in Nigeria. Ndị Igbo, we are not interested in any further election about who rules Nigeria. There is future beyond Nigeria. There is future beyond present Nigeria that is not working. There is something better. That is what Ndị Igbo should be suing for, not who becomes the next president of a dysfunctional country. Ndị Igbo must not die because of Nigeria, but Ndị Igbo can live outside of Nigeria. Outside current arrangement that is not working. A hijacked arrangement. Nigeria, as presently constituted and administered, is a rogue country, worse than North Korea. Worse than North Korea. I mean, North Korea even have road. Whether it's few, it doesn't matter, but they have road. Maybe there are not much cars on it, but they have road. Their electricity may be epileptic, but it's better than that of Nigeria. Referendum is loading. Referendum, multi-regional referendum is loading. The era of the angry black man is becoming the black responsibility era. It's about looking within to find reasons for being victimized and addressing them. It has become very imperative for the victims of the catastrophic rape, pillage, plunder, and deprivation currently going on in Africa, especially Nigeria, to rise up and take charge of their collective destiny. The stench of death, the evil, thick darkness, and the signs of impending doom looming and lurking around can no longer go unnoticed. What do you do when you are daily exposed to horror, yet you have no voice to express your woes because the perpetrators of your woes have silenced you with the barrels of gun they placed over your head? It is time for the indigenous peoples trapped in British Caliphate colony of Nigeria to lead the initiative to end and correct the evil done to them and their peoples. It's no more acceptable for the beneficiaries of the ongoing abomination to tell us what to do, let alone lead this all-important life-saving conversation. However, there is a way to do it. But how would you know and understand this way? If you refuse to listen to those who initiated this project about 20 years ago. Unlike you, remember, they have taken time out to study the pitfalls and landmines on this chosen pathway. So, for safety reasons, everyone cannot direct at this time. How come you like Nina's proposition but hate the messengers? Are you like the proverbial dog who refused to pay attention to the whistle of the guide because he has accepted that getting lost is his fate? You keep asking, why should it be him, her, them? As our enemies approach to swallow us while we have the key to our escape in our hands, bickering like toddlers. How can it be that we're so intelligent, yet our intelligence has refused to work for us? How is it that we are so spiritual and religious, yet our spirituality has refused to work for us? Is it the barber that lacks barbing skills, or is the hair clipper that is not sharp? Or could it be both? Please join Daughters of Truth for a thought-provoking session of their Saturday talk show, Saturday, November 20th, 2021. Here are the times from different time zones around the world. Central 9:30 a.m. Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 4:30 p.m. local time in Nigeria, 3:30 p.m. London, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time, and 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, PST, which is Vancouver time. You can also check this out on Lower Niger Radio 24/7. It's there. Or YouTube, or even on Facebook. Thanks for listening. Concluding part of Tony Nadi's address at the Aladima meeting at Enugu some time ago.
Biafra was declared on the 30th of May in 1967. 3 days before, Lagos announced the creation of a River State and Southeastern State that have become Akwa Ibom and Cross River today, such that you go to where you want to solve the problem at the UN, the people of River State or Akwa Ibom will be telling you that they were not in your eastern region that became Biafra on the 30th of May in 1967. And as mischievous as it may all be, it will be factually correct until you find an answer to it that is satisfactory to them, which was why the LNC started by going around to sit down with them. We went to the Jaw, the Anang, the Efik, and they bought into it to say, we will be a region of 70 million people standing together to recover what Nigeria took from us. And if others are willing to walk along, the Yoruba will have no quarrel with, the Middle Belt will have no quarrel with. The only problem is the strange civilization Sharia and then 12 contiguous states, the Caliphate. And if anybody says we don't have a problem emanating from that, that person needs to do some more study. Between them and the British joint venture, they don't belong here. They came by jihad. They got the northern part and had it for 100 years before the British got here. They came from the Atlantic front, conquered and deceived. They met halfway in the Middle Belt area, the Lorry-Benue axis, and like two robbery gangs, after one target, they formed a joint venture to capture that target and share the benefits. That was what became Nigeria in 1914. That caliphate was part of how it was all worked out. We were not told until it was announced. It was resisted here, but there were Dobas up north in Sokoto and Zungeru to celebrate that merger. And that joint venture is still taking 3 million barrels of crude oil every day, ready to kill whoever stands their way. That was what consumed 3.5 million people in Biafra. That's what led to all the arrangement to tie us up and down. 80% of the oil Nigeria is selling today, Umanu Igbo. Has anybody been to Boni here before? Has anybody been to any other language in Boni? Okrika, Degema, and all of it. So what they did in 1960 was to begin this pretense that there was some Niger Delta somewhere. Yes, there's a Boni language, there's a Jaw language, but in all of what they have put together to divide up that place so that we're not on speaking terms anymore, it's just to make sure that we're not able to even know what is wrong with us. And therefore, we've come to where this constitution will go down. Those planning elections on it, those planning to renew it for another 4 years by holding elections on it, are going to have to contend with all of those who have repudiated it. Those repudiations were not matters of accident. They were worked out, programmed, and sold to the grassroots. And today, while they plan their election, the reason we've been in one retreat after the other, those who are going to make things happen in their places, we say, we will not accept one more electoral round to renew our enslavement for the same reasons. Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Governor Mbeki, and all of them rejected apartheid. There was also the Bantustan regime in which some blacks in South Africa were persuaded to take it slowly, like some of our people talking restructuring. Let's go take whatever we can find and not die. No. We say this document will go, and our strategy for shooting it down, because it's been talk and talk, nobody has seen much of action. The action around it is that those who reject it are rejecting election, and if elections are shut down, this document will not survive another month from the point that happens. And we're talking about 2018. We know security people are here. In fact, some of them are streaming live to Abuja. But it doesn't matter. We are convinced that it is within our reach to shut down this instrument of enslavement. And that was why we had to identify with the ADF when they said that our people are not in search of how to fix Nigeria. We want self-determination, that we reject this constitution as basis of Nigeria, and that we must go to a referendum to decide whether we're going with Nigeria or with ourselves. I think if all we take from this convention and this celebration is for our people to know that such is coming, that would have been a great achievement. Thank you very much.
That has been Tony Nadi of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, speaking at the convention of Aladima ADF, Alibo Development Foundation, at Enugu a few years back. I hope you gained a few insights as to why we need a referendum in Nigeria and why Nigeria is the way it is. Nigeria was set up to manipulate a particular people, to divide them, to sow the seed of discord among one people, telling Olobiri people, Boni people that they are not Igbo, meanwhile they are Igbo-speaking people. They are the same people. Nothing divided them. They are one people. But for it to work for Nigeria, they had to divide them. Now our people have to actually wake up from their slumber and see the reality on ground, that all this thing has been designed to manipulate them. The 3 million barrels a day oil that is being lifted by Nigeria, which is now going for over $90 a barrel at the international market. It has not profited the people of Ijo. It has not profited the people of Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogoni. In fact, they have received massacres, genocides. So the earlier we subject Nigeria to referendum, the better for all of us. Speaking of the indifference of Africans, especially those in diaspora, to what is happening in Nigeria, I did reference a Nigerian who has been living in North America for over 45 years, telling new arrivals into British Columbia or elsewhere that they should forget about where they come from and live their life fully here, because he believes that's the best way they can resettle in a different country and be themselves. People from other countries are doing the same thing. They are going back to their home countries and getting rid of whatever property they have there and moving over to their adoptive countries for good. That's what this guy is saying. But this American professor, Professor James Small, has a different perspective. He believes that it is selfishness, it is lack of wisdom, lack of foresight that enables Africans moving into the United States to only focus on themselves and don't even care about their people dying in Nigeria, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in every country wherever there is crisis in Africa. Africa don't care. Even when black people are killed in North America, in the United States for the most part, like Nigerians and African citizens of these countries, resident in these countries, they don't care. They just continue with their business. While Black Lives Matter movement is going out on the street, protesting, holding court every day, making sure that the world gets to know what is happening to their families, how their children are getting killed, how their young people are getting cut short, their life getting cut short by the state in North America. That is what is behind this professor's frustration with Africans moving into the United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, wherever. They need to bring a certain energy to be back to their home countries in Africa, especially Nigeria, where terrorists are taking over the country and overrunning communities and replacing them. With the tacit support of a sitting government, people are quiet. They are not reacting to it the way they should. Here, Professor James Small on this.
They would not even use an
Let me ask you this question, brother. You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Exactly.
You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed clothes that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world that allow all ethnic nations to profit has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we're African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
There you have it. If you leave Africa, go to the United States, takes the job that an African American born in the United States of descendants of slaves, they believe that you are an economic enemy. And because you are not involved in political movements for positive change, they believe that you are also an enemy because you are not helping to make the society a better place, either in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, or in the United States. That's the lot of the black man, the burden of the black man. They need to rise up and change, especially black Africans in diaspora or in Africa. They need to come to that realization. We must come to the realization that people's movement makes all the difference. Some of us might need to die, might have to die for others to live and live life more abundantly. I believe the high priest said this when Christ was brought before him. He said it's important that one of us die, that the whole nation perish not. We should care about the greater number of us than individuals. If we go it alone, we will lose. But if we care for each other, if we work together, we will succeed. This has been your guy, Stephen, from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. Radio Liberty. For the same reason, the world has remained silent over development in Nigeria, waiting for more fire to be burning, more smoke to be going up in the air. Maybe three times what happened in Rwanda should also repeat in Nigeria, a country that has experienced over 3 million citizens of the country, the East, being decimated, being destroyed during the Civil War. Less than 50 years ago, 51 years ago. Now, the whole world, especially the Western countries, they are still keeping quiet, watching Nigeria to see how far the fire will burn. And they don't mind continuing doing business with Nigeria because of the oil and gas. They don't care about our people. They don't care. They wouldn't mind seeing some of our people die in their trying to cross the Mediterranean, going to Europe. People are still dying doing that. Nigerians are still being held in jails in Libya, being auctioned in Libya. Nigeria and other Africans are still in detention centers, getting sold at auctions in a country, Libya, that has fallen apart through miscalculated Western intervention. Tony Blair, former British Prime Minister, supplied the false information that led to the bombing of Iraq the second time by George Bush Jr. Tony Blair. Because of oil and gas, they don't mind seeing places go up in flames because of oil and gas. This is what is going on all over the world. Iraq is a broken country, thanks to Western intervention. And when I think about this, I keep wondering, could these people actually support good thing and see it happen very well in countries? Their intervention, what does it really do for nations? Yemen has been there for many years. Congo is a forgotten war. Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan has been taken over by the Taliban. U.S. intervention, both in Iraq and Afghanistan, including Syria too, because they pulled out of Syria too. Somalia has been a failed state for over 30 years now. Sudan, they helped to carry out a referendum. They have been on edge ever since. That of Sudan is the most shameful one because Cuba helped to provide them personnel. They trained their people. Cuba taught South Sudan how to be patriotic citizens, the love of their place, the love of their country. But as soon as they got independence, they went into war because of leadership. What killed Nigeria? What helped to destroy Nigeria? The constitution is the number one, but leadership failed Nigeria from day one. And the Arewa had bad intentions in joining that union. They never were part of it. They had their evil intentions, which they are carrying out now, which is helping to tear Nigeria apart beyond repair, beyond recovery, because Nigeria must part ways. Anyway,
there's only one simple way to stop refugees. Stop creating them in the first place. Right now, in the news, There are a lot of stories about refugees risking their lives to cross the English Channel. The majority of them come from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, or Libya, countries the UK has recently bombed. So maybe if we stopped bombing people's homes, they wouldn't need to leave those homes. A lot of our foreign policy simply does not make sense. Sometimes we are told that it is absolutely vital for us to overthrow a dictator to bring in democracy, whereas previously we were happy to arm them. Sometimes we even arm a dictator, only to bomb them just 4 months later. In a lot of cases, not only do we support dictators, but we've put them there in the first place. In 1953, Britain and the United States orchestrated a coup to remove the democratically elected Iranian prime minister.
We had some involvement with overthrowing a democratically...
That's Obama speaking.
We did this because he was going to nationalize Iran's oil
Protect his country's assets. That's how they killed Thomas Sankara.
But because this would have affected our oil revenues, we helped put in his place the Shah, a non-democratic monarch. The Shah went on to imprison, torture and execute his political opponents with the full support of the West.
How did the torture start? Not with an official order, but with individuals, were you saying?
Probably. In the inside, they would never come to me and say, well, sir, we have tortured this fellow to make him talk. No, that was not my business.
And when the blowback to our actions came, it was devastating.
That's what triggered the Iranian Revolution.
We never seem to learn from our mistakes.
And the same thing has repeated in Afghanistan.
Thinking that killing innocent
Islamics took over Iran that time. They have taken over Taliban, thanks to US involvement.
Dictators, thinking that this time
it doesn't make sense.
But all we do is fuel conflict and terrorism and force people to flee their homes and become refugees.
This is where the teenager's body was found this morning, hours after he'd set sail with another boy in a small inflatable boat. When the boat capsized, only one of the boys was found alive.
If we really want to stop refugees, then we need to stop creating them.
The actions of the United States and the Western countries are fueling this quietness around the world. If the United States and the Western Europe and the Western countries wants to see stability in the world, they should insist on good governance in countries that they are doing business with. Because they are enabling Nigeria by still trading with Nigeria after it's been made so clear that Nigeria is engaging in extrajudicial killings, documented. That alone should bother the conscience of the world to say, no, enough of this nonsense. No, but they think that Nigeria is peaceful enough to be doing business with Nigeria. They believe that Nigeria is okay the way it is to be continuing doing business with Nigeria instead of placing sanctions, instead of demanding that International Criminal Court investigate Muhammadu Buhari in Nigeria along with other government functionaries, including Lai Mohammed. The world keeps quiet, waiting for more Nigerians to die. The people has been weakened over many decades already. Their weapons have been taken away from them. They are economically disempowered. They are stealing the money and giving them 5,000 naira. I mean, proposing to give them 5,000 naira, which is less than $10 a month for maybe 1 month. They will not even give at all. But that money will be shared among government officials. The world doesn't care what is happening to Africa because it is Africa. And then the world never even finished jobs they went to do in Arab countries. That's why we have Yemen, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, Somalia, and a whole lot of other places. Their intervention is highly, highly suspect.
Behind the Middle Belt killings is Caliphate ethnic cleansing. Behind Niger Delta agitation is Caliphate seizure of oil and gas. Behind Biafra and Odua agitation, Caliphate imposed unitary Nigeria. Behind the Caliphate itself is the rogue 1999 Constitution. Elections 2023 is Caliphate push to retain the 1999 fraud. Nigerians, say no to any further election in the country. Let's take down the 1999 Constitution and save our people and our land.
The country is not burning for nothing. You probably have heard in the news in the last few days that a lady from the north, a Muslim lady, got crowned Miss Nigeria. And the reaction of the north is to send their Sharia police to arrest the lady. We're not in one country, and so we must part ways. Here is the parable of Europia, written by Femi Olufumilade. It touches on the very heart of the problem. Meanwhile, Nenas has given us the guideline, the processes that must be followed to get out of this mess called One Nigeria. Because we don't belong, really, we don't belong with the Arewa 12 Sharia states. We do not belong. And we do not in any way impede them in following after their religious dictates. But the other question is, why are they standing on our way? Why are they being such an obstacle to seeing Nigeria peacefully sorted out? Why are they standing in the way of a lasting solution to the existential problem of Nigeria? Why are there such a clog in the wheel of progress of the nations being detained in one Nigeria under the 1999 Constitution? Imagine Hisbah arresting the parents of the Kanu girl who just won Miss Nigeria pageant. Those Islamists in the north of Nigeria are qualified to be a separate country governed by Sharia. That's what they all want. They are just like Afghanistan, if I may add. Don't mind the pretension to being some sort of liberal nationalists. It doesn't exist among them. They all want the Sharia, including the professors. They only differ on the type of extent because and the extent because each of the Islamic sects that are better among them claims superiority over the others. The Sunni have gained the upper hand, the president of Nigeria and most of the governors being part of the sect. But the other sects too, including Boko Haram, have members in powerful positions, including the armed forces. They are the ones who undermine the fight against insurgency. As the Yoruba would say, the insect destroying the vegetable plant lives on it. Let them have an autonomous nation with their preferred and chosen constitution based on this Islamic law. I mean, we are very, very free-minded in this matter. We wish the North what they wish themselves, which is Sharia state, like Somalia, Afghanistan, that's Yemen. This is who they want to be. If eventually they decide to be like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or UAE, we also wish them all the best. But we need to go through referendum to sort things out and get things going the right direction, at least for our people. Give me and my own people the latitude to enact our own constitution and spell out how we want to be governed and our vision of our place in the world. We can associate as a confederacy the way Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England have been for decades. That's the minimum for peace, harmony, and progress. It is crass ignorance on the part of supposedly educated people to think the solution is in being a Nigerian and forgetting you belong to diverse cultures. Exactly. That's stupidity. It's like the Roman Empire welding the French, Italians, Germans, Russians, Irish, and English into one country called Europea. Then the country isn't working. Excuse me. They perpetually quarrel over revenue sharing, power sharing, etc. They plot coup against whoever is in power based on the perception that he's favoring his tribe. Maybe he's Hitler favoring the German tribe. Then some idiots come up with an appeal. We are all whites. Let's see ourselves first and foremost as Europeans. Let's forget our tribal differences. If we can see ourselves as one, we shall be the hope of the white race. Europea is the hope of whites. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether, be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut down. I'll go over that again. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut them down. They called them anarchists, until a day came after the centralized authority lost total control over security. Dozens of armed groups are springing up outside the control of government to provide security. Eventually, a bloody civil war breaks out because of an election in which the ignoramuses have placed the hope of a messiah being elected. While those who know better won, the ignorant and puffed up illusionists call them doomsayers because they are living across the ocean in safety. A bloody civil war breaks out, election dispute, and who should control power, and great is the fall of the hope of the white race, Europea, by Femi Olufumilade. I pray that this doesn't come upon Nigeria, but it is up to Nigerians to decide how it goes, because the future looks very bleak for the country presently known as Nigeria. The future looks extremely bleak. Very, very bleak. That's the parable of Europea and the call by Ninas on which way Nigeria, the call for referendum, the most peaceful way to get things sorted out and put this derailed train on the track again.
We came out yesterday, May the 2nd, to a statement purportedly coming out from one Peter Afunanya that says is a spokesman of DSS, threatening everybody who says who is doing anything that would threaten the unity of Nigeria and the sovereignty of Nigeria and government and all such nonsense. Well, I would be surprised if it came from DSS, because one cannot trust what we find on social media these days. But if anybody is still at that mundane level of thought of describing self-preservation actions being taken within the rights of self-determination that's inalienable to the constituents of the disputed Federation of Nigeria, because this Constitution 1999, that is a forgery, that has our signature at the base as authorization. As long as that constitution is in place, Nigeria is a disputed project, because the people who are purported to have agreed to live together have come forward to say we never met, we never agreed on anything. It is a forgery, it is a fraud against all of us. It is in that kind of setting that one will be addressing on behalf of NINAS, addressing that State Directorate of State Services, DSS, to point them, to explain to them, just in case they didn't know. They should be finding out from their principal what is going on. That is the federal government of Nigeria. They should realize that what the people who are demanding an immediate reconstruction of the constitutional basis of Nigeria, the one they call restructuring, or even the ones that say they are fed up, they want to go to be countries of their own, they are not the ones threatening the unity of Nigeria. The people that are threatening the unity of Nigeria, that are pushing Nigeria towards disintegration in the manner that the Vice President had warned about in September of 2020, are the ones who are holding on to that forgery of a constitution to say we cannot, that Nigeria is non-negotiable and not indivisible and all of that. They are the ones who are refusing to come forward for that imperative of reconstruction for a house that is on the verge of collapse. They are the ones pushing Nigeria towards disintegration, and one will expect that they will, the DSS and all of those who are trying to. The other time it was some semi-literate governors that were talking about people who are doing secession and others who are doing treason. The only secession on the table now are the ones who declare themselves Sharia, who have seceded from the secular union of Nigeria, these 12 states. The only treason on the table now are the ones who are clinging onto the constitution that's a forgery, against the rest of us.
Western world may point to China now critically, pointing out what China is doing, how China is taking over countries' assets or institutions, over corrosive debts they hang on weak African countries that are constantly borrowing money and begging without producing enough to pay their debt or even become self-sufficient countries. Countries like Nigeria and a lot of others are becoming entrapped by Chinese dangerous debts. Because China knows what the Western country has done to Africa. They know how much Africa was manipulated, fleeced, and stolen from, and they continue to steal from Africa. And so China is doing their own bit. They are just advancing the fleecing of Africa with the aid of despots across Africa who are serving the interest of external forces rather than tend to the needs of their people.
China's activities in Africa have raised a lot of eyebrows, and the issue of being trapped into Chinese debt is real and ominous. Here, we look at the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Whether the officials and government authorities accept it or not, Chinese dealings in Africa are being viewed in a highly skeptical way. The truth is, the menace of falling into Chinese debt trap is very real, and it is happening. Africa is slowly being tied to the yoke of Chinese debt. There is no transparency and accountability when it comes to acquiring Chinese loans. As a result of this, African countries are finding it hard to extricate themselves from the grip of Chinese debt. It means that debt is continuing to pile on, unabated, and the repercussions will be dreadful. Some countries are having it worse than others, as will always be the case. Below is a list of the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Number 10, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC could easily be one of the richest countries in the world considering how it is abundantly endowed with precious natural resources and minerals. However, plundering of these resources has set the country back, including unending conflict. It has an estimated debt of $3.4 billion. DRC was quick to exchange mineral resources for loans with China. Number 9, Ghana. Ghana stands at number 9 with an estimated debt of $3.5 billion. The country's opposition has involved the IMF to help look into the country's debt. Number 8, Nigeria. The West African country has an estimated debt of $4.8 billion. Nigeria has accepted the Chinese yuan as a reserve currency. Number 7, Cameroon. Cameroon has an estimated debt of $5.5 billion. However, it was recently revealed that China was in talks to cancel part of the country's debt. But with China, nothing is so certain. Number 6, Zambia. Zambia is increasingly getting mired in the tentacles of Chinese debt. The Chinese have sponsored a lot of projects in the country. The country has an estimated debt of $6.5 billion. China is taking Zambian firms as part of repayment plans, and there were reports that ZESCO, the national power utility, was being taken over by China, even ZNBC, the country's national broadcaster. Number 5, North Sudan. The conflict-torn country has an estimated debt of over $6.4 billion. Although China has written off the country's debt incurred in 2015, it still has a long way to go. Number 4, the Republic of Congo. Congo, which may be popularly known as Congo-Brazzaville, has an estimated debt of $7.5 billion. Again, corruption has played a major role in ballooning the debt to such egregious levels. Number 3, Kenya. Even after the discovery of oil in the northern part of the country, nothing in essence is working towards cutting down the levels of debt to China. Kenya has an estimated debt of $7.9 billion. The country has been taking money to facilitate the fruition of its infrastructural projects. But as lack of transparency and accountability come into play, a lot of money has been lost to corruption. Number 2, Ethiopia. All those Chinese infrastructural development projects in Addis Ababa are coming at a heavy price. Ethiopia has an estimated debt of $13.5 billion. The debt levels have slowed down some projects due to repayment issues, but there is now a new structure for these debts that makes it a little bit affordable for Ethiopia to repay. And finally, at number 1 we have Angola. Angola is the most indebted African country to China. It has an estimated debt of over $25 billion. Shocking, but that's the reality at hand. Most of Angolan oil is going towards the repayment of Chinese debts, despite Angola being the second largest producer of oil in Africa. That brings us to the end of this video. Share your comments in the section below. Remember to China's activities in Africa.
So, Ethiopia used part of the money they are owing China to build the railway that stretched from Djibouti to Addis Ababa upon the departure of Eritrea out of Ethiopia, because Eritrea is what used to give Ethiopia, the old Ethiopia, access to the sea, to the Nile. And so once Eritrea left Ethiopia through one referendum and the eventual referendum, about 2 decades plus ago, Ethiopia became a landlocked country, and they had to build that rail track that traveled from Addis Ababa to Djibouti. That's how they get their containers and other shipments, through the rail, just like Uganda, that is equally landlocked, that gets her containers through the ports in Kenya. One of them is Mombasa. And so countries can survive even when they are landlocked. We can stop the Chinese onslaught against Africa by going through referendum in Nigeria. That's how we'll sort our problem there. Otherwise, those people going cap in hand, borrowing, looking for money, looking for air to share, money to share, in a country that has 3 million crude oil barrels every day they supply to the rest of the world, they are still beggars. Terrible people. They have destroyed Nigeria and rendered it a miserable country. You know, a country that is supposed to be giving aid to other African countries is constantly borrowing, putting future generations into debt without any commensurate infrastructure to Show for it. Sucks to be Nigeria.
About 14 years now, I've been an event host, MC, compare, moderator, and in about 10 years, I've moderated several events in the oil and gas industry. Particularly over the last 2 years, I was moderator at the Oil Trading and Logistics event, Africa Downstream Week. And some conversations that have come up at sessions where I moderated would just baffle me, like, are these things real? For example, do you know that in the last 3 years, the Nigerian refineries together have refined 0 crude? Nothing, zilch. But it has cost us 10 billion naira every month to maintain these same refineries. I mean, I'm like, do Nigerians know these things? The Nigerian refineries can be compared to a beat down, broken down, not serviced, engine not Peugeot 403, leaking, rusty, corroded. Nothing working. And even if we were to find the parts to change and upgrade to make it quite new, to be extremely expensive and even difficult to find. And should they work, the quality of refined products from these refineries will be less than desired. The standard way less than what is internationally accepted. So I'm wondering, what are we doing? One of the reasons I hadn't talked about this for some time is I was saying, what qualifications do I have? Am I an engineer? Am I a PhD holder? Am I an economist? No. I'm a Nigerian. And if it concerns me, it concerns all of us. So I wouldn't just like to talk about a problem and not prefer a solution or two. Solution number 1. Can we please lease or sell these refineries to players in the private sector that know what they are doing and can bring them back to life and possibly convert them into income-generating facilities as they were built to be? Or number 2, perhaps we should just shut them down completely, counter our losses, walk away, and possibly use the funds to encourage those who have licenses for private refineries, so that at least as a country we can together prosper even more. Well, by all means, we have to change something. So tell me, what do you think?
What do I think? Nigeria needs to shut down. Nigeria needs to have complete overhaul. Nigeria needs to pass through the scissors. Nigeria needs to go through the knife. Nigeria's constitution empowers all kinds of criminality, like everything from A to Z that is troubling Nigeria is rooted in the dubious, criminally manipulated constitution of 1999. The Fulani deed that enslaved the rest of the Nigerian indigenous nationalities. So go after that document, then you can begin to talk about other things that can be gotten right here, including these Nigerian refineries that are consuming billions of dollars without producing a drop, without refining a drop of fuel or kerosene or whatsoever. That's the fraud called Nigeria. That is Nigeria real. That is the way Nigeria was meant to be, a fraud, a criminal. Something that will never work, was never designed to work. Nigeria. The eyesore of Africa. Nigeria. The land that consumes its own citizens. Very shameful country.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principles for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you will bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Chief Awolowo attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. If Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there's any doubt among us as to what should be written into the constitution, let us, as Democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello, who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more loud now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now, and NINAS is right on the mark. Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS Alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS Alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS Alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains. Club and Clubhouse is pleased to be involved in promoting justice and in being part of bringing about true, with the people, democracy in the Nigerian space. So we are hosting the Nina's Movement's virtual town hall meetings over 2 weeks and starting at 7:30 p.m. Nigeria time on Friday, 3rd December 2021. The topic is 4 frauds that are fatal for the 1999 Constitution, how we got there and how we can fix it. Session 1. We the People fraud. Number 2. Federation fraud. 3. Fighting corruption masquerade fraud. 4. Socially responsible state masquerade fraud. Chinwenzu. Please check the Atlantic Post Facebook page for more information and on when the next session will take place, plus the direct link to our Atlantic Post Club on Clubhouse. Virtual Town Hall meetings by Atlantic Post on Clubhouse. If you are fed up with Nigeria, this virtual Clubhouse meeting is for you. If you are fed up with the lack of electricity, you are fed up with police brutality, as in NSARS, you are frightened of insecurity, you are frightened for your future, etc. Atlantic Post Club on Clubhouse is pleased to announce that we are hosting Nina's Movement's virtual town hall meetings for 2 weeks period, and the topics as listed earlier is the 4 frauds that are fatal for the 1999 Constitution. Atlantic Post is an online newspaper whose mission is to be at the forefront of bringing about the positive transformation of the African continent. That involves being sensitive and responsive to what happens in the Nigerian space. Our desire is for a safe and well-functioning society. Thus, our main purpose is to report not just accurate news, but also to bring the public's knowledge, interventions, and events that will improve society. So come and be empowered with knowledge about the 1999 Constitution and how you can be a change agent to end those things that make you fed up and frightened with Nigeria by joining us for this Nina's Movement's virtual town hall meetings. Links to the meeting can be found at www.clubhouse.com/club/Atlantic-post-club. For more information, please visit the Facebook page, facebook.com/Atlantic-posting. Thank you.
They are not available anywhere in the world. No church like Redeem, no church like Winners, no church like Mountain of Fire, no church like Chosen, no church like Christ Embassy, no church like Deeper Life in the world. Redeem alone has over 40,000 parishes. Winner alone has 30,000. There are only 10,000 wards in Nigeria where decisions of those who rule these countries are made. So it's not just deliver Nigeria. It should be God. Wake up your church. Talk to your general overseers. The church community is an imprisoned community. Our general overseers have imprisoned us. They must release us, mobilize us, encourage us to go to the grassroots. Politics is grassroots. You know, I have done politics before. I have campaigned, I've been voted for. I was a deputy speaker of a state. I know how it works. It's not just prayer. We have prayed, and God has answered the prayers. The answer is that He has given us people. Next to God's power is political power. And I want what I am saying to be carried live. Next to God's power is political power. And political power is people giving. And God has given us people. What else do you want Him to do for us? You want God to come from heaven and be casting vote? You want God to go to the world and become world chairman? No, the 7 ESCO in each ward, they are the one that determine who is the president. We can't change Nigeria except we change the National Assembly. This evil law called Constitution, this is jihadist constitution. This is oligarchy constitution.
This is a constitution that put the whole of the country under one tribe. This constitution cannot allow to go. And it cannot change until you change the men at the National Assembly. The men at the National Assembly will not change until you select new people that will replace them. So the church must wake up. And not only church, patriotic Nigerians must wake up in the name of Jesus. And you don't win on social media. You don't win on Facebook. You go to the grassroots. Me and you must be attending world meeting. And we will put our good people there. It is the people at the world that are called delegates. It is delegates that select who will be the president, who will be the governor, who will be the senator. If you are not there, you are at the back of the fence. If you pray from now till next year, and you are not there, it's a prayer in vain. Church must wake up. And that's what I'm telling the whole church, and I'm telling you now. I don't know why God sent me to politics when I went. But you see, God has to send Joseph to Pharaoh's house. Joseph has to be raised in the palace to understand the palace culture. And then God returned him to defeat Egypt. By the grace of God, we will take Nigeria back. This country must be restructured. We must go back to true federalism. Nigeria was a negotiated country. Nigeria is not one country. Nigeria is a country of many nations. How can one ethnic group dominate everybody? It will not happen. It will not happen again. This year, God will deliver this country. Nigeria is a fraud. Our constitution is a fraud. Very unfair, very unkind, no equity. The whole of us will be under one. And if it is an ethnic tribe that wants progress, it will be a different thing. Repressing us. Now, that evil called Nigeria system will change. Amen. They want to go and carry me. Let them come and carry me. Even there, I will be saying it. Amen. And please change your prayer mode. Lord, save Nigeria, and Lord, save Nigeria. God has already saved Nigeria. It should be God. Wake up, Christians. Talk to our leaders. Let them allow us. Are you hearing me? There are only 10,000 wards. And I just mentioned some churches now that have thousands of parishes. Parishes that are docile, that are asleep. You are in the majority, but you are asleep. Minority dominating over you. Changing the law. Terrible law. Those laws must be changed. Change your prayer mode. If you are in our church, we don't pray, God save Nigeria. We just pray one country. Nigeria is not one nation. That's the first law we told ourselves. One nation. This country is not one nation. This country is many nations tied together by force. We must agree how to be one. We are not saying we are going to divide, but let everyone rule himself at his own pace, and let's meet at the center. Let's be like the United States of America. New York and New Jersey, they are side by side. They have different law, different policemen, different constitution. That's what it should be. Not somebody will dictate in Abuja, and that is all of us must do. Slow down our education, slow down our economy, slow down our military, make Nigeria unsafe. This evil system, die today! Amen. I don't know why God took me to politics in 1991. You know, what I saw in politics, I can't see it from the pulpit. That's why sometimes I don't blame our daddies. They can't see it. Let's pray, oh, let's pray. Oh. You pray until they cut your neck. You pray until they abduct all your children. No, we have prayed enough. We will still be praying. Time for action. Time for action. Time for action. I am going to tell you more about it later. I've written a book that is circulating all over the country now. And I have been around here for 49 years with you. And some of you are blaming me when I went into politics. God made my eyes to open. Nigeria will not be free until we send away these evil politicians. They must be replaced. And our constitution must be rewritten in the name of Jesus. Do you still like me? All right.
Whatever China's intentions with Nigeria, now that they are contemplating sending military to Nigeria to help protect Chinese in Nigeria, because Nigeria is going through series of insurgencies, including those that are being sponsored by the current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. It is incumbent, it is important upon all of us, especially those from Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and Oduduwa nations, to press harder for referendum, because we need deliverance by all means, not just from the current Fulani-minded Nigerian rulers, but from predators like China. China is part of the problem that we're having now with regards to Nigeria. Whatever their intentions are, it is not for the good of our people. The New South should regard China as an enemy state. What they are doing is a decoy to do more harm to our people for the long term. That's what China is coming for. We should all go for referendum, press hard for referendum. We need referendum to set our people free. We need referendum to secure our space. We need referendum to stop the loan sharks from loaning to current terrorists minding Nigeria. We need referendum to protect our people and life and properties. We need referendum to secure the borders of our emerging nations. We need referendum to protect our people, to restore rule of law in our country. We need referendum to establish a country that has human rights to protect our people. We need a referendum for a country that our people can live in and be proud of mentioning to other people in other parts of the world. We need referendum to restore the dignity of citizenship and right to the land, ancestral people. That's not cheap. We need referendum to get to that and to give our people what they actually deserve, which is dignity and honor and respect. That's what NINAS is all about. That's what Lower Niger Congress is all about. That's what is at the crux of the matter. When I saw a note that the bandits are threatening Christians in Zamfara, I asked, what is the work of our security agencies? Why would they come out and make such comment when you have not verified it, because you are making people be more frightened? I will not stop going to the mosque to pray because I saw in a paper that if I go to the mosque, I will be killed. Let me be killed. I must die. So Christians should not be afraid of going to church to worship because an anonymous person is threatening them. This is the Sultan of Sokoto, a former brigadier of the Nigerian military, speaking. He's not offering any solution. Rather, he's telling people to go to the church or to the mosque and get, if they die, they die. That is not a secured environment. That is not reassuring. Rather, we should be talking about how to secure the lives of our people through a binding multi-regional referendum, not exposing people to harm, to death, to terrorist onslaught that is being powered from the presidency, by ministers, by sympathizers of terrorist activities. The Zala movement. These are people in government and outside government that are fueling crisis across Nigeria. They are fueling the killing in the Benue area, in the Middle Belt, in the South, in the entire South. Everywhere is under siege from the Islamic terrorists. And Sultan of Sokoto is telling us that we should continue to do things like nothing is happening. If we die, it is the will of Allah. God forbid, it is not the will of God that we should be facing terrorist activities, terrorist attacks, but we can go through referendum. And where the referendum passes through, then we should have sovereign authorities to protect the people of those areas in the lower Niger territory, Middle Belt and Oduduwa nations. This is what Nigeria must do now to avoid further escalation of the hostilities across the country. As condemned nations continue to trial the killing across the nation, the Sultan of Sokoto has made his reaction known. Speaking on Thursday, December 9, today, the Sultan of Sokoto said that there is no day that passes without people being killed in the northern part of the country. It's not just in the northern part of the country, all over the country. In fact, in the east, people are now playing with severed heads of fellow human beings, which is very barbaric and unfortunate. The Sultan also called on residents of various states across the north never to live in fear of death by bandits' attacks. The Sultan of Sokoto, Said Abubakar, in a report by Tribune, said that majority of the killing spree happening in the country, in the region, is not reported in the media. It's not only in the region. Most of the killings, including police killings and military killings, are not reported. They are all underreported. When they report 5, most likely it's probably more than like quadruple that figure. Everything is toyed with in Nigeria, just like they are playing with the COVID test now that is keeping Nigerians stranded in Europe or in transit. Everything is cooked up. Everything is full of lies. Nothing real. Nothing is real. Everything. Even government, the sitting government, can dabble into terrorist activities while telling the rest of the world that they should consider the plight of the Palestinians. Buhari goes to the UN to preach on the Palestinian cause while actively setting Nigeria on fire by his policies, by funding terrorist activities, using the Miyetti Allah as a front. And sympathizers are in government, and he knows it. He said this at the fourth quarter 2021 meeting of the Nigeria Interreligious Council, NIREC for short, with the team, NIREC, security agencies, and peace in Nigeria. The Sultan, who is also the co-chair of NIREC, said there have been consistent threats by some unknown persons who claim that those found attending churches in Zamfara would be killed. Of course, Christians has been wiped out in states like Borno State, Bauchi, Yobe State. They are either killed or they've been driven into IDP camps within Nigeria or refugee camps in countries. Even countries at war like Cameroon has Nigerian refugees in their camps. Chad, Mali, all over the place, including Libya, where people are being traded, auctioned at slave camps, slave markets. The Nigerians are being chased to those places from Nigeria. And Buhari thinks that he's in charge, that we cannot have a multi-regional referendum under his watch. It will be over his dead body. Oh, well. Calling on both Christians and Muslims in the region to ignore this threat, the religious leader said the insecurity in the northern part of the country is overwhelming. It's across Nigeria. The fire is burning across Nigeria. He said Nigeria has a series of challenges facing it. I wish it's just minor challenges. It's an existential challenge. It's at the root, at the foundation of Nigeria. The constitution is the problem. That is why all these things are happening. And if leaders don't wake up and come together to understand the issues facing the country, the challenges will escalate. I don't know what you're waiting for. It's already gone beyond control. The Guardian reports that the Sultan also urged citizens to embrace peace across the country and love one another. How can we love one another when there is a bigot serving as president, when ministers are all bigoted minds, people who have no love for the country or the people, but rather they are clutching onto their tribe and their religion? That does not make for love of country. There is no love of country for Nigeria. For the political leaders, the Sultan said politicians must continue to make platforms available for Nigerians and their supporters to dialogue for peace. Let's dialogue for referendum. Let's go for referendum. That is the thing that will save Nigeria. Everything else is just cosmetic dressing. We are just dressing the surface of the deep-rooted injury that will not heal. Let's put Nigeria through the knife of referendum. Referendum. Nigeria cannot escape it. Or the alternative will be most unfortunate upon the country. The land everywhere at every level. Somehow Buhari's regime has ushered in death in such a manner that no longer shocks, saddens, or
some occasions, but never shocks anybody. On the streets, on the farms, in the villages, in towns and cities, in the woods, now schools and colleges. Even in churches, death has become a national totem, hanging in the Nigeria space and signifying the most tragic period in the country's history since the Civil War. If only current National Assembly had teeth and were alive to its responsibilities, for being fully rubber-stamped, the NAS shares in no small way the failure of this government. From all indications, the Buhari presidency has been at least complicit in various forms of death, and NAS has stood idly by and at times cheering when one hears a senator, Smart Adeyemi, on the floor of the state calling for Nigeria to invite a foreign power to take over internal security responsibilities of the government. One wonders if such a call was coming out of mischief or ignorance, or if the Murumiri pandemic has hit the Senate. Which country outsources its sovereignty to a foreign power? Which foreign power is willing to send its boys and girls without cause to die patrolling the streets and woods of a foreign land? The Senate knows, or ought to know, that the impeachment and removal of even a threat thereof of a very incompetent president will bring a big change of attitude and policy, and some serious crackdown on insecurity with banishment of death as a totem of our national policy. Such a change would be for the better, but sitting there with heads buried in the sand, speechifying hollow and meaningless anger insults our intelligence. Death came to Bowen, a school in Lagos, because the kids there see death on television every single day. It became the new normal for them. Here is Smart Adeyemi and what he had to offer. In fact, let's begin with the child that got killed in Lagos school. He had already been crippled before his family was called to come and pick him up. He couldn't stand on his feet before dying in a school where he's supposed to be taken care of. He was beaten down mercilessly. Nigeria is a death trap. Nigeria is a shame to humanity. Let's get to Smart Adeyemi's contribution to this.
I rise to support the motion. I'm Smart Adeyemi, and I represent the good people of Kogi West. And like Mr. President will attest to it, I personify the masses of this country. And each time I speak from the language of the man on the street. Mr. President, insecurity is a serious problem today in Nigeria. And there comes a time when you cannot but speak the truth, irrespective of the sentiment you may share. Today, Mr. President, all of us have been threatened. Our families, our nation, our state. Order. A lot have been said this morning, Mr. President, and I want to thank you for giving us time to speak expressly on this issue. Like my sister was saying, there comes a time when talk will talk itself. There comes a time when truth will become like a torchlight in the midst of silence. So you are forced to talk. Mr. President, we need not run away from the fact that more than ever before in the history of our nation, this is the worst instability we are facing. In fact, this is worse than the Civil War.
Are you in PDP?
Mr. President, the solution is very simple. Today, there are a lot of misgiving, a lot of misinterpretations of what is happening. Some people believe, some people in government are supporting this move. Some people believe, some people sponsor those who are destabilizing our nation within the country. The answer is very simple. We cannot pretend that we are capable of confronting the situation in our hands. America, as powerful as they are, when the pandemic came, got to a point that China had to claim, they came to their rescue. We shouldn't pretend that we needed foreign support now. Let nobody deceive us, Mr. President. A lot of billions of naira have been voted for security services. Nothing is coming out of it. We wouldn't wait until our nation gets bombed. Let us shout and call for foreign support. I am a APC man and I've been supporting my party. But the president should get to know that it has gotten to a point that we who are supporters, who are members of the APC, we can no longer keep quiet. The president must rise to the occasion. You will not see the truth and you are afraid to say it because you will die. We must open, Mr. President. The nation is on fire. The president must rise to the occasion. It costs us nothing to get foreign support. We must rise to the occasion. We must bring in people to save this country, or else we will be consumed. Every one of us will have a chapter for history. Whenever the history of this period will be written, whatever is our position, we have a chapter. We cannot keep quiet any longer. It has gotten to a point that we cannot sleep with our two eyes closed. We are not free. Our children are not free. The president must rise to the occasion. There's no nation that is so powerful that doesn't need support of other nations. Individual cannot say you will leave the world without any other person with you. So we must rise. The situation is our security system has collapsed. It has failed. And because it has failed, we need to look for foreign support. It costs Nigeria nothing. Forget the ego, forget the superiority of Nigeria in African nation. Today, we are facing serious problem. If our nation is to survive this period, I'm not in doubt that the security architecture we have today cannot cope with what we are facing. Every part of this country is threatened. From the north to the south, nobody is safe. Nobody can travel 50 kilometers in our nation. I think I shedding tears for a country that we grew up, where nobody harassed you when you travel from Lagos to Maiduguri. I've done it in times past. Today I cannot travel from here to Kaduna to Niger State where I was born. The president must know that this is a bad time for our nation. We must look for foreign support to save this nation. This is my position, Mr. President. We must rise to it. There are killing people in the east, in the west, in the south, in the north. We should shut down the National Assembly. Let's shut down. If we cannot save this country, we stay in our homes. Our country is bleeding. People are in poverty. There's no food. People are hungry. Insecurity is threatening us. We cannot pretend. It's better we're not here. That's the next thing that we hear. People are dying. Every day Nigerians are dying. We must rise to the occasion. And so me, Mr. President.
We're still dressing the surface of the wound without dealing with the core symptoms. Nigeria's problem is the constitution. Let's subject this country to referendum. It's a peaceful call. It's a democratic demand. Skirting around it cannot heal Nigeria. Skirting around it or trying to avoid it will not fix Nigeria. What will fix Nigeria for the long term? Referendum vote. And that's what Ninas is calling for. It will happen in the Middle Belt, in the Lower Niger Territory, and in the Oduduwa Nation. This is the most patriotic step to take. Unfortunately, do those in government have any chest for this? Are they even thinking? Or they are partying every day like nothing is going wrong with the country? Well, your guess is as good as mine. Here's Abakoya's position today. On Deadline, Ibadan, December 2nd, 2021. Constitutional grievances, union dispute, and countdown to the enforcement of the people's will. Ebokoya declaring that no further national elections in Yoruba land under the fraudulent 1999 constitution, whilst demanding the immediate release of Sunday Igboho and rejecting any increase in petroleum prices. Between December 2020 to December 2021, the NINA CFM Constitutional Force Majeure implementation has moved from enlightenment to mobilization, and it's now heading to the enforcement threshold. Here is Ebokoya on their release earlier today.
Wọ́n ní àwọn ọlọ́pàá àbáwọn kiri kan ní wọn gbọ́dọ̀ jáde àgbọ̀gbọ̀ bí wọ́n jáde àlàpàdé kò sí ẹni tó lè kojú kìnìún nínú gbó. Àgbẹ̀kọ̀yà ń fi àsìkò yìí yàtọ̀ sí lẹ́tà tá a fún àwọn kábíyèsí wa. A sọ fún wọn pé constitution yẹn ẹnìkan ò lè máa yẹ ẹnìkan jẹ àwọn alákàwé jù ní Nàìjíríà. Haúsá kan wà lè máa jọ ìdálẹ́wà lórí lójoojúmọ́ lọ ká dákẹ́. Constitution wa tí wọ́n bá lè dágbé wọn lé lọ 1960 láti fi bàbá owó lọ́wọ́. Kí wọ́n jẹ́ ká jókòó ká ṣe constitution mi. Láì ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, kò ní síbò 2023 o. Ohun tá a ṣe lénìí tá a torí ẹ̀ dálé lórí ni pé kí ìjọba àpapọ̀ ìjọba Nàìjíríà kó lọ bá ìjọba Bẹ̀nẹ̀ àti Nàìjíríà kan fọ torí koríko kí wọ́n fi Sunday Igboho sílẹ̀. Sunday Igboho kì í ṣe kírímínà
Sunday Igboho kì í ṣapànìyàn. Sunday Igboho kì í ṣe kidnapper. Sunday Igboho ó ń gbìjà aráàlú ni. Nítorí pé insecurity yìí ó ti pọ̀ jù. Kò sábò tó péye ní Nàìjíríà. Ohun tí Sunday Igboho ṣe nìyẹn kì í wá ṣe pé ó ti wá di ọ̀daràn. Ìkéde, ìkejì, fuel price yẹn nípa epo rọ̀bì tá a lò kí wọ́n má try láti increase ẹ̀. Kí wọ́n má try láti increase ẹ̀. Kí wọ́n má try láti increase fuel price. Ìkẹta, kidnapper kí kálukú sá lọ Àgbẹ̀kọ̀yà ti jáde. Kí gbogbo kidnapper sá lọ ráúrá báyìí. Gbogbo South West gbogbo tó bá gbà la máa fún gbogbo wọn báyìí. Ìkẹrin, ebi ń pa aráàlú. Buhari ebi ń pa aráàlú. Èmi ò mọ nǹkan kan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ kára ó ní kárakára aláàrú kára dẹ̀ wọ́n. Tẹ́ ẹ bá ń kọ̀ntínú báyìí. Kò dáa. Ìkẹrin, restructuring. Constitution tá a lò kò dáa. Constitution degree àwọn sójà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe constitution mi tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ti 1960. Ẹ lè máa continue kí ìyà máa jẹ wá. Gbogbo Boko Haram lẹ ti fi lẹ̀. Gbogbo Boko Haram lẹ ti fi lẹ̀ fi Sunday Igboho lẹ̀. Sunday Igboho ọ̀pààyàn kò ṣe kankan. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá wá fi Sunday Igboho lẹ̀. Restructuring ó ṣe pàtàkì. Ẹ jẹ́ ká restructure Nàìjíríà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká restructure Nàìjíríà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sófin 1960. Àwa akàwé amọ̀ntí ń lọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ju gbogbo yín lọ. Àfófin amúnisìn. Àfẹ́kẹ́nìkan máa fẹ́rù kan ṣẹ́rú. Ajáde tán báyìí ní àbẹ̀rù yín o. Ọlọ́run ọba nìkan lẹ bẹ̀rù. Ẹ lè pa àyàn kẹ́ ẹ tún jí. Ẹ tí ẹ lè pa wá. Ẹ lè dàgbẹ́kọ̀yà mú. Olúwa ń gbọ́. Tí ẹ bá fẹ́ ká jáde tán, á jáde tán tá tán pẹ̀lú yín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, àbẹ̀rù, àwa ò gbọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀sùn wọn. Ìgbésẹ̀ agbègbèsẹ̀ àwọn àgbààgbà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, àwọn kan wọ́n ṣàwọlé.
Between December 2020 to December 2021, the NINA CFM Constitutional Force Majeure implementation has moved from enlightenment to mobilization and is now heading to the enforcement threshold.
Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again, so let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agency. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians, and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem, because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing.
For as long as Nigeria continues in the drift that it's been on in the last 6 years at least, since Major General Muhammadu Buhari came to our office, through weeping and wailing and crying and lying. We will continue to make known what's going on with Nigeria globally, and they will not have any sleep until we'll know what sleep is. They will never rest until we know what rest is. Their terrorist activities will continue to go global, and they will be humiliated.
Here are some narrative of what happened in Lagos State, where the CSP was flouting the order of the governor of Lagos State. like we always tell you guys, that the constitution is the problem of Nigeria, and not until that constitution is brought down, nothing can be done. I won't blame that police officer. If you read the narrative, you discover that he is actually following the constitution of Nigeria. And as at that, even the chief security officer of the state, which is the governor of Lagos State, has no power to control the policing of his own state. So you all can see that constitutionally, the man is doing his job. And I want you to listen to this clip where the lawyer that works with Arise TV said it openly, that the constitution, Nigeria needs to go through restructuring, through a referendum, whereby this constitution will be brought down and giving every territory their self-determination right to participate in the new constitution, if we agree to be a nation. My name is Donado Baido. I'm the one presenting this narrative. Please listen to this video from the Arise TV.
Can you call your superior in Abuja and tell them that the governor is here and I'm the chief security officer and that you don't have any business being in my state right now and that I want you to disengage forthwith from him?
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. I'm not here on my own orders.
That's why I'm asking you to make a phone call and tell them, your superior, that I'm here standing in front of you. Make that phone call.
Thank you, sir. I'm here on instruction of this Inspector General of Police to the AGF, sir. And that is why I'm here. I'm too small or too low to call them. Your Excellency, sir, with due respect, sir, you can call them directly, sir.
I have spoken to the Attorney General at this moment, so he's not aware that you are here.
We are expecting the call that we should disengage.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Yes, sir.
Because when I make the phone call, it will be tougher. If you can call and say that the governor is here in front of you, what should you do?
It is not my duty to call because I'm too low to do that, sir. Okay. If you call...
So where are your men?
My men are here. They are all over the estate.
How many men do you have here?
I have several of them, sir.
No, what number?
What's the number, please? I cannot precisely tell you the number.
So even if anything happens to your men, you don't even know the number of men?
I know the number of my men I have here.
What is the number?
We sought for some other people to join us now.
What is the number that you have here?
I'm sorry, sir, Your Excellency.
So you cannot even do an head count of the number
For the security purpose, I cannot say this is the figure, sir.
So you don't know the number of men?
I know the number, but for security purpose, I cannot say this is the figure, sir.
So you know I'm the one talking to you?
Yes, sir.
You're assistant, what is it?
I'm a chief superintendent of police.
Oh, CSP?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. So pressmen, don't worry. I'll make 2 phone calls, right? One to the Inspector General of Police and one to the Attorney General of Police, Attorney Inspector of the Federation. I have spoken with him this morning and says he knows nothing about the fact that you're still here. Very illegal operation. They have absolutely nothing, and I'm the chief security of the state. Not even with the Inspector General wrote me, and before I said Jack Robinson is men are here. They're not from the Lagos State Police Command, like you have said, right? They are not from Lagos State Police Command. It says it's coming from Abuja, and I don't know what other interest do they have beyond just keeping peace of the country. Absolutely. This is not an expectation that I will expect for them to keep peace, because they don't have any business here at all. The case is between the state government and I'm this governor standing in front of you, not with my residents. These are my residents that have been
happen. The importance of restructuring. The fact that the 1999 Constitution serves no one, even those who feel that it serves them, are completely mistaken. Very interesting. If you get a commissioner of police and you tell him as a governor, give him an instruction, he will tell you, oh, I'm going to go away and do some preparations, but he's not doing any preparations. He's gone to call the Inspector General of Police, and if the Inspector General tells him to go ahead, he will. If he tells him not to go ahead, then he won't. And really, that is constitutionally backed. The issue is not any kind of disobedience or disgrace by that police officer. He is actually doing what the Constitution requires him to do. Our problem, as always, is the Constitution, and we have to amend it. It just shows. And how are we ever going to make any progress? This is why insecurity is rife in this country. Yes.
The Ninas movement petition is back on. Direct link to the petition is found at www.ninasvoice.org/petition. The petition can now be found on the official NINAS movement website at www.ninasvoice.org under the petition for referendum tab. As before, you can sign this petition with either your email or your Nigeria phone number. That is very useful in a place like Nigeria where many do not have an email address. It also means that if you have a smartphone, you can use it to access the petition, then input the phone number of your extended family and good friends in the village after you have explained to them what the NINAS movement is about and they have given their consent or permission. Do also copy the link to the petition to share via your social media networks like WhatsApp, Messenger, Facebook, every platform out there, Twitter, whatever. It is to inform the world that we are ready, we are determined, we are focused in gaining our freedom from bondage in Nigeria. Thank you as you join the movement.
Federation. And do you know that even the constitution that we use today, which is the 1999 constitution, denies what is called in law autochthony. In other words, there is no referendum, there is no plebiscite. The people of Nigeria did not vote to say, this is the constitution we want. It was imposed on us by a military decree, and yet it remains the ground norm. I mean, what a misnomer. We are not in a dictatorship, but we are running a constitution that we didn't vote for. And our administrative units have been carved on the basis of that constitution, supplanting our regional.
The constitution that operates in Nigeria today is a fraudulent, mischievous document foisted on Nigeria by a departing military junta. In fact, it is Decree 24 of 1999. Which should have been a mere transitional instrument for governing a country of the stature and standing of Nigeria within the international community. I would have thought that the first item on the agenda of the government that came to power in 1999 was to address the issue of that constitution, its legitimacy. Because, like the Patriots observed, it told a lie against itself by saying that we Nigerians, under God, have agreed to live together, blah, blah, blah. There was no time when we were asked that question. And Nigeria, I believe, still requires what lawyers call an autochthonous constitution. A constitution that, that captures the needs and interests of the Nigerians. A constitution that finds legitimacy in the eyes of the citizens, not one handed down from low and high by a military junta.
Our present extant constitution is an imposition of the military. A supreme military council that was not elected by anybody, that did not respect any known parameter in its recruitment except seniority in the army, that was lopsided in terms of its geographical identity of membership, imposed a constitution, enacted it like a legislation. It was not subjected to a plebiscite. It was not subjected to a referendum. In law, you say it's not autochthonous because the people did not agree that the 1999 constitution is their constitution. We didn't vote for its approval. So it's not cognizable in law as a valid constitution. It has been imposed of us by sheer force. And no government has had the courage to subject it to a national plebiscite. And if you do, most Nigerians will say this is not our constitution. We've created local government and states administrative structures that do not obey any known parameter. We've taken away the sovereignty of natural resources from our people and concentrated in an omnibus and amorphous federal government that is characterized by inefficiency over time.
But Wole Soyinka, as a man of knowledge, has just expressed the fact. Unlike, individuals that parade themselves as professors of constitutional law and constitutional lawyers, senior advocates, and the rest, who still continue to defend the 1999 Constitution as if it doesn't matter the source, it doesn't matter that it's a forged document, by claiming that the people made it and it has been shown that the people didn't make it, in a suit that was filed on behalf of Anthony Naro, Wole Soyinka, Bishop Bonigi, Dokubo Asari, Rafu Wazurike, and a couple of others, Alhaji Yerima Shetima, who just gave that ultimatum. Yeah, he was part of the signatory to the lawsuit that was filed on their behalf by the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress.
I dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list? In this chamber, we try to federalize the police system. In this chamber, we failed. Every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria summon the courage to say, we should not continue to deceive ourselves.
Nigeria is threatening everybody and groups. When we lie to ourselves and we're reaping the fruits of lying, we're victims of the lie that we call our own, the social contract, which is another name for the Constitution. We say we in Nigeria gave this Constitution to ourselves. We didn't. It was imposed. And it's not working. It's centralized. And the good things of life are not available for Nigerians. And they are crying. And you begin to blame them. You don't blame victims. You blame the system that produced the victims. This Constitution is not made by Nigerians. It's imposed. A federal constitution should be truly a federal constitution. You don't centralize everything. Nobody can fix this system. It's like putting square peg in round hole. It wouldn't work. It's not Buhari's fault, or Jonathan, or the previous ones. They were handed, and still being handed, instruments, i.e. the Constitution, that cannot work the way it is. Let us do an agreement. Constitution is an agreement that we agree to live together by these rules which we would spell out about governance. This current one is a fraudulent one. And it's giving us victimhood because we never did it. And they say we did it. If somebody says you did something that you not do, is that not a lie? We went to court. The case is in court. Praying the court to say, look, the Nigerian people never did it. The court kept adjoining. Part of the problem we have. The case is still in court. Inauro started it. A lot of distinguished men and women up and down this country had their signature there. The case has not been taken.
All right, we'll also anchor at that point. Dr. Amos Akingba is in Adeko and Afenifere chieftain. We appreciate your talking to us this morning.
It's my great pleasure.
And do you know that even the constitution that we use today, which is the 1999 constitution, denies what is called in law autochthony. In other words, there is no referendum, there is no plebiscite. The people of Nigeria did not vote to say, this is the constitution we want. It was imposed on us by a military decree, and yet it remains the ground norm. I mean, what a misnomer. We are not in a dictatorship, but we are running a constitution that we didn't vote for. And our administrative units have been carved on the basis of that constitution, supplanting our regional.
The constitution that operates in Nigeria today is a fraudulent, mischievous document foisted on Nigeria by a departing military junta. In fact, it is Decree 24 of 1999, which should have been a mere transitional instrument for governing a country of the stature and standing of Nigeria within the international community. I would have thought that the first item on the agenda of the government that came to power in 1999 was to address the issue of that constitution, its legitimacy. Because, like the Patriots observed, it told a lie against itself by saying that we Nigerians, under God, have agreed to live together, blah, blah, blah. There was no time when we were asked that question. And Nigeria, I believe, still requires what lawyers call an autochthonous constitution, a constitution that that captures the needs and interests of the Nigerians, a constitution that finds legitimacy in the eyes of the citizens, not one handed down from low and high by a military junta.
Our present extant constitution is an imposition of the military. A supreme military council that was not elected by anybody, that did not respect any known parameter in its recruitment except seniority in the army, that was lopsided in terms of its geographical identity of membership, imposed a constitution, enacted it like a legislation. It was not subjected to a plebiscite. It was not subjected to a referendum. In law, you say it's not autochthonous because the people did not agree that the 1999 constitution is their constitution. We didn't vote for its approval. So it's not cognizable in law as a valid constitution. It has been imposed of us by sheer force. And no government has had the courage to subject it to a national plebiscite. And if you do, most Nigerians will say this is not our constitution. We've created local government and states administrative structures that do not obey any known parameter. We've taken away the sovereignty of natural resources from our people and concentrated in an omnibus and amorphous federal government that is characterized by inefficiency over time.
Wole Soyinka, as a man of knowledge, has just expressed the fact, unlike individuals that parade themselves as professors of constitutional law and constitutional lawyers, senior advocates, and the rest, who still continue to defend the 1999 constitution as if it doesn't matter the source, it doesn't matter that it's a forged document, by claiming that the people made it and it has been shown that the people didn't make it, in a suit that was filed on behalf of Anthony Naro, Wole Soyinka, Bishop Bonigi, Dokubo Asari, Ralph Wazurike, and a couple of others, Alhaji Yerima Shetima, who just gave that ultimatum. Yeah, he was part of the signatory to the lawsuit that was filed on their behalf by the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress.
I dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list? In this chamber, we try to federalize the police system. In this chamber, we failed. Every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria summon the courage to say, we should not continue to deceive ourselves.
Nigeria is threatening everybody and groups. When we lie to ourselves and we're reaping the fruits of lying, we're victims of the lie that we call our own, the social contract, which is another name for the Constitution. We say we in Nigeria gave this Constitution to ourselves. We didn't. It was imposed. And it's not working. It's centralized. And the good things of life are not available for Nigerians. And they are crying. And you begin to blame them. You don't blame victims. You blame the system that produced the victims. This Constitution is not made by Nigerians. It's imposed. A federal constitution should be truly a federal constitution. You don't centralize everything. Nobody can fix this system. It's like putting square peg in round hole. It wouldn't work. It's not Buhari's fault, or Jonathan, or the previous ones. They were handed, and still being handed, instruments, i.e. the Constitution, that cannot work the way it is. Let us do an agreement. Constitution is an agreement that we agree to live together by these rules which we will spell out about governance. This current one is a fraudulent one. And it's giving us victimhood because we never did it. And they say we did it. If somebody says you did something that you not do, is that not a lie? We went to court. The case is in court. Praying the court to say, look, the Nigerian people never did it. The court kept adjoining. Part of the problem we have. The case is still in court. Inauro started it. A lot of distinguished men and women up and down this country have their signature there. The case has not been taken.
All right, we'll also anchor at that point. Dr. Amos Akingba is in Adeko and Afeni Ferry Chieftain. We appreciate your talking to us this morning.
It's my great pleasure.
Prayer for our liberation. Most loving and everlasting God Almighty, turn your ear to our prayer. You are the only truth we know, and you are our friend, our only Savior, our helper, and our freedom giver. We gather again in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the way, the truth, and the life. Give answer to our prayers when we call upon you. Listen to what we say, because you said, I will do to you what I heard you say. Turn your ear to our prayers, O Lord. We have completely lost our trust in the contraption called Nigeria and in all her political actors. We have been seen as the poverty capital of the world, and our lands have turned into river of blood. All our political rulers and authorities have completely failed all of us. But our trust is only in you. We want to be free from all causes, generational pattern of failure, because we are created by you for a life of peace and freedom from all demonic slavery, freedom from powers and forces of darkness, freedom from enslavement, freedom from economic and political domination. Right now, Lord, we, your children of the southern and middle belt of Nigeria, are being crushed underfoot through the decay and total failure of our political actors and the Nigerian system itself. There is too much hunger, anger, impoverishment, unemployment, frustrations, killings, insecurity, rise in criminality, cultism,
nepotism, subjugation, marginalization, ritualism, search for good life in cruel and inhuman manner, dehumanization, lack of rule of law, and so many inhuman activities. All these ills and decay are being traced to an illegal, illegitimate, imposed, fraudulent document called the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, which we didn't consent to as a people. We thank you immensely for the great gift of freedom you have given to us in NINAS, which has become a vehicle that will drive us towards a referendum. We stand with you, the truth, and we don't let ourselves be burdened again by any yoke of slavery or be weighed down by those who knowingly and willingly commit a coup against all of us, your peoples, in the South and Middle Belt regions of Nigeria, because you want us to live abundant life. Cleanse us and cleanse our respective ancestral lands. Guide and guard us to begin anew, for we know that our cries for total freedom from oppression and brutality have reached you. Most Holy Father, grant us peace, unity of purpose, and the tenacity to bond together in love against all our adversaries. May your love and blessings reign in us now and always, in the mighty and wonderful name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Did you know that Peter Afunanya is DSS spokesperson, Onyema Nwachukwu is Army spokesperson, and Frank Mba is police spokesperson?
They are serving as spokespersons to Nigeria's DSS, Army, and police, while the same forces are serving as occupation force, killing and burying people in mass graves in the southeast. They are joining the Fulani in making sure that the population of the southeast is reduced, and that not just southeast, but in the south, southwest, and middle belt, they are continuing on genocide across Nigeria. These are the things that will see to Nigeria's end, and we want nothing other than a binding referendum that will take place across the Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa land, and the middle belt, to decide our future moving forward with Nigeria.
The Constitution is obsolete and represents incomplete decolonization. By Ndidi Uwechwe. Independence from colonial masters was meant to be freedom for Africa. However, some 60 years later, freedom has continued to elude many African countries. That is because independence in itself is not freedom, except when it is accompanied by self-determination for indigenous ethnic nationalities on their ancestral lands. Looking back at events in the 1950s, it becomes clear that corruption, injustice, and mischief were going to guide the new nation called Nigeria. Let us first consider a key index that was manipulated, that is, population figures, which determined representation in the parliament, distribution of resources, and distribution of federal civil servants, etc. Harold Smith, a British former colonial civil servant working for the Department of Labour before he died, confirmed that the figures of the census in 1952 had been inflated to favor the North, to make it seem that region had more than half of the total population. Armed with this window, Bello, the premier of the northern region, must have felt very confident when, just 12 days after independence in 1960, he boasted his vision and caliphate agenda for Nigeria, to be an estate of his ethnic nation, the Fulani, immigrant settlers in Nigeria, and declared the South would be conquered territory and its people never able to control their future. Thus it was. with this caliphate agenda as guide, that when preliminary results of the post-independence 1962 census showed that the South had a higher population than the North, final results were never released, and so a new census was held in 1963 with mind-boggling figures that now made the North the most populous region in all of Africa, and therefore with a higher population than the South. Apart from untrustworthy population figures attributed to the North, the union called Nigeria was also shaky under its three regions because the three main ethnic nations were dominating the others. The Middle Belt had been lumped with the Arewa bloc into what was referred to as the Northern region. Joseph Tucker, a Christian and leader in the Middle Belt, had preferred there be a separate Middle Belt region because of the possibility of Arewa taking up Sharia. At the Willings Commission of 1958 in London, it was only with reluctance that the Middle Belt agreed to be part of the Northern region, having secured an agreement that Nigeria would always be a secular state. To date, too, the ethnic nationalities of the Middle Belt have felt dominated by the Hausa Fulani, and from at least 2017 began to say that they are not North Central but Middle Belt. In the Eastern region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt they were being dominated by the more populous Igbo. Similarly, in the Western region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt that they were being dominated by the more populous Yoruba. Their concerns were somewhat alleviated with the creation of the Midwestern region. What is important to note and retain is that, number one, at independence there were already cracks in the union because one party referred to as the Caliphate wanted Nigeria to be an estate of the Fulani and had an agenda that the indigenous peoples would not be able to control their lives. That means that the indigenous peoples would be denied their inalienable right to self-determination. 2. Even though there were three, then later four regions with self-determination, the more populous ethnic nations within them, that is the Yoruba, the Hausa, Fulani, and the Igbo, were dominating in their regions. They basically took over the sovereignties of the other ethnic nations. That means there was incomplete decolonization of Nigeria. This is where and why the liberation process of the NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement, is important and includes processes for complete and full decolonization for every indigenous ethnic nationalities in the NINAS territory. What is now well known thanks to the Enlightenment work of the NINAS movement is that the illegitimate 1999 constitution foisted on Nigerians hijacks the self-determination of ethnic nations. Arewa bloc from the year 2000 unilaterally took up Sharia as a function of their own expression of self-determination, and that has been interpreted by the NINAS movement as Arewa having seceded from the Union. Since Nigeria is meant to be a secular country, now the rest of the country are regaining their own right to self-determination by NINAS movement's proclamation of constitutional force majeure on the 16th of December 2020. That started the process to decommission that illegitimate 1999 constitution. The NINAS movement uses a non-violent, orderly process that follows a similar path to what South Africa used to terminate their own apartheid constitutional order. It involves suspending general elections of 2023 to go into a time-bound transitional government. All government structures would remain in place, with regional referendums for self-determination conducted by ethnic nationalities. With the NINAS movement strategy, there will be negotiations where no indigenous ethnic nation will be left out. Each will be able to choose whether they want to be in the Union of Nigeria or not, plus whether they prefer to form a different union with culturally compatible ethnic nations, and if so, how. Every ethnic nation must now be at the discussion table, making discussions and being part of decisions. To repeat, for clarity, as it is important to retain and act upon this information, when the British left, decolonization was incomplete. The Caliphate took over their position as overall colonizer, In addition, within the regions, the smaller ethnic nations were dominated by their more populous ones, and their self-determination was being engulfed by them. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement is bringing about complete decolonization. Each indigenous ethnic nation in the NINA's territory, no matter its size, is equal to any other. There is no minority as classified by Bello. Each ethnic nation will be involved in the discussion about their future. Each ethnic nation will decide for itself, and each ethnic nation will have full self-determination to go in the formation of their choice. This is the liberation process of the NINA's movement for self-determination. For more information, check www.ninasvoice.org. Thanks for listening.
This is protesting for Nigeria.
Listening as an American was being interviewed by a member of NINAS during the UN General Assembly in New York, where Nigeria government went to hire foreigners to counter-protest the justified right of citizens to protest against their government's mishandling of what's supposed to be a country. That's what NINAS is all about, to arrest the drift going on in Nigeria. Nigeria, instead of listening or doing the right thing, went to hire foreigners, paid them to come and counter what was going on. And the man was interviewed.
Oh, for Nigeria? Yeah. For a stronger Nigeria, it's a Nigerian Christian, not target of genocide or ethnic cleansing. So what part of Nigeria are you from? You're not a Nigerian. So how then you're not a Nigerian and you're protesting for Nigeria?
Well, anybody's black, you know what I'm saying? I protest for them.
Well, you know, when you got to protest with the information and the stuff that is happening. No. So how do you know that Nigerian Christians are not the target? How did you know that?
I don't know.
So why then do you have the placard?
Well, look, let me tell you something. I protest for anybody. I help a lot of people.
So you were paid to do this?
Yeah.
Or you were paid to do this?
Yeah, I just joined in with everybody.
Because you didn't know
black, white.
No, I understand. It is good to support brothers, to support the culture, but also it is also good to protest and pass the right information, right?
It's a lot of information going out here, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people twist a lot of things up. Yeah. I don't know for sure what.
But you got to do a little bit digging.
However, you know what I'm saying? I'm just here to help everybody out.
I understand that. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're doing what they ask you to do. Yeah. At least you're paid to do this, and you're doing what you get paid for.
No, it's not about pay, you know what I'm saying? It's just about.
Through referendum.
NINAS, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of NINAS, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of your right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north, and Constitution official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, the better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and without much ado recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Ulesho Inka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba Land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest, and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINAS declared a constitutional force majeure against the illegitimate 1999 Constitution. NINAS demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution, and no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NINAS and the constitutional force majeure, sign the petition at www.ninasffn.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with NINAS, call the number 0813-425-4584 or 070-5924-9885.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good road, you sign the petition. Better work, oh. Sign the petition. Clean water and light. Sign the petition. Security. Sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, oh. Sign the petition. Housing project. Sign the petition. Hope for the future. Sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders where they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing gari pata pata. Wetin we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution. We don't dabaru everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninasffn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
Here's an article by Malcolm Omirhobo. I don't know how to pronounce it very well. He says to avoid a failed state, Nigerian elites must mobilize and enlighten the youth masses to seek a people's constitution that guarantees justice for all. The Lagos-based lawyer Malcolm Omirhobo has asked and answered the most poignant question regarding the fast progression of Nigeria into becoming a totally failed state in recent years. The learned gentleman asked this question because he sees the Nigerian elite core who constitute the intellectual and economic backbone of society, are still reticent in addressing the complex conundrum in which the country is mired. The aloofness and nonchalance of the elite core enable and facilitate the entrenchment of a corrupt governance order that has, with time, translated into all the woes of today's unitary Nigeria. Romeo Hobo has no doubt that if nothing is done sooner to remedy the situation, Africa's most populous country should become a failed state. He then asks, who will suffer if Nigeria becomes a failed state? He concludes that the same elite core who prefer to play the proverbial ostrich now by failing to speak out against misgovernance and maladministration of the country should bear the brunt of the existential miseries of living in a failed state, but in a polity that is driven by crass opportunism, greed, and narcissistic instincts, hardly have the time to stop and reflect on anything that can interfere with the ongoing feeding frenzy at the center. The elite core are perceived by society's underdogs as active collaborators, and thus the main beneficiaries of the oppressors ruling over everything at the very top. In a failed state, those who wield power now shall be able to devise the means to protect themselves and their immediate cronies. The elite class, comprising professionals, technocrats, administrators, and the merchant class, is left to its own means after all the institutions of governance collapsed nationwide. Chief Romeo Hobo spoke plainly as he painstakingly details the travails awaiting the Nigerian elite in a failed state. For the underclass, the writer quipped, "He that is low needs fear no fall. He that is low needs fear no fall, or he that is down needs fear no fall." The elite middle class shall experience the most trauma if Nigeria becomes a failed state today. Common sense would compel a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more attentive and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance, in particular, and the political economy. I'll go over that again. Common sense would compel a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more attentive and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance, in particular, and the political economy in general. But as we already know too well, common sense is not a common commodity, particularly in Nigeria. To read Malcolm Omiroho's article in full, go to the LNC USA website homepage and scroll toward the bottom. This brief was prepared by Dr. Okenwanwosu.
Here are some things that happened Tuesday, 28 December 2021, where OBJ spoke something about the oil and gas in Niger Delta. Yunugo, the president of the Ijaw National Congress, INC, Nigeria collapsing under fraudulent 1999 constitution, INC chief tells Obasanjo. Professor Benjamin Kaba has berated former President Olusegun for using the 1999 constitution of Nigeria to justify his claim that crude oil and gas in the Niger Delta territory belongs to the country and not to the people of the region. Okaba, who spoke to the morning show program of the Arise television on Thursday, described Obasanjo's position as a second thought as it contradicts his earlier argument that the mineral resources of the Niger Delta were given by God for all Nigerians. He urged that the former president could not be relying on a constitution that had been variously rejected and described as a fraud and a military document imposed on Nigerians. Ukawa further said that the unitary character of the 1999 constitution, which Obasanjo deliberates, had become the major reason Nigeria was collapsing on all sides, as the constitution remained a faulty foundation for the country. He said the Nigerian 1999 constitution, which Obasanjo is now relying on, is a product of unrepresentative drafting and, to a large extent, must be the provision therein are military-driven, so the constitution is fraudulent, satanic, and it has not served anybody any good. In fact, the 1999 constitution is a foundation for the collapse of Nigeria. Every fabric of Nigeria, the economy, educational system, infrastructure are all collapsing. Reforming will not save the situation. We need all over restructuring because OBJ talked about reform and he believed that will help to normalcy the Nigeria. But we know that under a constitution that is faulty, not people-driven, but hurried put together a few weeks before the ascendancy of OBJ to power in 1999 cannot do us any good. So the various agitation across the country are clearly evidence for the Nigerian to work. We must do away with the constitution and go back to the basic. And in a federation, resources ownership, focal federalism are paramount, and every constitution that talks about federalism and does not recognize ownership of resources by the people is faulty. The INC chief stated that Section 140 of the 1963 Constitution, which Obasanjo made reference to, is in an open letter of reply to that of Ijaw Nation leader and the elder statesman Edwin Clark, who talked about the 50% of the proceeds from natural resources to the region in recognition of their ownership of the resources. Okaba contended that the former president was representing a class of people who had fought so hard to sustain a system that is colonial military driven and serve hegemonic interests against the interests of the people of Nigeria. He further said, so the 1999 constitution remained an arbitrous a problem and is the reason why we were where we are today. And those who are fighting tirelessly to sustain the status quo are doing it for a self-seeking purpose to protect their hegemonic interest. It is hard time we restructured and allow people who feel dissatisfied with the current system to seek self-determination. If not, like we said earlier, if they make restructuring impossible, then they made the rebundling of Nigeria inevitable.
Self-determination is the answer for Nigeria. Are you angry about the jihadist genocide in the Middle Belt killing Christians for land grab? Are you angry that Fulani herdsmen are trespassing onto your farms, killing, stealing, and destroying? Are you angry that you are a citizen of a country that is now the third most, should be second, most terrorized in the world with Boko Haram, ISIS, Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, and Al-Qaeda all operating from the same zone? Are you angry that you carry the passport of a failed country? Then you should join those seeking self-determination for ethnic nationalities. With self-determination, each ethnic nationality has the power to decide how we want to live and control our future, including resources. Self-determination is our self-defense. Join NINAS voice.org. ninasvoice.org. There's a lot riding on this. Now, here is why it gets really interesting. An MPA chairman drags Buhari before Abuja court over 1914 amalgamated treaty. The Nigerian Bar Association chairman, Ilesha branch of Osun State, Barrister Kami Ajibola, has dragged President Muhammadu Buhari to the Federal High Court, Abuja, over the president's refusal to release to him the certified copies of 1914 amalgamated treaty and 2014 confab report, the one convoked by Goodluck Jonathan. Ajibola had, through a letter dated September 22, 2021, and acting based on the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act 2011, asked the president to release the said documents to him within 7 days. The human rights lawyer who filed the suit asked the court for an order of mandamus compelling the president to make available certified true copies of Nigeria Amalgamation Treaty of 1914 and Nigerian 2014 National Conference report. Besides, Ajibola in the suit number FHC/ABJ for Abuja/CS/1425/21 asked the court to compel President Buhari to supply information on why the federal government will not convene the national conference where Nigerians will be given free and fair opportunity to discuss issues relating to the unity and harmony of one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. This is my comment. I have never seen anywhere any country is described as indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. I mean, this is impossible. Nigeria did not fall from heaven. Nigeria is the work of, like, the creation of people. It was a business of the UK. And then we, the indigenous people, are beginning to wake up from our slumber. And then we're asking questions, what's going on? This is not right. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Let's get our people involved. Let's go to our people, ask our people, what do they want? Do they want to be like, do they want Nigeria to continue going this way, or they want something that, do they want a better deal? Do they want to, like, see real true change happen to them? In the middle belt, in the lower Nigeria territory, that is the former, the current southeast and south and we need a binding multi-regional referendum, a vote, a very simple democratic demand. It's a democratic process. We cannot just force ourselves, being together when it's not working, it's not going anywhere. According to him, based on the present circumstances where there are breakdowns in the nation's governance with insecurity, nepotism, terrorism, and unemployment, among others, the court should decide if Nigerian people can still continue to live in unity and harmony as one country and on what terms and conditions. This guy is essentially telling us what Lower Niger Congress, NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, has been all about over the years till this moment and until the mission is accomplished. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have a free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country. Again, I reject this word, indivisibility. No country is beyond division. Not on this world, not in this planet. There is no country that is to be said to be beyond discussion, that there should be no discussion about its existence, about its continued as is. If there are areas within that country that doesn't feel like belonging, that should be a reason for referendum. Canada did it some years back in Quebec. Quebec voted to separate. Their vote failed by 1% maybe. Something with Scotland. Countries vote for this is a democratic process. British people do it. They do it in Canada. They do it in UK. They do it in Europe. In fact, Britain is the last country that seceded. Britain essentially voted and separated from the European Union. They are still coexisting. They are not after each other's lives. They are still doing business together. They are still relating. They are still members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. They still do other businesses together. There is no fighting between them. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country, rotational presidency, and other acts of governance. He particularly mentioned issues relating to the Igbo nation, where he alluded that there was a calculated plan to treat them as an outcast out of the nation's presidency. The NBA boss said he was in court because by the placement of the constitutional duty, every citizen of the country has the right to make positive and useful contributions to the advancement, progress, and well-being of the community where he resides. 100%. No date has yet been fixed for the suit filed on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Let me say that there has been other suits that were filed many years ago. The Nigerian government has only gone to court to block those cases from moving forward because they have no credible counter to those demands. And it has always been about the unworkability of Nigeria. Now, what we have at hand is referendum. Let those that have ears hear and react to it and respond and continue to ask for information on where to go to find direction. Ndi Igbo, I'm an Igbo person. Ndi Igbo are not asking for rotational presidency. We are asking for referendum vote against current constitution of 1999 upon which Nigeria is operating. We are asking for referendum, a binding referendum vote for Ndi Igbo to vote on whether to continue in Nigeria, along with in the South and all Middle Belt and Oduduwa land. All these people are asking for referendum vote, not rotational presidency, not president of Igbo extraction, because in a functional Igbo land, in a functional Lower Niger territory, in a functional Middle Belt and Southwest or Oduduwa nation, citizens from any other country that decides to move to Lower Niger territory and nationalize and become a citizen can vie for the presidency of the Lower Niger territory. And I believe Oduduwa nation will equally consider citizens of theirs from any other part of the world that supports the existence of the nation and is obedient to the rules will contest for the presidency of Oduduwa land, as long as it is for the progress of those regions. So we are not interested in Nigeria's presidency. Maybe I'm deflecting the tires of the one Nigerianists, especially the Nzukumuna people, among others. They are behind the visit by Chief Amechi Mbazulike to the presidency begging for Nnamdi Kanu's release. They are behind that disgraceful visit because it reduced us greatly in a way they probably never thought about. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. But we need a binding referendum. Let's make Nigeria better. That's the way to do it better. Let's go for referendum. Fix a date and give enough time to educate our people on what is to come. And they will go for it. Sudan did it. Yes, they are still having problem on both sides of the divide, but it's okay. Whoever finds the way out first will get better. Whether it's South Sudan or North Sudan, they should figure it out. But in our own case, we also need to trigger that process to start figuring it out because we're not getting anything right now.
Nines. The The Nigerian Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest, and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINAS declared a constitutional force majeure against the illegitimate 1999 Constitution. NINAS demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution, and no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NINAS and the constitutional force majeure, sign the petition at www.ninasffn.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with NINAS, call the number 0813-425-4584 or 070-5924-9885.
On insecurity, the governor of Benue State points directly to the right direction, that the federal government of Nigeria is an accomplice. By Autumn, February 10, 2022, today. Benue State Governor Samuel Autumn on Wednesday said the reason for his constant cry was that he was not elected to preside over displaced persons or dead bodies. Autumn stated this when he received in audience the Director General of the Administrative Staff College of Nigeria, Mrs. Cecilia Gaya, who couldn't come by herself but was also represented by Goodluck Audu. The governor said, having foreseen the danger herdsmen invasion on communities might pose to the nation, he decided to raise the alarm, and his administration came up with the anti-open grazing law. I must add that Benue State has seen a lot of killings by the Fulani jihadists, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, brought into the country, and some paid by the governor of Kaduna, Nasser El-Rufai. He admitted it on a live TV appearance that he traveled to countries in Africa to pay these people money to stop killing, yet they're coming. So he was funding them to come and do their job that way. And the federal government opened up the borders for these criminals to come in and kill people all over the place, going as far as the Akwa Ibom, Southeast, South-South, Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory area, Oduduwa land. Sunday Boho is in jail because of these people, their activities. And for trying to stop them, they planted gun and everything and invaded his house and killed a few number of people, and killed animals too. Nigerian government officials are animal abusers, just as they are abusing their own people. That's why the priest will sit in the water, the fake priest sit in the water, telling people to essentially drown animals in order to make money. Anyway, the governor saw something happening and made a law for open grazing through the state assembly. He said his allegiance was to his people, and he lamented that he faced death threats as a result, but was not afraid of death. Autumn said, "At 61, I am no longer afraid of death. In fact, I have prepared my will so that if I die, my people will not fight over my property." God bless your heart. I feel so sad when I try to make public what is happening in Benue State and across Nigeria, I must add, and people castigate me and insult me, but I remain committed to serving my people. Which southeastern governor can open his mouth and say this boldly, that he remains steadfastly to serving his people, other than attending to the caliphate's business interest and the British business interest in our area? They don't care about our people. That's why criminal gangs are taking over the southeast, killing people at Umuchu, at Kurabia, at Uga, at Onitsha, at Aba, all over the place. They are invading Newi, everywhere. They are killing our people. And they claim to be fighting for our liberation. They snatch vehicles in the open. Police are on the run. Police, the so-called police, maybe that's why they are taking less bribes now, because they cannot even take bullets anymore. They see unknown gunmen, they run. The roads of Imo State is now dominated by police that are not wearing uniform. You can see them wearing all kinds of rags, like disguising themselves so that the unknown gunmen don't recognize them easily. And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDPs, that is internally displaced people's camps, and dead people. And if something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. Well, Governor Otam, I must advise you here, if you ever tune into this People's Channel, Lower Niger Territory Radio, if you ever hear it online, there is a group that is championing the deliverance of your people in the Middle Belt as well as in the Lower Niger Territory and Oduduwa Nation. That group is called Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Hook up with the leaders of this group and have a chat and take it from there. Referendum is achievable for your people to be secured. It is done all over the world. Eritrea did it to get out of Ethiopia. South Sudan did it to get out of Sudan, which is now North Sudan. East Timor did it to get away from the chokehold of Indonesia. Scotland has done it once in my lifetime. I saw them go to vote, but they failed. Quebec did it 1995. They also failed by a percentage point or so. Europe have always gone through referendum to resolve differences. UK went through referendum to get out of the European Union just not up to 3 years ago. So many countries has gone through this process. Africa's own must not be different. That is what we serve the people of Benue State, people of Adamawa, people of Taraba, people of Plateau, people of Anambra State, Imo State, Abia State, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Yoruba Land. Sunday Boho will not be in jail now if Nigeria has been a just society. And it is because of that we call for referendum, a multi-regional binding referendum to be supervised by the United Nations. That is the vote our people want to vote for. Not who replaces Muhammadu Buhari under the same constitution of 1999 that is fully rejected and repudiated by all our people in the Middle Belt, Oduduwa Land, and Lower Niger Territory. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country. And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDP camps and dead people. If something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country. On the training of civil servants by ASCON, Otam said the civil service remained the engine room of any administration, as it was responsible for the success and failure of any government. So what is the situation with Nigeria? Leadership failed Nigeria, leadership that is based on a very criminal document, the constitution that allows idiots to rule over princes and princesses. Forgive my French. This is what has destroyed the country further. And since nothing good can come out of this 1999 constitution, the right decision to make for Nigerians is to stop further election, to repeat the same cycle all over, because another thief can only come to protect the interest of other thieves, just like what they did in Abia State. Ojo Zokalo robbed Abia State, and at the end of the day, he replaced himself with another crook, who after robbing the state, now put this other one that talks about hot water and pouring hot water on the asphalt to cause road well built to start melting. That's what do they call him? Ibazu from Ngwa. Anyway, the whole thing is this. For us to know true freedom, we must go through referendum. Anything short of this is a waste of time. And the government knows that this is the right solution to take. They know that things are not going very well, but they are just deceiving themselves, carrying on as if everything is okay. Nothing is okay. Nigeria is in crisis. Nigeria is in deep crisis. Nigeria is imploding from within. There's a lot of hatred among the people. The people are feeling insecure everywhere. There is a lot of horrible things going on. I saw flaring going on at Port Harcourt. If you come out in the night, you will know why Port Harcourt is hot in the afternoon, because there is flaring going on all over the place, gas flaring by oil companies. Fire is burning in the city. The pantries, the palm fronds are getting burnt. Literally, you can see it burnt. The grass, the green, everything is looking like it's burning up. In a country where oil and gas is being extracted and nothing is being enforced to protect life and the environment. Nigeria hates everything in Nigeria, including the land. That's unfortunate. This has been your guy, Stephen.
For International Religious Freedom, USCIRF, finds it unexplainable that the U.S. Department of State did not redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, and treated it as a country with no severe religious freedom violations. This is contrary to what is going on in Nigeria as we speak. Fulani terrorists that are being powered by the government are still going across state lines to kill and replace communities. USCIRF is disappointed that the State Department did not adopt our recommendations in designating the countries that are the worst violators of religious freedom, said USCIRF Chair Nadine Mienza. While the State Department took steps forward on some designations, USCIRF is especially disappointed with the removal of Nigeria from its country of particular concern designation, where it was rightfully placed last year, as well as the omission of India, Syria, and Vietnam. We urge the State Department to reconsider its designations based on facts presented in its own reporting. Pursuant to International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, the countries the State Department designated as CPC, country of particular concerns, are Burma, China, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, that is North Korea, Eritrea, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. All besides Russia previously had been designated USCIRF. All besides Russia previously had been designated. USCIRF recommended CPC, country of particular concern designation for all 10 in its 2021 annual report, and also recommended that India, Nigeria, Syria, and Vietnam be designated as CPCs, country of particular concerns. This is done annually. It is reviewed every year. The State Department placed on its special watch list SWL, Algeria, Comoros, Cuba, and Nicaragua. USCIRF recommended in its 2017 annual report that Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Egypt, Indonesia, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Turkey, and Uzbekistan also be placed on the special watch list. USCIRF recently released a fact sheet reiterating its country of particular concern and special watch list recommendations, which explains the religious freedom violations in these countries, supporting USCIRF's recommendations. While USCIRF is concerned about the lack of designation for countries, USCIRF recommended Russia's designation for the first time as a CPC for engaging in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom is welcome. USCIRF has proposed this action since 2017. For years, USCIRF has raised the alarm regarding the Russian government purge of non-traditional religions and religious freedom repression, said USCIRF Vice Chair Nuri Tokel. USCIRF also applauds the inclusion of Algeria in the State Department's special watch list designations this year, which USCIRF has recommended since 2020 due to continued enforcement of blasphemy laws and restrictions on houses of worship for minority religious communities. USCIRF also welcomed the State Department's designations of 9 entities of particular concern, EPC, entities of particular concerns, which are non-state actors that engage in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom pursuant to IRFA. USCIRF recommended the designation of 7 of these actors, including Al-Shabaab that operates in East Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, that axis, Boko Haram of Nigeria, the Houthis in Yemen, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, which might probably include ISWAP, a branch of ISIS, Jamaat Nasser al-Islam wal-Muslimin, which is JNIM, and the Taliban in its 2021 annual report. Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here is what he had to say. The new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of Masab members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. It's all going. The union is going down. So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate.
Nigerian Union Dispute: The Folly of Building on a Rickety Constitutional Foundation, by Tony Nadi, Ninas, January 7th, 2022. Responding to media questions about what seems to be a mobilization by political parties towards the 2023 round of national elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, co-convener and coordinating secretary of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, wrote as follows. Knowing what we know now about the fraud of 1999, enacted by Decree number 24 of 1999 and christened the 1999 Constitution, and seeing the monumental failures of the Nigeria erected upon the rickety foundation of that fraud, as well as the mind-boggling miseries of Nigeria trapped in what has become a union of death, it is most obdurate to continue the construction of Nigeria on the basis of that constitution, which has been repudiated and rejected countrywide. Those still planning to go to another round of national elections in 2023 under the fraudulent of 1999 Constitution are actually compounding the treason initiated by Abdulsalam Abubakar and his confederates in 1999, and are therefore the worst enemies of their own people. As they continue to defy the will of their people and undermine the sovereignty of their people, they will soon find themselves on a head-on collision with those who are being killed, impoverished, and enslaved under that constitution. We must now formally halt the preparations for any further renewal of our damnation in 2023 by way of another round of national elections under that caliphate-imposed engine of fraud called the 1999 Constitution. We must now go into a transitioning process to undertake the orderly decommissioning of the defeated 1999 Constitution and the distillation of fresh constitutional protocols dictated by the self-determination imperative for Nigeria's constituent components as ratified by referendums. This would be in a two-stage process that begins with regional self-determination referendums to either recommit or opt out of the failed and unworkable union defined by the 1999 Constitution. Depending on the outcome of the aforementioned regional referendums in the first stage, it is in the second stage that the question of negotiating or drafting another federating constitution would arise. All political parties in Nigeria must be told in clear terms that the issues confronting Nigeria and Nigerians now cannot be resolved by elections, since the winners of any further elections under the 1999 Constitution must swear to and govern by that Constitution. They cannot, therefore, be allowed to frame the grave issue of existential threats confronting the peoples of Nigeria at this time as capable of being resolved by the emergence of one party or the other in power after another election ritual in 2023. The 5-point proposition of the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, provides a clear, comprehensive, time-bound framework for the immediate undertaking the inevitable grand reconfiguration of the failed Lugodian of the 1914. Anything outside calling off the voyage to 2023 and the commencement of the remediation anchored on the sovereignty of the constituent components of Nigeria within the context of the self-determination imperative for those constituent components is an invitation to the unceremonious collapse of the rickety union. This is written by Tony Nadi, January 7, 2022, and is being read by Dr. Augusta Anosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty. The voice of the peoples in the Lower Niger Territory. Today, we look into some current affairs. As we all know that Nigeria, as currently constituted, is supposed to be a secular state, but in practice, it is very far away from the reality. The 1999 imposed constitution is a master-slave document, and that makes it a monster, and it has become toxic to the indigenous peoples. And the peoples in the alliance territory are saying that 1999 constitution must be decommissioned. Christians are relegated to the back seat as infidels and slaves. So, we want to roll out some facts that most of the strategic positions and appointments are controlled by the northern Fulani Muslims. And the examples abound. Number 1. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Senate President is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Speaker of the House is a Muslim, but from the South. The Deputy Speaker of the House is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Secretary to the Government of Federation is a Northern man. The INEC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer, a Fulani Northern Muslim. The President, Court of Appeal, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. EFCC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. President, Federal High Court, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. National Security Advisor is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Army Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Air Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Northern Muslim. The Comptroller General of Customs is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Defense Minister is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Managing Director, Nigerian Ports Authority, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Managing Director, NDIC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller General Immigration, Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Nigerian Correctional Center, Prisons, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Fire Service, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Director General, NYSC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. In addition to the above, the highest looters are found in the north, mostly Fulani Muslims. The richest in Africa, Aliko Dangote, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. 85% of petroleum marketers is a Northern Muslim, maybe dominated by the Fulanis. 80% of oil block owners is Fulani Northern Muslims. 99% of Almajiris are in the north, mostly the Fulanis. Highest rate of girl-child marriage are in the north and practiced mostly by the Fulani Muslims. The fourth world most deadliest terror group is the Fulani herdsmen, Fulani jihadists in the north. Boko Haram is a terrorist group controlled by the Fulani Northern Muslim. They are killing Christians and moderate Muslims in the north. Fulani herdsmen and Fulani militia are terrorizing farmers and Christians, mainly in the north and in the Middle Belt and South. 90% of Nigeria's past presidents and heads of states are Fulani Northern Muslim. Nigerian membership of OIC was arranged by the Fulani Northern Muslim. The poorest states and educationally backward areas are in the north, controlled by Fulani Northern Muslim. Fulani are culturally nomads. 2023 general elections is another game they plan to play against the South and Middle Belt regions of Nigeria, otherwise known as NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. They urge you to obtain PVC plastic cards while they hold all the money and AK-47 and AK-49 to control your lives, assets, and sovereignties once you vote them in. So, why should you allow yourselves in the South and Middle Belt regions to keep empowering the Fulani Caliphate domination by participating in the general elections that renew the life of the same Caliphate imposed 1999 fraudulent constitution? This is a big problem that needs an urgent solution. So, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, has offered a legitimate non-violent strategy, and it is a movement of the owners of the land. You in the Middle Belt, you in the Southwest, and you in the Lower Niger territories are urged to join NINA's movement today and exercise your inalienable right to self-determination. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. Join the movement today and say no to 2023 general election. Say no to 2023 general elections. For more information, visit the websites www.ninasvoice.org and www.lowernigercongress.org. Thank you for listening, and tune in always and listen to Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from enslavement. Apparently, it is your voice of liberty.
For delivering uncolored report on the NSAS shooting at Lekki on October 20th, 2020, members of the panel are now getting essentially targeted by agents of Nigerian government. They are being unfairly persecuted already just for coming out with their report that heavily indicted the government of liars. Since the submission of the NSAS panel report to the governor of Lagos State on November 15th, 2021, members of the panel have become subject of vicious attacks by those suspected to be agents of the government. All manner of allegations have been heaped upon panel members, some of whom have been called unprintable names. I can confirm that no member of the panel lobbied to be appointed into the panel. As a matter of fact, in my own case, His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, appealed to me to accept my appointment, which I saw as a call to national service. The primary reason the governor gave to me then was that he wanted men and women of integrity, independent and not subject to manipulation, to be on the panel. Just today, my attention has been drawn to an interview by a senior counsel to the Lagos State government to the effect that panel members collected bribe in the course of the assignment. It is unfair, ungodly, and least expected of the government and its lawyers. The Lagos State government asked for 2 weeks to enable it to release a white paper on the report submitted to it by the panel, and we have been waiting, but it would seem that the Lagos State government has now unleashed mindless propaganda upon panel members, whilst at the same time asking for restraint from the general public. I have in my custody certified true copies of all proceedings of the panel and all exhibits tendered before the panel in respect of the Lekki Tollgate investigation. I urge the government to call its agents and lawyers to order so as not to provoke aggravated responses. It is unfair to seek to denigrate people's hard-earned reputation on account only that they accepted to render selfless service at the behest of government. If the government and its agents are not restrained from attacking others, nothing stops us from defending our integrity. I should not become a victim of unwarranted attack just because I accepted to serve the government and the outcome of that assignment did not favor the expectations of the government. Suffice it to mention that I worked with men and women of unblemished integrity and am proud to be associated with them all. I therefore appeal to His Excellency the Governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, to call all agents of state to order and keep to his promise to us to release a white paper within 2 weeks and to send the unedited report of the panel to the National Economic Council. Signed by Ebun Olu Adegboruwa, SAN, Lagos, Lekki, Lagos, November 18, 2021. And so Nigeria now will resort to attacking the panel members like they didn't deliver the kind of manipulated report they were most likely hoping for. The report has turned out to be a huge embarrassment to the government, to the military, to the police, to the federal government and their agents, especially Lai Mohammed and the rest of them who has been in denial, lying and continuing in their lying ways. So, here is a panel member now coming public, exposing the hypocrisy that is the Nigerian system, that system that is condemned never to work well. Very sad. Sucks to be Nigeria.
Nigerian Union dispute. The folly of building on a rickety constitutional foundation by Tony Nadi, Ninas, January 7th, 2022. Responding to media questions about what seems to be a mobilization by political parties towards the 2023 round of national elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, co-convener and coordinating secretary of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, wrote as follows. Knowing what we know now about the fraud of 1999, enacted by Decree Number 24 of 1999 and christened the 1999 Constitution, and seeing the monumental failures of the Nigeria erected upon the rickety foundation of that fraud, as well as the mind-boggling miseries of Nigeria trapped in what has become a union of death, it is most obdurate to continue the construction of Nigeria on the basis of that constitution, which has been repudiated and rejected countrywide. Those still planning to go to another round of national elections in 2023 under the fraudulent of 1999 Constitution are actually compounding the treason initiated by Abdulsalam Abubakar and his confederates in 1999, and are therefore the worst enemies of their own people. As they continue to defy the will of their people and undermine the sovereignty of their people, they will soon find themselves on a head-on collision with those who are being killed, impoverished, and enslaved under that constitution. We must now formally halt the preparations for any further renewal of our damnation in 2023 by way of another round of national elections under that caliphate-imposed engine of fraud called the 1999 Constitution. We must now go into a transitioning process to undertake the orderly decommissioning of the defeated 1999 Constitution and the distillation of fresh constitutional protocols dictated by the self-determination imperative for Nigeria's constituent components as ratified by referendums. This would be in a two-stage process that begins with regional self-determination referendums to either recommit or opt out of the failed and unworkable union defined by the 1999 Constitution. Depending on the outcome of the aforementioned regional referendums in the first stage, it is in the second stage that the question of negotiating or drafting another federating constitution would arise. All political parties in Nigeria must be told in clear terms that the issues confronting Nigeria and Nigerians now cannot be resolved by elections, since the winners of any further elections under the 1999 Constitution must swear to and govern by that Constitution. They cannot, therefore, be allowed to frame the grave issue of existential threats confronting the peoples of Nigeria at this time as capable of being resolved by the emergence of one party or the other in power after another election ritual in 2023. The 5-point proposition of the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, provides a clear, comprehensive, time-bound framework for the immediate undertaking the inevitable grand reconfiguration of the failed Lugodian of the 1914. Anything outside calling off the voyage to 2023 and the commencement of the remediation anchored on the sovereignty of the constituent components of Nigeria within the context of the self-determination imperative for those constituent components is an invitation to the unceremonious collapse of the rickety union. This is written by Tony Nadi, January 7, 2022, and is being read by Dr. Augusta Anosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Former Minister of Foreign Affairs Professor Bolaji Akinyemi yesterday argued that Nigerians would be disappointed if they were expecting the United States to treat the country the same way it treats Israel. Akinyemi was speaking against the backdrop of a threat by the United States to invoke the Lahi statute against Nigeria if there are established cases of human rights violations against the military and police, as opposed to its measured silence on alleged cases of similar breaches by the Israeli government. Now, this is my take here. If the case of Nigeria is to be compared with that of Israel, and then you consider the fact that Israel is fighting for her very existence against those that would want to destroy the country and wipe it off the map, it means that internally in Nigeria, Nigerians are faced with a very dangerous system whereby those in government are the enemies of Nigerians. And they are using the instrument of state to kill Nigerians who are demanding for the right leadership, who are demanding for respect for their own lives. So how do you compare the two? Anyway, Bolaji Akinyemi continues. He said this during an interview on The Morning Show, a program monitored on Arise News Channel. This day's broadcast arm. The renowned professor of international affairs stated that the dynamics of the relationship between the United States government and those of Nigeria could not be compared. Some security experts recently described the development as a clear case of double standard, as the United States had said Nigeria risked arms embargo for alleged violation of the laws on armed conflicts in the fight against banditry, terrorism, and other forms of violence in different parts of the Federation. Speaking in an interview with CNN International after a tour of some African nations, including Nigeria recently, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken had said that his country would apply the laws against Nigeria if the allegations were found to be credible. However, while being very critical of Nigeria, the United States was said to have vetoed over 50 United Nations Security Council UNSC resolutions critical of Israel since 1972. During the last escalation of violence between Israel and the Palestinians, the U.S. had, according to reports, stuck to same playbook, blocking a joint statement calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Several resolutions condemning violence against Palestinian protesters and the illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank were also reportedly thwarted by the U.S. Of course, we also have laws in place. The Lehi law, for example, that makes sure that if there are units that have committed abuses, we're not going to provide equipment to those units. If there is genuine transparency, accountability, and change that follows from these incidents and these abuses, I think that is very important, not only to our administration, it is also important to the U.S. Congress in making judgments about continuing to assist the security forces, Blinken had explained. But Akiyemi, during the interview, maintained that Nigeria would continue to be disappointed if it expected the same treatment given by the United States to Israel, stressing that the Jewish people in America are a very strong voice to be reckoned with. Again, here is my take. The Jewish people in the United States indeed are a voice to be reckoned with. Are the Nigerians in the United States voice for Nigeria, or they are actually exposing the crimes of the Nigerian government against the people of Nigeria? See the difference? The difference is so clear. The voices that are now coming out, Nigerian voices, are on side with the people of Nigeria, the indigenous people. They are the ones that were protesting in the U.S. and Nigeria went to recruit foreigners, paid demonstrators to counter the genuine aspirations of Nigerians at the UN. He said, look, you will only break your heart if you expect the United States to treat you the way it treats Israel. This is not hate speech on my part. I know better than to do that. But Jewish voters in the United States are very, very critical to the electoral success, especially in presidential elections. And there is no presidential candidate and no administration that goes out of its way to antagonize Israel or to do anything that may be perceived by the Jewish voters as being inimical to Israeli interests. They have a powerful voice in the media, which they will be prepared to use. I wouldn't mention names, so there will be no ad hominem attacks on my part. But there are powerful voices. There is one of the global media in the United States which work for Jewish interest, public interest organizations. They won't put it out there. But if you go and look at their profile, which would have been removed, so you would think that they are neutral, whereas they are not neutral. Like hawks looking after its chicks, those voices are looking out for Israeli interests. Akiyemi argued that Israel remained one of the few countries in the world that can afford to be rude to America without serious repercussions. Reason why a former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was rude to former President Barack Obama, who was perceived as not being pro-Israel enough. So there is no basis for you to try to differentiate between American attitude to Nigeria and American attitude towards Israel. That difference is very, very clear, he explained.
He said it was a positive move by the Biden administration to remove Nigeria from the list of countries that muffle religious freedom, in line with the new American government's branding of being seen as highly democratic. He stressed that the State Department of the United States had probably found out that the terrorists were killing both Muslims and Christians in the north, reason the country's name was removed from the list of countries of particular concern, CPC. Everybody can see that that churches, mosques, reverend fathers, students in Christian schools as well as students in Muslim schools are all being brutalized, he stated, but added that there is not a doubt that there were religious issues in Nigeria. What the department is probably saying is that we share equally the sufferings of the two religious groups that we have, he posited. On pledges made by the United States during the African tour, he said, "Recall what I said earlier, which is that Americans are first-class speech writers and you've got to deconstruct what you are talking about for the real meaning of what they are saying." However, he said that Nigeria remained an important voice in Africa, stressing that despite the battery Nigeria's economy has received, the country cannot be ignored. Nigeria is self-destructive. There is no two way about it. Nigeria is a country at war against itself. Current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari is the #1 enemy of Nigeria, because they are working overtime to set the country on fire, while thinking that they are flexing, that they are fighting to remain relevant.
Waging an insurgency to try to overthrow the government and rid the country of Christians. Now human rights groups are asking the White House to stop the carnage. After losing ground in Syria and Iraq, the top general of U.S. Special Operations Command in Africa is warning that Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other Islamic terror groups are now trying to take over parts of the continent's most populous nation. Major General Dagvin Anderson says Muslim terrorists have set their sights on Nigeria's southern and northwestern regions, and the U.S. is now sharing specific intelligence with the country.
So this intelligence sharing is absolutely vital, and we stay fully engaged with the government of Nigeria to provide them an understanding of what these terrorists are doing.
Their goal? Eventually turn Nigeria into a Muslim country and force Christians, who make up half the country's population, to either leave or convert.
Christians are in the eye of the target, and they're coming after them.
And the numbers are staggering. August 6th, Muslims stormed 4 remote Christian villages in Kaduna State, killing 22 villagers. July 24th, 21 dead, scores injured, and several Christian homes destroyed by militants. July 19th, 19 people killed when assailants armed with guns and machetes attacked a wedding reception. And the list goes on. Leading human rights groups say what's going on in Nigeria is a genocide.
If you look at what's happened on the last 20 years, George, it's just massive number of attacks against Christians. Look, 50 to 70,000 have been murdered.
For years, the main terror group was Boko Haram, which seeks to overthrow the government here and create an Islamic state.
They go after Christians and moderate Muslims. They push a hard-line Muslim agenda. It is their intention to establish a caliphate and to just rid all of Nigeria and West Africa of any Western influence whatsoever.
Now, there's a new actor on the scene. In Nigeria's so-called Middle Belt region, where the Muslim North meets the Christian South, a terror group made up of Muslim Fulani herders are killing thousands of Christians. More than 1,400 Christians were hacked to death in just the first 7 months of 2020 by Fulani herders.
Unfortunately, the secular media are quite often biased and trying to present this as a tribal conflict rather than religious.
Nigeria's president, a Muslim, has so far done very little to stop the bloodshed. His police and army are also mostly made up of Muslims.
The attackers are never captured. They are not prosecuted. The security services respond very slowly. A full day can go on with attacks happening and no security shows up. And frequently, the government officials will provide cover.
Helpless and vulnerable to almost daily attacks, leading Catholic bishops are now urging Nigerian Christians to defend themselves. Human rights groups are asking the White House to appoint a special envoy to help end the persecution of Christians in Nigeria.
Unless the world takes note and puts pressure, economic pressure, sanctions, visa bans on the officials who are responsible for this travesty and for not reining in the terror, then Nigeria will continue to be a bloodbath.
Meanwhile, King's Group is helping more than 3,000 Christians who lost their businesses, homes, farms, or land to Boko Haram and Fulani militant attacks. International Christian Concern has created communal farms to give victims the opportunity to rebuild their lives.
When they get back to work, the family is fed, they have a future, the kids can go back to school. It's a restoration of hope. It really is. And it's much more than just economics. It's the whole community. It's all the parts of life, the emotional, the physical, the mental. It means a lot to them.
ICC and so many other groups trying to bring hope in the midst of all this devastation facing the Christians of Nigeria.
And they are doing it.
They are, absolutely.
Great story, George.
Thank you.
Coming up, new evidence.
Over 2.6 million Nigerians have been displaced from their homes, 37,500 gruesomely massacred in cold blood, 244,000 turned into refugees within a short period of time. This is reported by Gravitas. While our so-called elder statesmen gallivant all over town in the name of global peace talk. Wanting more and a better life for the indigenous peoples trapped within Nigeria enclave does not equate to dismemberment. Rather, we seek to lift ourselves as a people to become better nations, manage our resources better, while lending a helping hand to other surrounding nations who are willing to move forward and live a life that is commensurate with what is found in our other civilized parts of the world. Ahead of the enforcement phase of the sovereign will of the indigenous peoples of Nigeria, NINAS, join the Daughters of Truth talk show, an American-based Saturday talk show, as we continue to push forward the conversation that ought to have been taking place more than 100 years ago. Highlights of this show would be: how did we become so insecure? 2, how did we become neck deep in debt to the extent that our indebtedness is now 33.1 trillion naira or dollars? I don't even know. Now is the time for us to set our children on the path of true prosperity, give them sustainable development and a meaningful life. We want to join countries like Singapore to build a civil society, not a military one where citizens are butchered at the whims, fancies and caprices of one or two bloodthirsty demons who have the rule over our people. Those who think otherwise should please relocate elsewhere, for this is our land. Amen. It's on Saturday, December 18th, 2021. Time is 9:30 Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, which is Trinidad and Tobago, 4:30 p.m. local time in Nigeria, 3:30 p.m. London, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join Daughters of Truth talk show through the link or the website on Facebook. Just Google Daughters of Truth, you'll find it. And it's also going to be on Lower Niger Radio and Impact Africa Television Network. Here's
news carried by the South China Morning Post, one of the largest national circulating newspaper in China. It reports that China is making an offer to send security team to Nigeria. This is in continuation of China's effort to take over institutions and space in Nigeria, just like they have done to Sri Lanka, to Uganda, Zambia, and other countries, poor countries where they are, third world countries where they are going to set foot and spread their tentacles. The West African country has been battling a series of insurgencies, and China has expressed concern about its citizens. China is expressing concern about Chinese citizens in Nigeria, and as a result, they want to send their military advisors, their military people. It's about the institutions. Remember, they've been given loans that are not being paid for. Unpaid loans, loans that are not being serviced. That is a precursor to taking over institutions. That's what China is doing here. Military and security training is a long-established method for Beijing to enhance its influence in Africa. China has offered to send criminal investigation experts to Nigeria to help tackle the country's security problems. They love Nigeria, China. The Chinese ambassador, Kui Jianchun, disclosed the offer on Wednesday during an event at Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria to celebrate a Chinese-funded scholarship. China never gives you anything for free. No. China does not give you nothing without something in return. And they're going to finish Africa. Just like they did to Sri Lanka. They took over Sri Lanka as a seaport. The same evil China is opposing UN probe of Tigray abuses by the government in Ethiopia. That's the type of country China is. UN Human Rights Council meeting requested by UN voted to set up 3-member team to investigate alleged abuses in the Ethiopian civil war. Just weeks before, Foreign Minister Wang Yi reiterated Beijing's support for the Ethiopian government because they are getting contracts from them. Current government of Ethiopia gave China contract to build, one of the contracts to build rail line that ran from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, because at the departure of Eritrea, Ethiopia became landlocked. China built that rail line on loan, and they provided the workers too. China. Representatives from the Ijaw nationality movement signed the resource control and self-determination. The Ijaw ethnic group on Thursday became the first to sign the Niger Delta People's Charter on resource control and self-determination. The pact was signed on behalf of Ijaw indigents by His Royal Majesty King Frank Okiabe Agadagba X of Baraun Kingdom. The ceremony took place in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State Capital. A statement by Ovunda Eni, Niger Delta Congress spokesman, disclosed. Former President Nigeria Environmental Society (NES) Engineer Olu Anda Y. Ogosu, Engineer Olu Anda Y. Ogosu, Rivers representatives signed the charter mid-November. A week earlier, Emeritus Professor Ebieberi Joe Alagoa, representing Bayelsa, gave his assent. The 88-year-old statesman lectured at the University of Lagos, UNILAG. The charter solicits over 70 signatures from Niger Delta nationalities, organizations, and the 6
South-South states. The document demands that oil and other natural resources be controlled by the people while pushing for exit out of Nigeria. It will be presented to the world on February 23rd, 2022, at the 55th anniversary of the Niger Delta Republic Declaration by the late Major Isaac Adakaboro. This is quote from Daily Post and reported by Wale Odunsi. Thank you for listening.
Addressed the press on the overall aim of the solemn assembly.
The map of Lower Niger, as can be found on their website, lowernigercongress.org, of 1885, showing how the peoples of the Lower Niger, the ethnic nationalities of the 11 states, to which Nigeria has fractured them, that map to be adopted as the geography of the territory we're discussing. The Ijo, the Shekiri, the Urobo, the Igbo, all of the ethnics in those 11 states, have adopted that map of 1885 as the formations in which they will relate henceforth. The second decision is that they have mandated a referendum. The Solemn Assembly has mandated a referendum of the people in which our people, just like the Scottish referendum that happened recently, will be deciding whether they want to continue in this union of attrition that Nigeria has proved to be. There's also the mandate for wider consultations with the people ahead of that referendum by way of town halls and consultation with international stakeholders. The Assembly also decided that an asset protection and guarantee scheme be put in place immediately to take an inventory of the assets of the peoples of Lower Niger situated outside the Lower Niger, so as to avoid the experiences of 1970 in which they fled for their lives at the time genocide was being levied against them from other parts of the country. And in 1973, 3 years after they were dislocated from their places of abode, the government of Nigeria, by decree, seized their assets, called it abandoned properties, and never returned to them. And today we are seeing a repetition of the threat by the same people who seized those assets, against them. Finally, the Assembly also decided that a standing committee, an all-purpose standing committee, be put in place to discuss with those who might not have come here on a continuing basis, both local and international. I think we also decided that people from the lower Niger who, for some, either by appointment or election, will be required to come to form government or do government business in Abuja on behalf of the peoples of lower Niger from any part. The assembly mandated a recall for consultation. They must come home and discuss with the rest of the people. Otherwise, they will be there entirely on their own. You know, it doesn't matter that some people are rejoicing that the elections are being held and, you know, winners emerging. Whether by appointment or by election, if you are of the lower Niger and you are in Abuja to be part of the governance of that territory with the rest of Nigeria, we are requesting that you come home for consultation before you continue in that transaction.
Banners and placards by the ethnic delegations were unfolded, demanding an immediate referendum to determine their political future. The closing remarks and vote of thanks on behalf of the conveners was taken by veteran Niger Delta self-determination activist and head of the Ijaw National Delegation to the Assembly, Elder T.K. Ogoriba.
This will be the last and final part of the 3 series of the Solemn Assembly recording. Ibibio, Ijaw, all the nationalities were represented at the Solemn Assembly.
Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has 3 blocks, the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation. Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has three blocks: the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance and dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism. Not surprisingly, states and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination, or even in outright cases, secession. The idea and ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states. While it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
A country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state solely for the protection of their environment. To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people.
Iwukesa Vadale Enige Ehaimo Edion Ikbia Ihuo Isenwuhan Iriwoto Sanribi Mejotuao Otunatioli Ninas Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination Naigionu Homunareo Onotunada Wegi Akoze Novade Beale Osebo 2023 Na Habo Sibori Maimo Bobo Beki Sholi Onotunada Wegi Ebony Majana Naturally Nigeria Okidonki Ebu Umulu Okolo da semegbe emi ebe ahenya oria agboria memo meoria mi Olokidoki Ono tunani na sida wege Ebare shabebu ne botioli constitution ole mane santioli ebuhi ye ebi umulu no oge ole vuole wala esa mata wege era de nyaora ono kukwole ola ka hia sibori so that odia begi onorana ole oni constitutional ole ebuhina ola ka hia sibori ola ka hehe akwasegi aze alwe akoze ramde wegi ohoge no riwi onebuhina me that time aba nkpokpano onebuhina wegi mane nya oto naturally indigenous nationalities mamu ahu ni ihe Abuja niria enyama ogiva ge onebuhina maye tali maru bobo gi naze ni Abuja ni aha nyama ge ebere woto ribegia igo efe no ruboto emioko igo humo na koko mayeri ahu ni na ni amemale oru eke no ebuhi naturally constitutional bobaki no ma wako ta o ma mi gumada sikoko wege ma mu ahu no suma ma mu ni na ebe ma mo wake oto ego homo na mi mali oge mare ni na ole zo no rubuto ogia ene doni go mu no rebegia ami bakia na ye anoru eke no buhi na wege ono gbebe ra ohi akigbolasa ma dagole ge ami bakia na ye igo na rekoko ma igo humu na rekoko igo na rekebe efe no rubuto amujo bi center natural Abuja eyewo mu ewo gale onebuhi na natural constitution olere ahu na ndamege exie wara ala mi bakia na ye ogine iwege ma na mo boy gbe ma oda ka khumunya asabo himegbe uwabe owaye kiale ewara sabo yonu wabe eye mi wena o me fi woto ofiwoku mu fie jerebegia aya sabo na ojede aware wege nya ge ma sabo na ojede ewa wo gboria aya sabo miole igwe kiri okoko awu moni egwana ro mu igoni na anone bu hina oyeri ahu ni na eli na sita wege owake mmadụ dịrọ anyị ọnụ se na ọsacha sebirio ọrịda gwe gị ukpede ni eneribi ugie uki igbeva alukpe n'ebochioli 2020 ọnụ tunina sinanda gwe gị ọnụ ebuhi na achọli constitutional ọkịkị igbuge na abụ ọnụ ebe nọsụ ma achọli Nigeria na gbugon ki na abo abada ki wo hien ne na tare ina sabo arigbe na hia da odo de ki ahion sole ase me ba lu onebu hina ni gbu ki na nya ni na si wege ebe umulu no ebe hoge no ole ada wege ase elu akoze ramde alu akoze ina zeni on bu gugana no hoge vuana ole na se revewo ole mada wege okena remiege ayelo akozeo bebe awada lo ni ma se yero ati alo akozeo ona homo ni na se gere wa ha bosibo ro egbe dam egbe fuwa ro mejo to eba o.
Anything that will make you depend on this country called Nigeria, you are finished, you are doomed. Because you are suffering, you are smiling. Not punish the people that went and nominate the Jagaban of Lagos, Tinubu. Stupid Nollywood people that is supposed to be thinking about the people that die in Tokyo. They are busy endorsing Jagaban as the next president. President will kill them there.
John Okafor, Ibu.
If Jagaban rule this country as Nigeria, will leave this country. You will not see me again. He will not come and say, stupid man. He cannot come back to do what? Old man like that. Old man, when we are still alive,
people are engaged on talking about who will be the next president of Nigeria, a country that is already gone beyond recovery. I mean, what is Tinubu trying to do? Or who else? All those people that are pushing or angling toward election, like they don't see the signs, they don't see the handwriting on the wall, they don't see that Nigeria is completely gone. People are pathetic, like they are ready to do whatever because they don't care, they have no regard for the people.
Sabi. Anybody that will endorse Tinubu, that person family, they will not enjoy 2022. Hey.
That's it. It's not over yet. Here is a prayer by the elders of Mbieri, where some criminals went to kidnap their Eze. I'm not sure if he's the one they killed and displayed in the marketplace or another one, but this is another prayer that is in line with the one we just had now. The number of people needs to be completely dealt with, and let these prayers come through upon them. Following the kidnap of Eze Madumere, the Eze of Mbieri, the Eze of Mbieri gathered at Oriemberi to make incantations and prayers for the release of their fellow Igwe. The prayer itself is against all criminal activities by different groups and state actors across our land. May this prayer come true upon them. Amen.
Alanderi. Achine gamani ihe jikenya ala. Chaji biri amba geri. Ta. Umumbiere anya gbakọna ndachi achi. Dede du edu. Ankwa chana ni. Umumbiere anya gbakọ. Ihe mere enyi o mere n'eke omere n'orie o mere n'afọ ma ọ na nkwọ anyị si taa mberi bilie 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 mberi ụmụ gị anya ebe n'akwa ndị agbụrụ izu jee jiri nwa gị otu onye ọchịchị enyi kee asị m ala mberi ekwerere ha chi ọ nwoke ọ nwe ọ nwata ọ oki nga ahụ bụ izu jee jiri nwa mberi chee oki emekwere nga hụ.
May there be no elders among them, among the killers.
Anya kpọkọ ndị ichie n'ala mberi anyị ebe n'akwa zanụnye taa zanụnye echi mpụta anyị pụtara taa o gosiri ịhụnanya nọ ha n'anyị si anyị gaba n'ihu ụmụ mberi ma lee ka amụghị na-ahụnye aka anya bịa kpọrọ nwa gị anyị si taa ndị ichie ekwedo obi ọjọọ nyenụnye obi ndụ ọganihu unyi ya gachie n'enyi ma ndị bịara enye aka n'imi rie enyi n'anya rie enyi n'ọnụ chi anyị ga-eme gịnị ele na-ehụnyarịrị Chineke ebi n'igwe ele ebe nọ anya kpọkuo gị bịaza anyị okwu taa echi hụ ha ya ozugbo na ha agaghị aha ya ekwurịra ha jụụ anyị atụpụ ọhịa eke.
Here is testimony of a woman in the north that was kidnapped by the Islamic terrorists who are targeting Christians across Nigeria, including Muslims as well. But their main target are the Christians because they are targeting across Benue State, Christian groups, communities in the north, in the east, in the southwest, all over southern Nigeria. These terrorists are going across state lines, doing all sorts of criminal activities. Here is one of the women that recently got released and what she had to say.
I saw horror. Wallahi tallahi idan abu yana kama da yawm al-qiyama. Allah ina gana gan shi when I was in captivity. I saw that. I saw horror. I still have nightmares, bad nightmares. Sai an rike ni har yau har gobe. Akan horrors din da na gani. That's why I left Nigeria. That's why I'm here. But wallahi tallahi, if you have not been through what we've been through, a lot of us that have been in captivity and been raped multiple times by terrorists, you would not know. You would not know the pain. You would not know the agony. Nobody stood. Nobody believed me. Nobody said anything. Nobody helped me.
What a sad situation.
No one. And that's what's happening right now to our children. That's what's happening right now to our children. They're being killed. Nobody's believing them. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's accepting any refugee from northern Nigeria. Nobody. I was raped by terrorists. I was naked. I still have marks on my arm. I know what's going on. I know the pain.
The Islamic terrorists are raping women, raping young people, everybody. And Muhammad Buhari is struggling to call them terrorists. He's struggling to tag them terrorists. That's the government Nigeria have today. Terrorists are running Nigeria essentially. Terrorists are running Nigeria. This woman is almost hurting herself. She's been raped multiple times. Nigeria. Nigeria has mortgaged her future. And NINAS presents a golden opportunity to have Nigeria sorted out through referendums, multi-regional referendums, in the Lower Niger Territory, in the Oduduwa Nation, and Middle Belt Nation. That will save the day.
Small, intellectually, politically, and economically insignificant Africa. But is that really true? Now, here are the facts. Africa has a total area space larger than all of Europe, China, and the United States of America combined. Yes, it is 3 times the area of China, 3 times the area of Europe, 3 times the area of United States of America, meaning you can transplant China, Europe, and United States, and several other countries on the Africa continent, and they will fit neatly. Africa is 30.5 million square kilometers and a youthful population of 1.3 billion inhabitants. China is 9.6 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. India has a total space of 3.3 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. Now, yet, Africa is projected as overpopulated, and pressure mounts on Africans and their leaders to depopulate. Why? Why? Now, please note, Africa is home to 60% of the world's arable land, 90% of raw material reserve, 40% of gold reserve, 33% of diamond reserve, 95% of platinum reserve, and holds the largest bauxite reserves in the world. Of course, in addition to manganese, woods, uranium, crude oil, and others. Yet, the continent is touted as the poverty capital of the world and ripe for depopulation. The question is, why? Well, President Jacques Chirac of France provides an illuminating insight. He said, "We bled Africa for 4.5 centuries. We looted their raw materials, then we told lies that the Africans are good for nothing. In the name of religion, we destroyed their culture. And after being made rich at their expense, we now steal their brains through miseducation and propaganda to prevent them from enacting black retribution against us," unquote. Well, put simply, for over 4 centuries, Africa is not in control of its resources. Look, a 2016 study of Africa by the NGO called War on Want reveals that 101 companies, mostly British, control $305 billion worth of platinum, $276 billion worth of oil, and $216 billion worth of coal at 2016 market prices. Yes, they own mines or mineral licenses in 37 African countries and control vast swaths of Africa's land, 4 times the size of the United Kingdom. Now look, Africa subsidizes the rest of the world by $32 billion annually. A 2017 report by Global Justice Now and other groups estimates that $161.6 billion enter into Africa, while $202.9 billion leave Africa almost every year. For example, in 2017, Africa received a total of $19.7 billion in aid, but paid back $18 billion in debt repayments. Debt burden is killing Africa. African governments have borrowed between 25 and 75% of their GDP, but with little or nothing to show for it. Africans in the diasporas remit not less than $32 billion annually, but multinational companies siphon $32.4 billion in profits and illicit financial outflows. Look, an estimated $29 billion are stolen via illegal logging, fishing, and poaching annually. How can any continent, country, or people accumulate and sustain wealth, growth, and prosperity with such statistics? That's a great question. Well, look, hopefully, now you know your Africa better. Edmund Mbiaka once wrote, "Peace of mind always comes with knowing who you truly are, where you currently stand, where you positively need to be, and strongly believing in its possibility." Africa needs to control its resources, no doubt. For productive, patriotic, and effective leadership, we need our best and ablest citizens with fortified character in local, state, and federal governments. This must be given utmost consideration in upcoming elections across Africa. Let me say it once more. Our problem is not the age of our leaders, but unfortified character. It is your responsibility to protect and defend your Africa. The starting point is to educate and transform the mindset of our leaders and peoples. Look, the least you can do is to assist with ensuring that this message reaches every African. Slavery destroyed us. Religion divided us. Ignorance controls us. And truth scares us. With these retrogressive forces, Africa will remain a dark continent. So we must renew our minds. Please share this video in support of my efforts at reconstructing Africa through mindset transformation. You see, together, we will reconstruct Africa and take charge of our destiny. For who controls Africa controls the world. I thank you.
Today from the global lane, the dictator topping this year's list as the worst persecutor of Christians.
The regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
Most expensive Thanksgiving meal ever. Will Biden's infrastructure deal slow skyrocketing inflation?
The truth is, it's not fully paid for, and as a result, it will turn out to be inflationary.
Coming soon to the University of North Dakota, gender-neutral dormitories.
If a male identifies as a female, he could essentially be assigned a female roommate.
And transgender indoctrination.
The princess who came to your ball tonight was me.
And FBI terrorism tools used against parents. And it's all right here on the global lane. Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians, and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea, and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with a Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem because, just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless. If you're traveling over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house this Thanksgiving, or if you're staying home and preparing a meal, you and Granny will need more cash in your wallet for purchasing Thanksgiving food items. According to The Balance, you'll be spending 21% more this Thanksgiving than you did in 2020. And here are some cost increases to note for feeding a gathering of about 10 people. Potatoes, up more than 8%.
On the recent call by one of the conveners of Bring Back Our Girls, Aisha Yesufu, that Muhammadu Buhari should be chased out of Asha Rock. Here's Tony Nadi's reaction to that call. Buhari is merely one of the most poignant symptoms of the deadly element we must find immediate cure for. It will be a strategic error to expend the scarce energies required to extinguish the source of the deadly element on just one of the many symptoms. That element is the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. The remedy lies in taking down the instrument itself, not in trying to oust one of the many evils it enables. Aisha Yusuf is one of the champions of Bring Back Our Girls hoax that foisted Buhari on us all in 2015. She still hasn't found the discipline to learn about what the fundamental problems are with the Nigeria Union, but she is prescribing an ignorant solution that does not scratch even the surface of the problem, and the energies required to embark on that wild goose chase is the same energies required to drive the final push to and past the finish line of the proper solution. So it's the Constitution of 1999 that we should be going for. Once that is dealt with, every other thing will be looked after. Target the head of the octopus and the tentacles will be destroyed. Part 2. With great blessing comes great responsibility, by J.D. Greer. Africa is very blessed. However, Africans are some of the poorest citizens of this world. There seems to be nothing for Africans in Africa, as Africans are all migrating out of Africa. For over 400 years, it's either Africans are being stolen from Africa as slaves, or hardship is forcing them out of their land as self-made slaves. It takes two to tango. This weekend, as we continue to look at the several tentacles used to enslave and hold us down, it will be wise for us to find out if Africans played any role in their enslavement and predicament. What have we done with the blessings of Africa? Why have Africans not felt the blessings of Africa? Why haven't we kept our promises to one another? We allow social injustice, gender inequality, and discrimination to limit our potentials as a continent. We also allowed wickedness and lack of mercy eat deep into the fabric of our society, to the extent that those on top do everything possible to make sure those below do not make it up, while those below do everything possible to pull those on top down to their level. And people now prefer to jump to the top overnight rather than go through a process. That is Saturday, December the 4th, 2021. 9:30 a.m. Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, 4:30 Homeland, 3:30 p.m. GMT, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join the Daughters of Truth talk show through the link and media outlets below. It's www.facebook.com/events. It's also available on YouTube or Lower Niger Radio 24/7. You can Google www.youtube.com/channel.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karen Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin punitive expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimals of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today has just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words, unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually Decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance.
That's the governor of Bayelsa State.
And dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism.
Not surprisingly,
speaking. States and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination.
God bless you.
Or even in outright cases, secession.
Thank you.
An ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states.
There you
While
go.
it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
The country
called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state.
That's Professor Benjamin Ogaba,
For the protection of their environment.
President Ijaw National Congress.
To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
Amen.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people. Ovietime George, Arise News.
The leakage is continuing and nothing is being done about it. The leakage in Nembe is ongoing. You can see the pipe leaking. Nobody is doing anything about it. Meanwhile, a northerner, Aminu Seira, wrote the following about the South. The Igbo people need to follow exactly what the Ijaw people are doing. We need to follow through with it. Ndi Igbo through Ohaneze needs to come out and make our position known. We're not interested in the next 2023 election. We're not interested in who becomes the president of a dysfunctional country, Nigeria. But we're interested in having a referendum to help us find out from our people whether they want to remain in Nigeria or they want to remain outside of Nigeria. This is what our people are clamoring for, not who becomes the next president of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria would do no Igbo any good. It may make a few people billionaires in Naira or dollars, but that's how far it can go. You will still be in jail under the 1999 Constitution if your neighbor, if your town's guy becomes the president. It doesn't change anything about your future, anchored on the 1999 Constitution. Now, this is what this Northerner had to say against the South. Notice how he addressed it, the Southerners. No Southerner will smell the seat of the president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments, says Aminu Seira. We are just watching the actions of the Southerners against the Northerners without taking any decision, without taking any decisive action against them, because we know where we are waiting for them. The North is telling the South that they have the population. Maybe they are counting the sons in the desert to outnumber the South, but we're not interested in the election. We're interested in a referendum that will happen before we even get far. That they are focusing on something else. So he says no Southerner will smell the seat of president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments. We have the number and we are at liberty to decide who becomes the next president of this country. We've watched Southerners humiliate, insult, abuse, kill, and torture our people, and as well destroy the means of livelihood of our people, doing their legitimate business in the South. In all of this, we never revenge because we know, wow, the Northerners are master of liars. These are the people that has been beheading people, destroying businesses and houses and lives across the North. When something happens in Europe, Christians in Nigeria get killed by Islamic extremists and terrorists in Nigeria, in Arewa, Nigeria. These people killed an old lady in Kano just a few years ago. They killed a teacher in Bauchi for removing Quran in the hands of a student that was using it to cheat in an exam. They killed that teacher, a Yoruba lady. Now they are telling us that they don't do nothing to the South. Wow. Anyway, any Southerner planning to contest the presidential position of this country will receive the highest humiliation and embarrassment he has never seen all through his life. These people hate us with passion, including our religion, and you don't expect us to allow them rule us. This is in line with Ahmadu Bello's position that the South must be treated as a conquered territory, with the minority in the North as their slaves to do whatever they wish, and never allow the South to have the rule over them. That's what this guy, Aminu Seira, is repeating here. We are meant to be at the top, not beneath, right from the origin of this country. We've not been defeated in an election, and it won't happen in 2023. They should continue destroying their region with sit at home while we are planning ahead of them come 2023. If the South does not follow through with what the judges did, I mean particularly Southeast, Ndi Igbo must follow through and make their position known in Nigeria. Ndi Igbo, we are not interested in any further election about who rules Nigeria. There is future beyond Nigeria. There is future beyond present Nigeria that is not working. There is something better. That is what Ndi Igbo should be suing for, not who becomes the next president of a dysfunctional country. Ndi Igbo must not die because of Nigeria, but Ndi Igbo can live outside of Nigeria. Outside current arrangement that is not working. A hijacked arrangement. Nigeria, as presently constituted and administered, is a rogue country, worse than North Korea. Worse than North Korea. I mean, North Korea even have road. Whether it's few, it doesn't matter, but they have road. Maybe there are not much cars on it, but they have road. Their electricity may be epileptic, but it's better than that of Nigeria. Referendum is loading. Referendum, multi-regional referendum is loading.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the Nina's campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. Nina Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the Nina's Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. Formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany
our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty masquerading as Nigeria are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocks in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocks, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains. Here is a post shared by Simon Okube Ekwi, and it sounds very prophetic and appears to be on its way to fulfillment unless Nigerians, and by this I mean Southern and Middle Belt, wakes up and do the needful now. The target goal is not to stop people from voting. The goal is for you to run your campaign in your region, in your block, in such a way that your politicians are compelled to close shop. You sensitize your people enough, and to the extent that the people or through their priests, pastors, traditional rulers, lawyers, NGOs, social influencers, in the marketplace, I add, start calling for multi-regional referendums in place of the Fulani INEC validation of the 1999 repudiated constitution, which opens the massacre gate. If for any reason 2023 holds like people were warned in 2015 and 2019, but they stubbornly followed deception, the harvest of blood will continue and Fulanization and the jihadi agenda will continue. However, those of us who believe in and ardently supporters of Lower Niger Congress and NINA's proposition will continue our work. Just like Codesa did in South Africa, remember Noah continued to build the ark despite the mockery from those who did not believe that horrendous rainfall, which is full Fulanization and Islamization, will come one day. And that flood did come. It did come. Only those that made it into the ark got saved. I must add that. Another example from history. Britain hates Igbos so much because of their stubbornness and the tough time they gave them while trying to stop colonization. For example, they tagged the 1966 coup, Igbo coup, as a setup and strategy to whip Ndibo. Ndibo lost nothing less than 3.5 million plus 2 million children starved to death. The aim was to wipe the entire Igbo race. Did they succeed? All that has happened. Ndibo received all that whipping, still receiving. But is what Ndibo warned the rest of Nigeria not happening now? I mean, look at the killings going on across the Middle Belt. Look at Kaduna. Indigenous Christians who are actually the owners of entire Kaduna, some of them are now making excuses for the Fulani, as the Fulani are killing their people and taking over their lands. That's the most tragic one. Just like Ndibo that sabotaged the war on the side of Nigeria. And those sabotaging it today by killing our people and locking down our places in the name of an imaginary, elusive Biafra that doesn't exist, only in their emotional mind life. That warning and campaign is on again now. Some people, rather than sit down to study and understand this almighty and all-encompassing strategy for the indigenous people's self-determination, have again chosen to distract others with trivialities. Others think Tony Nnadi Esquire, the attorney, is their headache. When the real rainfall starts, everyone will perish and or be swallowed up. It is already happening in the northeast and middle belt, Plateau, Benue, Kaduna, Zamfara, Nasarawa, etc. It's also happening in Oyo State, in Enugu State, in Ebonyi State, in Anambra State, Imo State, Abia State, Cross River, all over the place. These people are causing havoc. Everything cannot be politicized. Thanks, and stay at peace. From the LNC, it's been Stephen. Here's an article on the prophets and the parlors. When Dr. Francois Duvela, better known as Papa Doc, held Haiti and his notorious secret police Tonton Makute and voodoo gangsterism, when children in poverty-stricken Haiti had become so plentiful and so cheap that mothers openly sold their kids for 40 cents, an equivalent of less than 200 naira. It was Catholic priests who precipitated the social crisis that snowballed into the fall of that brutal regime. 2. In Idi Amin's Uganda, many of us will know about this because we watched The Rise and Fall of Idi Amin, a movie that captured the atrocities of late dictator Idi Amin Dada. Idi Amin's Uganda, the voice of the church against that demented dictator was so loud that Amin personally shot Archbishop Lowon dead, telling his aides he lost his temper and shot him. 3. When the unbridled tyranny of Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania was raging, the church courageously took the fight to him, and consequently priests and other preachers who criticized his handling of human rights were arrested and sent to institutions like the Dr. Petra Groza Hospital in Bucharest to be diagnosed and treated of bizarre diseases like political paranoia, senile dementia, persecution complex, neurotic behavior, delusion, self-preservation drive, discordant character structures, etc. Just for the listener to know, Ceausescu did not end it well. He was eventually apprehended at the airport and executed along with his wife for the many evils and crimes that he committed against the country of Romania, including extrajudicial killings of his political opponents and all those that criticized him. 4. It was from the pulpit that Martin Luther King Jr. pulled the Negroes out of the pit and altered the contours of racial segregation in the United States. Race is still an issue after the death of Martin Luther King. It is still an issue in the United States, but he did something about it as a man of the pulpit. What about those in Nigeria? What are they doing? They are grinning ear to ear with the powers that be. They are feeling good, moving in their private jets from the money they collected from the poor and the contracts they render to the government. Number 5. In the Old Testament, when Saul became king of Israel and began his vindictiveness and his misrule, Prophet Samuel was a constant thorn on his flesh. You can read this more at 1 Kings chapter 22 from verse 6 to 14. When David, number 6, became king after the death of Saul, Prophet Nathan became the conscience of the nation. Remember how Prophet Nathan confronted David on the killing of Uriah and the taking over of his wife. Seven, through the reign of kings Solomon, Rehoboam, Abijam, Asa, and Jehoshaphat in Judah, and kings Jeroboam, Nadab, Baasha, Elah, Zimri, Omri, Ahab, and Ahaziah in Israel. This was after the breakup of the country into two. There was prophet Ahijah, Jehu, Elijah, Elisha, Micaiah, and others who were continually persecuted and even killed because they remained forthright in their watch over those making political decisions. I must add that Prophet Jeremiah was actually tortured, detained. He was in underground detention cell when Israel was invaded by the armies of Nebuchadnezzar that eventually destroyed the country and took them into exile for 70 years. Jeremiah remained steadfast even while in detention. And the king that put him in detention had his eyes gouged out. In the New Testament, John the Baptist had a brush with King Herod after criticizing Herod's taking over of his late brother's wife. John was arrested, imprisoned, and later beheaded with his head on a platter for birthday to the daughter of Herod's girlfriend. Number 9. Almost all the apostles of Christ were dogged after, persecuted, locked up, and some executed, or some thrown into hot boiling oil. Not because they were common criminals, but because of their unrelenting striving to hold power accountable. 10. In the days of yore, when the powerless heard that the prophets were coming, the polished oak tables trembled right inside the palace. Today, the church and the shepherds seems to be reading another scriptures. Rather than be the conscience, the church has either given up or is busy hating. 12. Those who are vocal are either supporters of one side of the looters or the other side, either hating because their benefactor is out or supporting because their benefactor is in. None support the masses. Nobody cares about the people. Nobody cares about the people. And it came to pass that even the laity, the congregations, are not in a hurry to ask for more than what they are getting from the pulpits. The pulpit has become the point of duping our people and misleading them. Nay, they want more, but more of the same. Wake up, pulpit. Drop a pinch of salt on the tip of our tongue and let us feel the taste again. Let the pulpits pull us out again out of the pit. This was written by Citizen Abajalingo with some input from me, Stephen.
and the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination are calling for a new constitution that will capture the needs of all ethnic nationalities in the country. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at the press conference on behalf of the NINA's board of conveners, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general election with the 1999 constitution may lead the country to a failed state.
The idea of anarchy, because some people are fixing the constitution, if you don't allow the National Assembly to fix the constitution, there will be anarchy, not at all. What we're asking is that this 1999 constitution, let all Nigerians phase it out. And then we have a good way of developing a constitution, legitimate constitution for the whole of Nigeria. The way this present 99 constitution is being implemented is not to the best interests of some sections of Nigeria.
Those politicians that are talking about elections under that constitution are telling us that our sovereignty is now with them. I pray they don't find out on the streets, like it happened in many jurisdictions, that our sovereignty is not with them. And talking about the election that is coming, is Nigeria meant for election or election for Nigeria? People are talking about debt. People are talking about impoverishment that has made Nigeria the global capital for poverty. Everything that will fail has failed. And we know that it is this constitution that is directly responsible for everything we complain about.
The constitutional force majeure and the countdown to the enthronement of the will of the people. Being the text of a stock-taking status and next steps statement presented December 19, 2021 by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, at a World Press Conference in Lagos, 1 year after the December 16, 2020 activation of the Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, CFM. Team, terminating the fraud of 1999 protocols. Dear compatriots and gentlemen of the press, whereas A, by a joint multi-regional constitutional force majeure CFM proclamation, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, declared a union dispute on the ground of grave constitutional grievances, with a 5-point demand and a 90-day period of notice to the government of the Federation of Nigeria, within which formal commitments must be made by the federal government of Nigeria for the resolution of those grave grievances, failing which the people of the Alliance territories may reconsider the limited toleration and allegiance being extended to the disputed 1999 Constitution. An online petition addressed to the UN Security Council was launched by NINAS to keep the international community abreast of the development in Nigeria regarding the aforementioned union dispute. B. For ease of reference, we reproduce here the 5-point demand of the NINAS CFM, Constitutional Force Majeure, which now stands as the 5-point proposition of NINAS to peoples of Nigeria, currently being pursued vigorously by the peoples themselves to retrieve their sovereignty, hijacked since 1967 by the federal government. Unquote. 1. A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria acknowledging the constitutional grievances and sovereignty dispute now declared by the peoples of South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. 2. A formal commitment by the federal government of Nigeria to the wholesale decommissioning and jettisoning of the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria, as was done by the government of apartheid-era South Africa in 1990, to commence the process by which the apartheid constitution of the then South Africa was eased out. 3. A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria suspending further general elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, since winners of such elections will swear to and govern by that discredited Constitution. 4. A formal initiation of a time-bound transitioning process to midwife the emergence of fresh constitutional protocols by a two-stage process in which the constituent regional blocks will at the first stage distill and ratify their various constitutions by referendums and plebiscites, and in the second stage negotiate the terms of federating afresh as may be dictated by the outcomes of referendum and plebiscites. 5. A formal invitation to the peoples of the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria to work out and emplace a transitional authority which shall specify the modalities for the transitioning process, including the composition and mandate of the transitional authority, as well as the time frame for the transitioning and other ancillary matters. At the expiration of the 90-day notice, March 16, 2021, a 30-day period of consultations was extended to the state governors and other elected officials from March 17, 2021, after which another 120-day period of consultations was extended to the peoples of Nigeria and the stakeholder segment of the international community from April 17, 2021. Concluded August 16, 2021. Thereafter, a million-man freedom march was staged at the UN headquarters in New York, September 14 through 24, 2021, during the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. D. The outcome of these notices and consultations has been spectacular and successful as they forced to the front burner a much more enlightened debate around the agitations for a grand reconfiguration of the damaged constitutional foundations of the distressed Nigerian Federation, producing a countrywide consensus against the unitary constitution of Nigeria. E. Specifically, the federal government of Nigeria, in response to the NINA's constitutional force majeure, rushed to the National Assembly for constitution amendments targeted as some kind of palliative to the grievances raised, but the National Assembly for the first time confessed it does not possess the constituent powers required to make or remake constitution for Nigeria. This is the first part of the press conference of yesterday. The second part will follow accordingly. Regionalism or disintegration will solve Nigeria's problem. Clerics. Senior pastor awaiting the second coming of Jesus Christ ministry at Adewale. Adewale has called on all Nigerians to embrace regionalism, saying it would solve many challenges facing the country. This is contained in the Punch newspaper of November 29, 2021, today. He also said the plan by the federal government to remove fuel subsidy and increase the pump price for petrol by 2022 was not a solution to the current economic problem of the nation. The cleric stated this at his church in Akure, the Ondo State capital, on Sunday during the 20th anniversary of the church. According to him, Nigeria could only grow if the country could adopt a regional system. He said even without the removal of fuel subsidy, people still find it difficult to live, so the removal of subsidy is nothing but nonsense. What Nigeria needs right now is disintegration, or we go back to the regional system of government. Anything aside that is a failure. Abraham and Lot had a similar problem in Genesis chapter 13. There was a crisis between the two of them. This is very true. This is very biblical. Abraham had to call Lot to resolve this issue amicably. When you go to the south, I will go to the east. When you go to the west, I will go to the north. Lot had to agree with him, and they separated. Who said separation is not in the Bible? Anybody that says that is deceiving himself. Amen. The problem is compounding, and for us to solve the issue once and for all, we need disintegration. Disintegration will address the issue of subsidy because each region will manage itself. That is the truth, nothing but the truth. Giwa, however, cried out that there were attempts to silence the church following different threat messages he had been receiving. Nigeria. The pastor said, "They cannot stop me from saying the truth, but the issue of the church is that they are divided. There is wide division amongst us. Some pastors are being antagonized for saying the truth. The same problem we are having in Nigeria is the same one we are having in Christendom. The insecurity issue is due to the failure on the part of the government. With the amount of security vote being taken by the governors, they have been able to utilize it. Have they been able to utilize it very well? If the security vote is being managed very well, kidnapping will be a thing of the past. 2023 election is not our problem now. They should put aside that election. Amen. They should first address salient issues like insecurity, hunger, and lots of issues affecting this country. Only God knows what will happen in 2023. I must add that we need, there is no need for any further political activities, but we need a referendum urgently. And that is where NINAS comes in. NINAS presents the template, the model, the processes that will be followed to save more lives of Nigerians and restore dignity and peace among all our people and silence all the evil that is going on all over the place so that the cleanup process will start. That is what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Abnormalities and insanities. Thinking Nigeria, but God does not utter confusion. A 14-year-old cannot be admitted into university to study, but a 13-year-old can be married. Former governor actually traveled to another country, Egypt, to marry a 13-year-old. Yerima of Zamfara State. A school certificate holder cannot become a director in the civil service, but a school certificate holder can become president and commander-in-chief of the entire country. The country is among the major oil-producing countries in the world, but it imports fuel it consumes. It imports the fuel that it consumes, an oil and gas producing country, Nigeria. The country has the highest number of foreign doctors in the UK and North America, but its leaders travel abroad for their medical needs, like medical tourists. The country shoots armless protesters, but holds peace parleys with bandits, kidnappers, and terrorists. The country rehabilitates terrorists, but their victims languish in refugee camps. Victims of the terrorists are in fact, they bomb them from the air. The Nigerian Air Force bombs them from the air. God did not create any country. He located human beings in different territories and gave them all empowerments to survive. Whatever they turn out to be is entirely their choices and decisions. UAE and Qatar are deserts converted to paradise. Nigeria is paradise converted to hell. Nigeria is the epitome of confusion, and God is not the author of confusion. We can right this wrong. It is our difficult but surmountable task. Yes, we can, through multi-regional binding referendum vote. That's the solution. If we don't skate around it, we can get to that solution in hours. And then we can plan on how to get ourselves cleaned up so that the healing process will start. Anything else is just dressing the... While the oil and gas extracted from Nigeria is getting smuggled out of the country, after being shipped out as crude and being refined and returned to the country, it's now getting smuggled out of Nigeria to neighboring countries where it fetches the smugglers more money, while Nigerians don't even have it. Or where they have it, they are now talking about increase, like doubling the price, thereby making life unlivable for the people. So this is the country that some people want to die for instead of going for referendum.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits out of selling Nigerian fuel illegally. Smugglers sell the stolen petrol at significantly lower prices than conventional service stations do. Our reporter Blaise Eyong spoke to illegal vendors and their customers in the city of Marua in northern Cameroon.
Official petrol stations like these are losing business to illegal fuel traders in Cameroon. Stolen fuel from neighboring Nigeria is readily available for trade in the country. For 7 years, Abdulaziz Aduka has been selling illegal fuel in Marua, northern Cameroon. The 27-year-old says he sells at least 1,200 liters of petrol daily.
This illicit fuel has been the main source of income for me and my family. I'm able to put food on the table and take care of my family's needs.
This is one of the warehouses where fuel is stored in this city. The illicit fuel is smuggled to Cameroon through its vast land and sea border with Nigeria, and then transported by vehicle to distribution points like this. Even when Nigerians are faced with fuel shortage, the supply is constant in Cameroon. Cameroon produces its own fuel, but the stolen Nigerian petrol is far cheaper here. Motor taxi rider Sylvain has not been to a petrol station for 6 years.
This fuel is very cheap, and that's the reason I prefer to use it. At the petrol station, sometimes, not even sometimes, the price is always fixed around 664 CFA francs. However, the illicit fuel is sold for 350 francs, maybe 400, or when it's expensive, it can be sold for 500 francs. And that's why I use the illicit fuel.
Though the sale of smuggled fuel is illegal in Cameroon, the trade is done in the open. It's hard to walk 300 meters without seeing someone selling fuel in most parts of the country. Abdurrahman Ali makes $40 from selling fuel in a good day. He says the authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
A country at war with itself, like Nigeria, will have her resources getting into wrong hands. Just like the Nigerian government fell into wrong hand, so also other Nigerian resources has fallen into wrong hands from the 60s till this moment. And that's why Nigeria is not at peace. That's why Nigeria is bleeding for referendum, multi-regional binding referendum to be conducted by the United Nations. Until this takes place, well, this kind of development will continue to be a common feature. Nigeria will continue to experience disquietness at all levels.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits.
The authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
We have people sent by the city council who take money from us and allow us to continue the trade. We pay a little under $4 every month.
These are Cameroonians
Once this
speaking.
fee is paid, we're allowed to do business. No one
Cameroonians,
comes here to stop us.
Cameroonians trading
We're
on
not
Nigeria's
worried about
fuel.
anything.
That's what
The exact
happens
number
to a
of stolen
third
Nigerian
country.
fuel that enters Cameroon is not known. But according to local media reports, the illegal trade is about $5 million a year. It is said to provide good income for smugglers and local vendors.
Whatever form of insecurity you can think of, Nigeria has it aplenty. Whether it is food insecurity, educational, health, economic, electricity, job, developmental, physical insecurity, they are all there and increasing by the day. The type under consideration here is physical insecurity from Fulani militia or Fulani terrorists and from Islamist terrorists, aka bandits or Boko Haram. And there are reports that at times these two groups of killers carry out joint massacres. They carry out joint operations. What one believes are the causes of this type of insecurity depends on the amount of research, if any, that one has done, plus, most importantly, on one's level of morality. There are two broad opinions for the causes of this insecurity. Some say that it's due to bad governance, while others say it's an agenda to eliminate the indigenous peoples in order to grab their lands. Whichever of these two opinions, the big question is, why are Nigerians preparing for general elections in 2023 while there is such a raging insecurity? Included in that question is the fact that in Nigeria, general elections are violent events in themselves, with the use of thugs and killers in a do-or-die contest that in itself also adds to the already present insecurity. By now, with the long history of mankind behind us, Nigeria would be expected to know what is good for community. For instance, the basic knowledge that security is an essential ingredient for economic growth and national development. Not only does that attract investors, both domestic and foreign, but it puts people's minds in the right frame of calmness in order to innovate and progress. Right now, with all the kidnappings and armed killers moving about freely, even simple traveling has become so very stressful, and not just because of the terrible condition of the potholed roads. In December 2020, the influential U.S. House of Representatives nonpartisan Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission held an important hearing on conflict and killings in Nigeria's Middle Belt. What was clear from that hearing is that increasingly evidence was pointing to genocide unfolding in the Middle Belt. Reports from various sources and events in Nigeria since then show that this slaughter for land grabbing is spreading at an alarming rate. In fact, in the presentation made by Baroness Cox during the hearing, she provided a slide with information that as at May 2020, 350 Igbo villages had become occupied by Fulani herders and Shua Arab mercenaries. The slide also stated that as at that time, Boko Haram had killed 43,000 people and Islamist Fulani had killed 19,000. In that same hearing, it came out that Nigeria has no effective civilian security, no effective police protection, and terrorists appear to enjoy freedom of movement. All this means that organized criminals are terrorizing Nigerians across the land. This hearing had confirmed what Nigerians knew through experience. It is that Nigeria is a terrifying place, and thousands who can are fleeing the country, heading mainly for Western countries. A difference between the people of Western countries and the people of Nigeria is in how they each deal with existential threats. The way that violence and evil are spreading in Nigeria and the horrific manner that entire communities are slaughtered, and with even children maimed and raped, then hacked to death, is alarming. Yet, there has been no adequate response so far from the majority of citizens, especially in the Middle Belt, if I must add. Under such an atmosphere of massive insecurity, the regular news being promoted by government, by mainstream media, by NGOs and CSOs, by church leaders, by scholars, and by influencers is that Nigerians should begin to prepare for elections in 2023. It is as if the massacres going on in the country mean nothing. It is as if the lives of the slaughtered mean nothing. It's as if the plight of those displaced by the extreme violence means nothing. Over 3 million Nigerians are scattered in IDP camps in Cameroon, Chad, Niger Republic, and other places. Nigeria has over 3 million of her citizens in refugee camps. Sometimes they are called internally displaced people, IDP. Previously, in September of 2019, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Extrajudicial and Arbitrary Executions, Agnes Kalamard, had described Nigeria's arrangement as an injustice pressure cooker. That gives rise to extreme concern, and warning signs are flashing bright red. Experts have clearly shown that it is the imposed 1999 Constitution, a forgery that creates injustices, enables insecurity, and facilitates corruption. Those approaching elections of 2023 will renew the life of that illegitimate 1999 Constitution when the winner swears an oath of office to uphold it, defend it, and govern by it. Those pushing for election 2023 seem blinded to realities. Their hearts are fixed on the personal gains they get under the illegitimate 1999 Constitution and not on the horrors and tortures that victims of massacre enabled by that Constitution have gone through and would go through. They are so held captive by selfish interests that they fail to see that the only thing that happens to a brutal and barbaric country is the complete collapse, then termination of such a place. So, it is judged as sensible to prepare for election 2023 with such raging insecurity going on. I will take that again. So, is it judged as sensible to prepare for elections 2023 with such raging insecurity going on? Or should concern for victims of insecurity and citizens lead citizens to say, let us suspend preparations for elections 2023 to first deal decisively with the killings as has been mapped out by the non-violent NINAS movement using the orderly process of constitutional force majeure based on United Nations processes and international law. Visit www.ninasvoice.org. This is an article, opinion from Ndidi Uwechu of NINAS. Thank you for listening.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the Ninas Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, it has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would have followed the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS Alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS Alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS Alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
NINAS, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of NINAS, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country will be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself at conference and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Dr. Okpara arrives at Umuahia Ibeku, his hometown, for a civic reception in his honor. He's accompanied as usual by his wife, Mrs. Adama Okpara. Mrs. Okpara is a dutiful housewife, humble and unassuming. Prayer before the reception. In the address of welcome, read by the Secretary of the Umuahia community, tribute is paid to Dr. Azikiwe for appointing one of their sons as his worthy successor. A tiger skin and a cow for the premier. Tiger skins are a traditional gift for gallantry. Mrs. Okpara, in her turn, receives a woven native cloth from the women's section. In response, the Premier says that he is the servant of his people, and no servant is greater than his master. On behalf of his wife and himself, he thanks the community for its fine gifts and the kind sentiments expressed in the address of welcome. A Bende traditional war dance. The Bende are a warlike people with a long history of victories over their enemies in days gone by. What joy and comfort for the Premier to be able to turn from official cares and worries to the parents who laid the foundations of his career. The Premier ends his first official tour by attending Students' Day at the Uzwakoli Methodist College, his alma mater. He has a reunion with former colleagues and makes new friends. Eastern Nigeria, side by side with the other members of the Federation, is forging ahead Its young premier, Dr. Michael Lokpara, pursues a policy based on the philosophy of live and let live and a decent life for all. The people of eastern Nigeria respond wholeheartedly also to his appeals for agrarian evolution. Farming has become the order of the day in the eastern region, and communities are voluntarily offering land for the farm settlements proposed by Dr. Okpara's government, bringing hope for a better life, not through mere slogans, but through deeds, and building up agriculture as the only solid basis for true development. Like her premier, eastern Nigeria is young, progressive, and open to the world.
Important clarifications today, November 22nd, 2021, regarding campaign platforms. Originally released February 13th, 2021. This public communication dated February 13, 2021 is being reproduced today, November 22nd, 2021 to provide background information on the emergence of the Nigeria Indigenous Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, from a clear, cohesive strategic intervention process that dates back to the 1999 imposition of the current Nigeria Constitution. In summary, post-NADECO 1994-1998 and after the countrywide deep consultations that took over 5 years, the Pro-National Conference Organizations, PRONACO 2005 to 2006, was a sovereign conference initiative involving all the nationalities of Nigeria to restore, upgrade, and reinforce the Aburi Consensus of 1967 as basis of the defunct Federation of Nigeria. The MNN Movement for New Nigeria 2006 through 2017 was the implementation phase of the PRONACO Consensus, excluding the Sharia Caliphate, which is the 12 Sharia states in the Ariwa, which had unilaterally seceded from the Secular Union of Nigeria, beginning with at year 2000 when they started declaring Sharia law in the north. The 2007 through 2019 legitimacy suits against the fraudulent 1999 Constitution was instituted by the arrowheads of Movement for New Nigeria, while mobilization continued to rally the non-Sharia rest of Nigeria, South and Middle Belt, into stepping up to take back their sovereignty, hitherto hijacked and confiscated by the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria erected upon the 1999 Constitution. The MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 set the parameters for that recovery. Guided by the imperatives of the relevant international protocols, the regional self-determination processes mandated by the said MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 culminated in the regional solemn assemblies of 2015, 2017, and 2018 in Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Makurdi, covering all the nationalities of the Alliance territories. It was the completion of these regional solemn assemblies in 2018 and by the mandates of those regional solemn assemblies that the processes previously being driven by the MNN Alliance organizations since 2006 were taken over by the Alliance of the various regional people's organizations, since the self-determination they all seek is a people's right. Hence, the transmutation of the MNN Organizations Alliance into the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, or NINAS, in the last quarter of 2018. This was the February 13, 2021 clarification note on campaign platforms. The Lower Niger Congress, LNC, is a platform aggregating the self-determination initiatives of the pre-1966 Eastern and Midwestern regions, South, South, and Southeast, currently fractured into 11 states. As outlined in the first few paragraphs of the Aladima Epistle of 2012, the LNC has a core that reached out and built an intra-regional alliance within the nationalities of the Lower Niger, then the multi-regional alliance that brought in the Yoruba and Middle Belt, MNN, that later bettered NINAS, and the international alliance that extended to the policy beltways of Washington, D.C. and New York. The Movement for New Nigeria, MNN, was an alliance of self-determination organizations across the South and Middle Belt, enlightening and mobilizing the people, ethnic nationalities of the South and Middle Belt, being the alliance territory. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, is an alliance of the people's indigenous ethnic nationalities of the Southern and Middle Belt, who, in response to the invitation of the self-determination organizations of the alliance territory, stepped forward for the assertion of their self-determination rights of the peoples of the alliance territory, since it is a people's right, as the name shows. MNN was a special purpose vehicle and a decoy to rally those enslaved in Nigeria together to dismantle the apartheid-like 1999 constitution. That task was substantially completed by the December 16, 2020 constitutional force majeure. It is now safe to inform us that in reality, MNN was actually a movement for no Nigeria, and the strategic decoy objectives of presenting the MNN platform as movement for new Nigeria has been fully achieved, and so shall gradually retire the mention of MNN in our public communications, and instead focus the attention of the public to NINAS as the alliance that has emerged from the years of painstaking work to lead the people of the alliance territories into the extrication of their sovereignty that has been hijacked and confiscated by the caliphate proprietors of one Nigeria, who seized the carcass of the defunct Federation of Nigeria to erect the toxic one Nigeria since the 1966 demise of the Federation of Nigeria. The MNN decoy strategy information was shared with all the Biafra agitation groups in confidence, but that trust was heinously breached by Nnamdi Kanu, who instead chose to hoist that movement for New Nigeria name tag before his hoodwinked gullibles as evidence that the LNC was working for, heavily financed by the Fulani, to preserve one Nigeria and frustrate the restoration of Biafra, unquote. Knowing for obvious reasons that the LNC was not going to respond to this falsehood from inside Nigeria. The LNC laser beam onslaught against 1999 Constitution was also deliberately presented by the rogue franchise merchants to their gullibles and the rest of our people as proof that the LNC was only after Constitution amendment. These are some of the deep roots of the heavy debilitations the LNC had to endure, and reason why any dealings with the clear-minded criminal called Nnamdi Kanu is ruled out. With the 1999 Constitution distressed, the peoples of Southern and Middle Belt Nigeria, cooperating under the aegis of Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, have stepped in to extricate their sovereignties from the defunct Federation of Nigeria in readiness for fresh protocols within the context of their inalienable right to self-determination. Let us please be guided so we don't confuse the public and inadvertently continue to arm the rogue Biafra franchise with propaganda materials. This was issued by Tony Nadi of the LNC NINAS on February 13th, 2021. Thanks for listening.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINA's campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINA Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINA's alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, it has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty masquerading as Nigeria are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
The Fulani intention in Nigeria is to permanently take over the entire political space. Using the combination of brute force and guile, the caliphate strategy is to maintain tight control of political power via the imposed constitution, where the key economic assets and levers of power are confiscated. The same constitutional impositions guarantee exclusive control of military power and all firearms, and those are used to facilitate the terror against ethnic nationalities by the government and the terrorists. The North do not mean well for Nigeria. NINA's alliance repudiates everything about the 1999 Constitution. In the face of the alliance defeat of the Caliphate title deed, which is the Constitution of 99, we are already the rest of Nigeria to another round of elections in 2023 under the repudiated 1999 Constitution is the only viable strategy left in the hands of the Caliphate now. It's up to us to defeat them and make sure that they never rise up again. The alliance mechanism is to tackle the North. The alliance mechanism is exploiting the aforesaid delegitimization of the 1999 Constitution. Let us win the war peacefully. Stop the march towards elections of 2023. All political parties must shut down now if they are really for the people and not for themselves.
The hashtag NSAS report finally here, a lot of people, even though it's not been officially released, says it brings closure and a step towards healing for some of the victims.
Well, so many things have happened in this country that you don't know exactly where to begin to have an analysis, when it does appear that the government actively encourages the killing of its citizens, when the Constitution of Nigeria says the primary purpose of government is to protect lives and property. And I was waiting since 2-3 days to hear one fellow who answers Garba Shehu Garba, who is a principal, is a senior advocate, always defending herdsmen and anybody who kills people in Benue and Plateau. And I haven't heard anything that Nigerian citizens were killed. Federal government hasn't said anything. A Supreme Court judge was almost kidnapped and attempted an attempt on her life. The federal government hasn't said anything. The Attorney General is there wishing things and wishing down what he probably supposes. So, things are getting so confused that the only way to put it is that someday everybody will sit down to a banquet to face the consequences of his or her actions. That is the only preview, that no matter what it is, you must sit down at a banquet, either at God's judgment or even here on earth, to be able to answer the responsibility entrusted upon you by people, and you fail them. Because you are guilty of the good you never did, or you failed deliberately not to do. So, and there are so many examples of them in this country, that NSAS is another obvious thing. But thank God, with the courage of the judge and of Lagos State government, everybody knows, it's an APC top government. Yes. A performing government of APC too. Not just that it's an APC, it's a performing government of the situation notwithstanding. And they had the courage to say this. that shows you again there are two governments. Somebody is running this government.
How do you think the government at the center, the APC at the center, will perceive the Lagos State government and the way because one would have expected, going by the way things are done in Nigeria, the pressure would have been mounted on by the Lagos State government on the panel, not to come out with this kind of report, which they came out with.
Well, it is obvious, you know, if you hadn't been back when I was here last, I did say that two people are running the government of Nigeria. It is now very clear. Malami, the Attorney General, and Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information. Because repeatedly, Malami had done things that in a normal situation, he should be in jail. The president of this country nominated Mago as chairman of EFCC, and Malami wrote a letter to the National Assembly that he was corrupt. The president resubmitted the name again, and he wrote the same letter again. He's still the Attorney General of the Federation, and the senior legal law officer and advisor to the president of Nigeria. And look at what has happened with the $480 million. Where do you begin? His office was supposed to be involved in the attempted kidnap of Justice Mary Odele.
Allegedly.
Well, whether you call it allegedly or not.
Because he has denied.
Who in this country people deny something? The people who were caught, are they from the moon? What has the federal government done to ascertain who came to that judge, who gave, the magistrate, who gave the magistrate instruction? Somebody must have given him an instruction to do what he did. Nobody is interested in those things. So if Mary Odele had died, this is the story we'll be telling this country. One of the finest in this country. If those hooligans had done something, we're all sitting there and say, oh, that's the way God wanted her to go. That's the typical Nigerian attitude. So I don't think President is in charge. There are people doing his dirty job for him, and I think he's comfortable with it. Not unfortunately.
Would you call it dirty job, or would you say he is excluded from the main conversations of governance? Because again, you are only as good as what your team tells you.
Well, I don't know whether, how else do you describe what Malami is doing if not a dirty job? Because it is convenient. They call it defense of the presidency, but is that defense of the presidency? What Shehu Garba is doing, is that defense of the presidency? When you remove truth from facts. You know, there's somebody I told that the best form of revenge is not to be like the one who committed the offense in the first place. Because time heals, reveals every secret. If you take time, the truth will be coming out. I don't know how he's going to end up, but it is unfortunate that this is what Nigeria is. But tell me how these citizens of this country can be patriotic with things like this, killing young boys and girls, students of higher institutions by their own government because they are demonstrating for what? Police brutality. That would have expected government to be interested. At least have a national inquiry. Let there be scapegoats, scapegoats, authentic scapegoats, not made up scapegoats.
Yes, I was going to
that
say
you
that.
could use as an example to show that you are protecting your sons and daughters. And everybody has a right to demonstrate. In fact, I used to tell somebody that demonstration, protest, is a catalyst for dialogue. Once you protest, somebody must pay attention. And in paying attention, you invite the person to discuss. You know, it also follows what is happening in the Southeast. How can a young boy who was not born during the Civil War, in prison, languishing there, and Igbos religiously? In fact, somebody was telling me, a good friend of mine, was telling me that we should stop going to church on Sunday, used to work and then go to church on Monday, because the compliance Igbos have for Monday now is total. Nobody is interested. They tell you to hell with the money they will make on that day, just to make a point. Whether that point they are making is positive or negative, they're not interested.
But people like Fadam Baka has come out to refute that and say that it is causing more problems for the Southeast.
I don't listen to anything Fadam Baka says. Since he started selling Chimaroke will die, that person will die. That is not the job of a priest. It's a fake priest for me. No person who is a child of God, not to talk of a priest, will say that somebody will die. That's not what the Bible tells us. So since that incident, Chimaroke is still in the Senate. He hasn't died. So why should I take him serious? He says anything he likes, and there are people who are deceived. They call it adoration. I don't waste my time talking about such people. Absolutely not.
All right, Chief Dano Lassie, let's talk about Anambra governorship election. We had a number of discussions before that election, counting down to that election. It's now come and gone. You had some predictions about that election, and you're thinking about that election as well. Are you satisfied with the outcome?
Satisfied would be an understatement. Because on two different occasions, twice here and one on Chinese television, I said, how do you begin to look at? Not because he attended my university, which is about the best in the country, I must unapologetically say.
Modestly so.
The best and the first.
Then.
Still best.
Then.
Still. So, and when you look at his pedigree, where he's coming from, it is difficult. Apart from the candidate of PDP and that of the Labour Party, brilliant guys, and I said it on TV that they're brilliant, and each of them I told them their shortcomings, why they will not make it. It's difficult to see how you place in a civilized community a former advisor to the government, consultant to World Bank, governor of Central Bank, who stabilized the banking industry. People, we have short memories or convenient amnesia in this country, that there were times banks collapsed in this country. And those who were governors of Central Bank, they're still existing. People lost everything. I bought shares of more than 30 million naira in a bank, Oceanic Bank or something. It collapsed. I lost it up to today. I had 1.5 million shares. It came down to 50,000. What do you call it? But this young man came in, stabilized the banking industry. How many years now? Nobody's afraid to put his money in the bank. Isn't that a credit? That you believe that somebody like that will, do his excellent best, because he's a first-class student. And you don't expect anything less, So when you put him, comparatively looking at my brother, the APC candidate.
Smile through the new year with a healthy, bright smile.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences, and without without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conference. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration and LN CT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
The U.S. Center for Security Policy declares that Nigeria under Buhari is in SLS situation and recommends immediate intervention before it explodes. The speaker in the following article is Frank Gaffney, introducing the segment of coordinated press conferences on Nigeria at the National Press Club, Washington, D.C. on January 17, 2019, with the theme Nigeria at Breaking Point, where Tony Nnadi of the LNC made a lead presentation. Below in the comment section is also a clip from Tony Nnadi's presentation. Enjoy listening.
Again, the purpose of this event is to try to make sure that the Congress of the United States, the administration of this country, our friends and allies around the world, and not least, of course, people of goodwill in this country and elsewhere, are on notice that Nigeria is at risk of disastrous collapse, that the forces that we've just been talking about are in the process of taking down a country that is the most populous in Africa, with horrific implications, not just for the immediate vicinity, the Lake Chad region as it's known, but for that continent and almost certainly others beyond. Congressman Wolf mentioned Bono, talking about a catastrophe that would make what has happened to Europe in the past few years, as a relatively small number of people migrated there with unbelievably chaotic consequences, look like a day at the beach by comparison. But we're on notice. And the question is, do we have to wait until this horror is upon us before something is done about it? Or do we take steps now to try to prevent that? And I don't think any of us is saying that this is a panacea, but the appointment of the appropriate individual with the requisite authority. I just wanted to underscore what Congressman Wolf said about having the President of the United States essentially personally empowering Senator Danforth to lead the effort on behalf of our country to alleviate that situation. That has to be done again, and it has to be an empowering of a person with the stature and the capabilities needed to do two really vital things. One is to pull together the government agencies that have responsibility for pieces of a problem like Nigeria. The Defense Department, as well as, of course, the State Department, USAID, the UN mission of the United States, the National Security Council, and others, to come together with a common, appropriate, and much needed policy approach. And then secondly, at least as importantly, to be able authoritatively to represent what that approach is to the government of Nigeria. So they know who they're dealing with. They know that this is, in fact, the policy, and they can't go, looking for people who will provide some sort of alternative that might not require as much of them. So it's those two vitally important things that have to be done. And on behalf of, again, the Save the Persecuted Christians Coalition and team, I just want to say I think this is a moment of truth, a moment when we will find a difference being made by an administration that is about making a difference on behalf of religious freedom and those who are being denied it around the world. And let me just take a moment to say, as bad as this situation is, it is just one of the areas in the world in which particularly Christians are suffering. By some estimates, it's as small a number as 215 million Christians being brutally persecuted. By others, it's as high as 500,000. 500 million. This is on our watch. It is unconscionable. It must be challenged, contested, and if possible, stopped. And that's what this coalition is about. And I pray that we will be able, with the help of people like Congressman Estes and Congressman Wolf and the Archbishop and our coalition and countless others, to see this problem sorted by the appointment at the earliest possible moment, preferably by the end of this year, because these elections are approaching, of an individual with the requisite authority of the President of the United States and the assignment of making both the U.S. government policy coherent and clear and effective, and communicating that, again, authoritatively to the government of Nigeria, who in the end is ultimately responsible for preventing this catastrophe.
Idea, but it won't help. It'll just formalize the reality that poor countries can never repay their loans.
Senator, are you saying that you're opposed to debt relief for